news for a potential look from TSM here with a potential presidential seal as well, because Trump was like, oh, TSM, can you take a look at Intel? And TSM was like, oh, okay, would you look at that? And a bit of a gap up here today, 25s again, so interesting level at 25. There was a bit of a triple top here at 2480s last Thursday. Pre-market highs at 2434s, and then we failed aggressively. So we're coming back right into the same area today. So let's see if we get more of the same. Is there still supply in this area at the 25 level? That's the question that I'm asking. And I definitely agree with Neil. If we hold and sustain above that 25, oh boy, we are technically breaking out, or looking like we're trying to break out of this consolidation. Prior highs coming in at 25 halves and 26 halves as well. So those are all prices I'll be watching. You can see a nice clean uptrend, but volatility on the horizon for sure.
All right, SMCI up next here at highs right now, 7.25% here already. We're through $50 this morning and no signs of returning. It was 5% to start. I mean, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row here to the upside. Quite the win streak for SMCI ahead of this report.
Good look, breaking that $50 level. I was looking right now, it was like 51 and change. So guys, it's up big here in the pre-market ahead of that February 25th annual filing deadline. It's been gaining momentum, and it's been an upbeat or based upon an upbeat for a full year 2026 revenue projection. There's some of the key growth drivers that they've got here, guys, are basically $40 billion they're gauging is what they're going to make in 2026 in revenue. That's a 70% increase from what they guided in 2025. It should be noted, guys, they missed Q2 earnings and they provided weaker than expected full year 2025 guidance, but that was overshadowed, but what they were going to make or potentially make in 2026. So we'll keep an eye out on that. They are still currently under investigation for accounting manipulation, sibling self-dealing, which is essentially a non-arm's length transaction, and sanction evasion, Brendo, as some of those GPUs seem to find their way to Singapore a lot, Brendo. I'm not sure what's going on.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Too many questions.
It's fine.
I'm asking too much.
Here's the daily chart. Yeah, there it is. Back above 51 and change, as you were mentioning, trying to hold on that high basically right now. So you got to go all the way back to September, October of last year for levels here, guys.
And actually this morning when I was talking about SMCI, I said in the chat, resistance at 50. What I was simply saying was that level that Brendan mentioned, prior resistance on the daily chart, over and over again at 50 to 50 and a half. Well, you've cleared that out. So we'll worry about the deadline when we get there, because obviously I wouldn't be bullish if they don't actually file. But you just got to look at what happened on Friday. It was a clean break, held VWAP like multiple times. I think I missed one of the longs off of VWAP at 45, 46 on Friday, but every other one was like golden. So I want to look for the same thing today. Respect VWAP, I like the 50 level for a pullback into prior resistance from that daily. But as long as we're just sort of hanging out here, any dip into VWAP or any dip into 50, it's a pure continuation play long. You do run the concern of, hey, the stock has doubled in a couple of weeks here, and as the closer we get to the deadline without them filing, you start to think about the other side of the trade. Yep. So there's going to be profit takers and that but as long as you've got some levels to work off of here, I'm not fighting this stock under VWAP. If it's not trending, then I don't think you want to be messing around with this, because there is some downside risk here. But you can see it's a couple of days strong off that breakout, and as long as you're above the 50 level, I'm going to play the longs on SMCI. There's really no upside targets anymore, at least not till you get to, I think, close to the 60 level. So you're going to play it station to station. Every dollar counts. But first dip we'll be looking at, I'll look at the 3-minute chart so you guys can see. VWAP sits at about 50 and a half, and I like that 50 support. So we're going to be looking for the long off the open there.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. But something that's slightly of concern to me. Just I want to see that level kind of pass. in. We are kind of breaking through this consolidation. This prior high right here from October, from the middle of October, is I think 50.60, yeah, 50.61, and a bit of a downtrend. So we are trying to revert it, and you can see right here, if I pull up some of my charting here, we can get rid of some of these. But you can see this dominant kind of a downtrend. And in the pre-market, we're already attempting to push a little bit through that level. So I think that the long is even better if we can push through this kind of a downtrend, pull back in, and maybe hold some support. You have that $50 level as well, 50 half consolidation highs as well. So some confluence there for a potential bid to show up. But yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see what SMCI does in and around some of this area. Are we going to hold the trend to the downside, or are we finally going to break? Something else to notice is that there was a little bit of trend acceleration as well, which we did already break, and we're getting some expanding volume going into a push of the higher frame trend here on SMCI. So that's what I'll be watching here, looking for that continuation. Now this is a weekly chart. Again, going down to the 15-minute, you can already see that we are trending up higher, continuing that action that we had coming in both on Thursday and Friday. Very, very strong closes on both days. Let's see if we get more of the same today, but I'll be watching this 50 to 53 some of these prices to see if we actually sustain on the bid. Are there buyers on VWAP? Are there buyers on moving averages? Are there buyers holding above prior consolidation structures? That's the question I'll be asking on SMCI today. Let's see if we get a strong continuation. One more week, you said, or 2 more weeks?
It's a week today is the deadline.
A week today is the deadline, so that's going to be interesting. I think definitely another one to watch out for some strong volatility.
Nike here, back to 2%. We're still trying to get higher. Just got back above 74.40. If you missed it, again, this is the headline this morning, or one of the headlines. Nike teaming up with Kim Kardashian. Nike Skims going to be a thing on a brand partnership deal. William Ackman, according to Reuters this morning, getting even longer, if that's possible, in Nike shares over the past couple of weeks as well.
He's a fan, Brendo. Yeah. He's a fan. He keeps adding into this. So let's talk about this Nike Skims headline. So it's going to be apparel, footwear, and accessories designed specifically for women. It's going to debut initially in the U.S. at retail locations and Nike Online. Then you'll have a global expansion take place in 26, and then it'll find its way onto some of the wholesalers like Dick's Sporting Goods and on this side of the border, Sports Check and stuff like that. Good look here, because we know that Skims, Kim Kardashian Skims are popular with women, so we'll have to see if it can find its way into the athleisure, sportswear, whatever they're calling it these days.
Yeah, tough sector. Aloe now, there's Lululemon. I mean, it's a lot of competitions, but here we go, 74.50 just getting taken out here for Nike at the highs, guys.
Something to prove today, at least, because you've been tricked before. If you've bought like the last couple of bounces here on Nike, which is obvious when you look at the chart here. If you can hold the 50 period, that's a good step. But it's done it several times before. It's held a 50 period moving average only to revert back in. I mean, Nike has been bleeding for quite some time. When you zoom the chart out a little bit further, it does look like you've made at least attempting to make a temporary bottom. And this is not the same thing as Intel, obviously, but when you look at both of these charts, it's almost like you've gotten to $70 here, and the selling is abated a little bit. You've got some buying support. So you get some big whales that are probably taking some shots, and we now know, obviously, Ackman likes it at the 70 level, and you're going to get these buys. But you still have to take out the top. For me, when I zoom out and look at that 200 period moving average, which is the one that's being respected right now? Which major moving average should you be looking at if you're swinging or considering the long-term trend of Nike? It's obviously not the 50, and to me, it's the 200. So I think if you can get and a hold above the 80, or 80 to 80, 81, that looks a heck of a lot better. It needs to prove something today to get past that 75, but that 200 period has been respected for so long that this is the one that's got to go for it to be a bit of a breakout. Just one note before I throw to Obi here. Looks like Palantir just broke another fresh high. Remember Alex Karp was talking on CNBC. Another couple of points. Palantir.
That thing's running, man.
Waiting for nobody. Nope. See, this is one. Look at that double top. You know the resistance that was there at the 120 because we were trading it to the long side in the morning on Friday, both Sean and myself. Well, we've gotten a little farther away from this bid. I'm not sure I can look at 120 anymore. I'd probably start thinking you have to hold the actual top here, 120.50, 120.60, where VWAP is sitting as a Palantir. Another one. It just keeps on going and going and going.
Yeah, no, that absolutely wild. That one on price action. Gonna have that one on watch as well. But yeah, Nike, a little bit of an interesting move here. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a seal from Ackman once again. But yeah, some strong relative volume happening here on February the 7th as it flushed down below that $70 level and finally kind of caught a bid. It's been catching a bid since February 10th. You can see that break of that downtrend here happening on February 10th. And since then, we've been making higher highs and higher lows on Nike, stepping back above that $70 level now, poised to test this 75. Let's see if that 75 kind of comes in. So what I'll be watching for once again is that where was aggressive selling last time we were at these prices? So you can see right here on Thursday, the Thursday coming into that Friday where we had the strong relative volume, you had an aggressive sell. I don't know what the ATR off the top of my head is, but right here, it does about almost a 5% drop from the highs to the lows, closing near, and this is kind of showing us where supply might be sitting if it's still there, right? So these levels I'll be watching for sure on Nike. 75, can you hold and reclaim a little bit higher? 76s, 77s. I don't know if we're going to get that far up today. But again, catalyst driven, it's already showing us some of that strength in the pre-market session, or pushing up from 73s all the way to 74.50s currently. Let's see if some of this trend continues to the upside. But yeah, we do have a little bit of some obstacles along the way. Some of these prices may serve as some resistance, but we'll have an eye on it. We'll see if Nike will just do it.
Boom. Feeling that.
DJT with not a great report here. Downside this morning, just going through some of the numbers for Trump Media. I missed this back on Friday, but that Bitcoin ETF announcement as well coming through from Trump Media. But not good here on really any metric as far as this report is concerned.
No, they made less money in 24, Brendo, than they made in 23. So let's talk about it. So they made about $3.6 million in total revenue for the entire year of 2024. That was down from $4.1 million that they made the entire year in 2023. They're trying to blame it on a change in the terms of a deal with an advertising partner. They're also saying that they're testing new advertising initiatives on the Truth Social platform. But the honest thing is, not a lot of people are on this. Donald Trump is trying to use it exclusively as one of his outlets that he posts a lot of stuff on, but all that happens is it's copied and pasted on X. So I don't know how much that's going to really persuade people to get on it.
It's not. Let's just put it that way. Just watching Netflix here as well, there's a note, Yipit data, which I've never heard of before, so take this for what it's worth, reportedly has cautious comments on Netflix, noting that business performance across all geographies is tracking below expectations currently. So a little downtick there for Netflix. I mean, $1,000 stock.
It's very interesting.
Haters. DJT hard pass. And I'll show you guys Rumble in a second. I think maybe if you're looking for something active in the space, maybe go look at that stock. A lot of times we'll talk about accumulation. When a stock just goes sideways, you're like, oh yeah, someone's accumulating this, it's gonna go. What you'd like to see is some actual volume while that's happening. And when you report and you don't move and you haven't moved, I think the good thing about the market is you don't have to take a position in something. You're never forced to get in. If this flat bottom breaks underneath $29, I think there's a trade. If this breaks out 33, I think there's a trade. Right now, I don't think it's doing much of anything. And as I mentioned, I feel like we get Rumble headlines every other day. Yep. This one, much more volatility. If you're looking for a trading vehicle, it's got a nice bounce off the 10 level, which has now happened a couple times. I think what could be a little more interesting is if it can chew through this 14 supply zone. It doesn't have much of a catalyst today either, but at least this has been moving. And if you were to get one of those squeeze type days, it's something that you could join into. As far as DJT goes, when you see that kind of sideways action, unless you have a very firm grasp on where you think it's headed for some fundamental reason, Why would you be buying in there as a trader? We get to take it if it flat bottom breaks. We get to take it if it breaks out. We get to sit and just watch it or not watch it at all when it does nothing. So set an alert, 29 goes. I think you can short that on DJT. Otherwise, look elsewhere because there's plenty moving in this market right now. Volatility is at relative highs if you're looking at individual stocks. The stock picker's market, and you got to pick the ones that are going.
Yeah, I think DJT a little bit of a dud here. Kind of holding on to this base at that $30 level. And something interesting, Neil. Inauguration was January 20th, if I remember correctly.
You
right?
Remember correctly, Mike.
So I remember distinctly that I threw up an anchored VWAP on the first trading day when we got in after the inauguration. There it is, 21st of January. You can see that we did kind of get some volatility. I don't know what this catalyst was on the 29th, but it doesn't really matter. We pull up into some of those prices and we hold as resistance. And currently we're just consolidating into this, as Sharif would like to call, a flat bottom on top of that $30 area. So not really doing too much right now. I don't know what the relative volume has been like here, but yeah, average 30-day volume about 10 million. So not too bad, not too shabby there in terms of the amount of volume it does. But in terms of opportunity and volatility, I think we can definitely look other places. But yeah, with their earnings kind of coming in, hasn't really done too much of a move. But if it can get below this $30 mark and maybe even this 29.15 level here, then maybe we get some a little bit of extension to the downside here. That's the only thing I can really see that stands out right away for this one. But yeah, if we break this trend and reclaim this 32.33 with any sort of catalyst or volume or whatever it is, then maybe it can be a little bit more interesting here on DJT. But other than that, I got nothing else for this one.
Not creepy at all. No. We were just talking about AI here. Elon unleashing Grok 3 Sunday night. And there was a couple of notes over the weekend talking about a quote-unquote, massive investment into robotics, specifically Optimus. And I mean, at some point we were saying like these two worlds will combine and we'll have Optimus with Grok attached to it. As we learned earlier, Randy was at the auto show here in Toronto over the weekend, had a whole bunch of opinions on Lucid, on Polestar, on some of the other EVs, specifically the $150,000 Escalade that was the electric Escalade that was at the show as well. So we'll get Randy on today and talk a little bit about the EV side of things. Tesla, I didn't even ask him, but I don't think he had any opinion on Tesla. We'll get his thoughts, though, into maybe the afternoon. But yeah, Grok 3 is now live if you want to go play around with it.
Yeah, so apparently it's pretty good, Brendo. So it's claiming that it outperforms the models by OpenAI and DeepSeek. Elon says it's scary smart because it reflects on its mistakes for better, logical consistency. So we'll have to see exactly how that all does. It's going to be available for Premium X subscribers starting today, Tuesday. So we'll have a review for you shortly. So some of the things that it's quite good at, that it's higher ratings than competitors when it's tested on math, reading, and science. We know that Elon's got that Colossus supercomputer that has about 100,000 NVIDIA H100s strung together. That's now doubled, believe it or not, and that's what's powering this new Grok 3. So he's got 200,000 of these things strung together, and they're coherent. So the latency between the networking issue was figured out. That's how he was able to string 100,000 of them together, and we reported on this with Jensen being so impressed he had to fly out there to see it for himself.
First off, definitely for NVIDIA, I was just reading through this as well. Stanley Druckenmiller getting rid of all of his Broadcom, all of it. And that comes after he sold all of his NVIDIA shares as well and has now gone all in on Tesla and picked up more Amazon as well. So tides are shifting a little bit here, I think, on the AI side of things.
Absolutely.
400, like that's more than viable.
See, the plans getting discussed. We're basically looking at the same thing here on Tesla. Yeah. First of all, I wouldn't mind if you could unleash Grok to ensure that when you board people on a train from Montreal to Toronto, to make sure that there's an engine on the train, because it's crazy.
Wait, there was no engine on the train?
Oh, yeah. We got on the train, and they're like, this train has no engine, so we're waiting for an engine to come in.
Oh, okay, because it'll like, okay.
Because the trains require engines to pull them.
Right.
Which they didn't really figure out Maybe AI could figure that. Shout out to Via Rail. And thank goodness they had the Caesars flowing and
Okay, nice.
yes,
So,
yeah. It didn't matter what time.
at least they compensated.
It didn't matter what time it was in the morning. We're all very excited for those Caesars yesterday. Look, Tesla, we were just sort of talking about liking this 350, the fact that it's holding. Momentum is a fun thing in the markets, and when Tesla lost it, you saw the acceleration. Like when it lost that 400 level, the 50 period, you could see the momentum really shift. A couple of days of a bounce, and I think a consolidation day on Friday at least. Okay, it's not fair to call it a consolidation day. It was a pullback day on Friday, but pullback that held the 350 area. Yeah, it got to 48, but you effectively held the 350 and bounced from it. So you put in the higher low. There's your V. There's your higher low. There's our breakout. It's like 363.5 today. I think I wrote 363 in my note, but that's a distinction without a difference. I think you break that out. I'm not saying you get to 400 today, but there's room to that 400 level. And first step would be to pull it into this 375. So I'm looking to shoot that breakout here on Tesla today. I know it's not a huge catalyst or anything. What does Grok have to specifically? I know it's going to be in Teslas and all that, but it doesn't matter. It's the setup that we like in general. If we don't actually make that breakout, let's just say we never get there. I think you got to look back into this 348 to 350. If you can hold that a third time, look for a bit of a reversion as well. So Tesla kind of diddling in the middle, so I doubt, I'm not trading it outside of those two levels. We'll just have to wait for it to either break out that top or maybe get into that support level. And let me just move to like 925 right now, so let me just double check what we got going on with the imbalances because, Rivian is a sell of 3.5 million already with Archer, as Brendan already pointed out, 1.3 million to the buy side, CNSP 1.1 million, that's a penny stock. You've got NVIDIA with $1 million to the sell side as well. So a few big ones, SOUN, 600,000 to the sell side. But that Rivian, yeah, that's a big one, 3.5 million to the sell side for Rivian. It had been doing pretty good.
Yeah, no, I like the look on Tesla. We were just talking about how well it reclaimed that 350 last week, and a bit of a downtrend break as well. You can see right here. Just I don't even have to draw a trend line. You can see that we were aggressively selling off since the beginning of February. You can see aggressive selling off of that 420 level, back below 400, back below 350, and then all the way down to a low of 320.07 that we hit last week on Wednesday in the pre-market. But since then, since we hit that low, we've been bidding up. We've reclaimed that 350. We've held that 350 not only at the end of day consolidation lows on Thursday, but day lows on Friday. So a little bit of a step up there. Let's see if we can continue to hold that 350 in a distinct way and continue to push back up towards that 400. And I was showing Neil a little bit of this anchor that I've going on. Now, I know there's a lot of lines on this chart, but I just want to focus on this dark black anchored VWAP, which is anchored to the highs. So you can see that anchored to the highs. We kind of have been reverting back into it. And if we've broken this downtrend that I was talking about, that was for pretty much the first half of the month, the current month, let's see if we revert back up to this 400 mark where that anchored is sitting at. I think we're kind of poised there. If we do hold higher and higher, that 350 hold currently is a little bit of confluence, and if we hold a little bit higher as well off of some of these levels, then I think, yeah, we can look for a move back towards that anchored for maybe a bit of reversion, but that 350 definitely going to be a key over-under for me on Tesla, Neil. So definitely a lot of things to watch on the day today. We got a few, not too many crazy earnings names just yet. I know we're waiting for that NVIDIA next week.
Yeah, NVIDIA next week is going to be awesome.
Yeah, NVIDIA next week. That's what we're anticipating as well. We got SMCI at the end of the month as well. So a lot of things to be patient for. As again, I was reading this thing over the weekend. Some of the most money is made sitting on your hands and being patient. That's where probably most of the money. Yeah, and waiting for the opportunity. And
flat is a position.
Exactly. So I'll try to do that as best as I can on the intraday scale as well today. So I got a few names on watch. I got Intel. I got AMAT. I got T-Mobile. T-Mobile's been hella strong. I don't know if you've had eyes on T-Mobile. I got P&G, Procter Gamble, sold off aggressively last week.
They got beat up.
Sorry? Yeah, they got beat up. I got Delta as well on watch. And Novo. I don't know if you've seen Novo on the monthly. NVO's been, oh boy.
That's an old boy for sure. Just
Yeah.
one quick update. We got 90 seconds to go. I'm going to get to NVIDIA in a quick second. But that Rivian has paired off. So you no longer see Rivian out there on the imbalance locator. Alibaba is now a buy of 500,000. But Rivian, this was the move to the downside. Rivian pulling back a little bit off that $14 level. Wanted to make sure we touched on NVIDIA. Oh, I got a little dark pool wick in there. Prior highs 139 on NVIDIA. So that gives you a little bit of a dip. That's a little too far for me to look at. But the continuation play, I look at the 140 level for NVIDIA. It's above the 50 period. It's been stair-step to the upside. In the other direction on the chips, however, it's finally happened. AMD has decided that it's going to try to collide with this since October downward sloping trend line. It's under the 50 period, but this resistance is now the top of the line here. If it gets through 115, it's technically breaking out of a channel since October. First thing first, if it fails this double top breakout, it's a reversion short. If we break 115, that's a heck of a lot of juice that AMD has got above that trend line, at least until the 120 level. So it's taken a while to get there, but we're there now. The other name obviously in the chip space that we're looking at, we already talked about Intel a couple times, SMCI, above that big level 50. Can it bounce off the open? I'm not bidding there. I mean, we'll probably get on the bid here shortly after the open, looking for that 50 hold on SMCI. Intel can't seem to hold the $25 level, and the market really starting to come in. So patience is going to matter on this Tuesday. I almost said Monday. Let's ring it in 2 and 1, Adara. Tuesday, because it's a holiday shortened week, everybody. Yep. So let's be a little bit patient this morning. Intel's still looking relatively weak. SMCI not waiting even a heartbeat as SMCI just flew to $52. I got NVIDIA making a big power move, but going in the other direction is Tesla. Tesla heading deep to the downside, down to 355. Remember, that 350 level was where things started to hold on Friday. So a lot of patience required if it's going to get down there. That's the only place I'm looking for a bounce. Obviously, the breakout's not happening now, will we?
Yeah, I'm patiently waiting. I'm watching this market seemingly tanking right before the open. So it should be interesting here. Apple, pretty strong. 245s coming in on Apple. So Apple's the only one, I guess, the apple of my eye right now. I'm currently watching it doing something distinctly different from the rest of the market here. But NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA's pushing up through that 142. So that thing is more than willing to continue the trend that we had coming in last week as well. Again, strong action on Thursday and Friday, kind of a push up there. So yeah, I'm just going to stay patient a little bit. I've asked you guys what your top ideas in the chat are. So throw it up in the chat. We can take a look at some of those levels as well. Something interesting, Neil, this morning was I observed both the Spider and the VIX gapping up. So I was like, all right, well, something's up here. Something's got to happen. And I don't know if this is why, but a little bit of a push here. Oh boy, there goes Intel. There's an aggressive bid right into the $25 level here. So let's see what it does with that 25. I'm going to be patient. I want to see how participants act in and around prior day's high in order for me to make the next decision. But with the market tanking aggressively and Intel looking a little bit different, I'm going to keep my hands off the keyboard just now. But something else, Neil, that we do have to keep an eye on is TSM. Right? TSM had that aggressive move prior day here. We can take a quick look at that TSM and see what's up and what's happening there. Last week, you can see right here on that TSM news with Intel, we got that aggressive bid through 200 all the way up to 205s, 206s before a little bit of a pullback. So I've put on my anchored VWAP at that event and let's see if we hold some of those levels. So where are buyers? I'm going to ask myself, if we come back down into that anchor, do buyers still show up? Because there were significant buyers off of that catalyst. 203.37 is where that anchored currently sits here on a 3-minute chart, and currently we're trading at 205s on TSM. Delta taking flight.
You're gonna have to see what's going on here in Palantir.
Palantir, oh boy,
Palantir is absolutely gone. So obviously that 25 level on Intel's really, really close. It's not there just yet. You got SMCI breaking out. We're trying to pull back into prior highs there and on NVIDIA. Those are the first two. But look at Palantir now, 3% to the upside. You've cleared out. Every price is going to be an all-time high at this point for Palantir. So let's try to respect VWAP if we can. But look at what's going. Wow. Oh my goodness, I literally glanced away for 2 seconds. Another fresh high just got made, and Tesla's going as well. Look at SMCI start to go. So there were no dip buys to be had. We talked about being patient with the market coming down, but nothing is dipping in as we'll look for VWAP SMCI. There's NVIDIA. I can cancel. Let me just cancel 141s in there. Going to look for the pullback into VWAP, which is also the prior high as well. As this is going ham, but Obi, look at Tesla. Yep. It got to 55. That's a nice reversion candle. I'm going to get my order ready. We're still breaking out 363. So that's going to be a breakout trade for sure. And as you mentioned, Intel now has buyers above that vaunted level. Yep. So we've broken out that top. Looks like we're going to get into this one first. Tesla's starting to run into resistance, but I still like that trade if we can make that breakup. My order's in for a 63 break if it does happen, but there's still about $5 to go for Tesla. It's actually, Tesla's a little bit weak right now.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one to keep an eye on here. I do want to dabble a little bit here on the Intel just to get a feel for it here. We're kind of pulling back in. I'm looking for, like I said, this is a bit of an area with again it's shown to have a little bit of supply in and around this 25 area. I'm willing to give it a little bit of a chance to show us if there's actually a bid. What's up?
No, I'm just joking.
Oh, okay. I see what's happening here. Nice. Okay, so yeah, no. Look, see, I get stopped out. So again, I'm kind of just waiting to see. I was just waiting for some of that action to kind of slow down if we get a little bit of a pullback, and it didn't slow down. We got size at 25 halves, Neil. So a little bit of size at 25 halves. Let me pull.
Are you seeing
up
SMCI
for you guys right here? I am not watching SMCI right now.
SMCI is now up $10%, $52.50. Well, I guess the market thinks they're obviously going to report. So look. Just Intel, we got in, it pulled back into the prior high at 25 quarters. I grabbed the long in there. We took some out in front of 40. I think we'll get another offer in front of the 50 if it goes again because, hey, like it could. The market's still relatively weak. We're seeing a lot of weakness in there. Got to hold on to that 25 level. And as far as levels come for SMCI, this is going to be a tricky one as it's now gone to 53. AMD, pop, has not held above the high. We're going to go to Darren in a quick second. Has not made that breakout. I'm looking for shorts underneath that double top here on AMD. Let's now go to Adara.
Keep an eye here in Pagaya, PGY. This one did run a little bit last week. They're actually day 3 earnings because they reported Thursday before the bell. And PGY is a 22% short float. So day 3 earnings move with some upside volume for PGY. Back to you.
Okay, so yeah, a little bit of a bid coming back here in on Intel. I did try once again. There's some size sitting at 25 halves that I was mentioning here. I think it was about 2,000 lots. So we are trying to get into that size as of right now. I did take a little bit of a short once again. When the bid kind of started to dissipate, it's not. I don't think it's all the way done just yet. I do have a lot of room to kind of add into this position if and when it starts to work really well. And if it doesn't, that's perfectly fine. Current day high is sitting at 25.46. We're trading 25.30s right now. Market got a little bit of a pull up after that strong flush off of the open there. So yeah, that bid kind of continuing here on Intel. Maybe we do reclaim some of these levels and push past. But yeah, a little bit of turbulence here on Intel. We'll let that one kind of work. I think I'm about to get stopped out. It really wants that size at 25.50s. There it is. Let's see if we can take out some of that size. If it does, then I'm pretty much done with the idea on the short there. I did want to only try a couple times here underneath the halves if we slow down a little bit there. But oh boy, was that some strong action off of the open there? Yeah, Tesla coming right back in there, Neil, as well. All right, so we took it off it took off the 25.50s right there. Strong continuation to the upside. Let's see what Adara has to say.
You have Micron really strong here off the open. They also did have a catalyst this morning announcing their new Micron 4600 PCI SSDs or solid state drive. So new solid state drive announcement here for Micron, up 5% here, basically at high of days, knocking on the door of 105. Back to you.
I won't go, obviously you guys can see what's going on there with Intel. We still have the quarters long. I did not get a dip into... Sorry. We just went over Intel so you guys can see what's going on with that one. I still like VWAP. I don't know if we're going to see it again. So prior high looks like it's going to be the reload spot. NVIDIA, for the first time, is starting to pull back. Okay.
Whoa.
So as Intel goes up, NVIDIA is starting to pull back. What is going on with that dark pool into 142? So a little bit of weakness coming into NVIDIA off that VWAP. I'm looking for a VWAP bounce, and then we can grab it. AMD did not chill. It's now at 115. But remember, 115, if we go up to the chart here, is still that even dollar and the resistance on this trend line. So if we lose 115, I look for a quick reversion trade. SMCI is now too far gone at this point. I'm just not going to chase SMCI. Got to look for something a little bit different. And then for the daily here on Intel, you guys can see $26.
Yep.
26 is kind of the target in here. If we get to that, I'm looking for a reversion at the 26 to 26 quarter spot. So we get to 26, I'm grabbing this one out and take what we can get. Remember, Intel's up 9%.
Yeah, that's absolutely
Biggest
wild
week
here.
in 20 years Intel just had.
Yeah, we had a 40% run from the lows.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy there. Yes, very, very strong bid coming in here on Intel. And yeah, that's 63. Sorry, I have a 25.43. Sorry, 26.43 is that prior high on Intel from the week of November 4th. Of last year. So last year, November 4th, Intel made a high of that 26.43 on the weekly, and we're coming into that level with that aggressive bid coming in. No real break of trend just yet. So yeah, hands off the keyboard there. I did try a couple of times there, but I'm going to be patient for it to actually come in if it's even there. But the long is definitely not wrong currently, as Intel is distinctly different from the rest of the market. Something else I wanted to look up was TSM to see how TSM is doing on this morning today, and a bit of a shake and bake there. We could not get past that Friday's high that we made at 26.25s. So in the pre-market today, we did get past it, 26.66's highs, but now currently just consolidating, bit of a chop here within the opening range on TSM. So not really doing too much here as Intel pushes all the way up to 26s, Neil. So let's see if there's going to be any size sitting on that 26. Let me just pull up the book here because the chart is definitely, I mean, those candles are off the charts, literally, currently, as of right now, as Intel, aggressive bid. Let's see, it's done already. It's already done an ATR, Neil. And I think
insane.
The ATR is a little bit changing because, like, last week we had some crazy action there, so it might be affecting the ATR a little bit. There's the size right there.
There's that
over 7,000? Was it 7,000?
I saw.
I have no idea. What's
it's
up
almost
there?
a million shares. Let's go to Adara.
Uber on watch here. UBER just made new day's highs. I want to clarify, this story actually came out yesterday, but Uber apparently launching Uber Ski across Europe, which allows European travelers to be able to safely get to their ski destination. So UBER launching Uber Ski. There's also some small caps on the run today, including KWE. This one has been on watch. This is K-West Microsystems. There's also here ZETA, both of which are near day's highs. So ZETA, KWE, and Uber on watch right now. Back to you.
So as look,
Come in.
as Intel's insanity goes, I said if it curled off of that 26, we'd get out. So I did get it out, and we're looking for, if it breaks 26, 26 and a third is that level on the daily chart. Looking for a reversion there, but I think you got to be patient. It's obviously flying pretty heavily. So just very quickly, I want to show you NVIDIA bounced off VWAP at 142-ish. It's like 142 change. Got to about 142.70 and starting to run into resistance there. So we're long at 32s. I'll look for a reload off that 142 even level if we're able to get it. NVIDIA strong. It's not Intel strong, but you know, what is besides like Palantir is Intel strong? It's just a weird thing to say. Palantir up 5%. It's at 125 in there while we're taking the Intel long. VWAP, I feel like might be a little bit of a problem because when it's this strong, we've seen Palantir completely ignore VWAP before. It's distinctly different from what we saw on Friday. This one's flying. You got there's another government official buying the stock, and you know, when this is happening, it's just squeezing shorts right now. Also, SMCI squeezing shorts. I said I will not chase this thing. It's way above VWAP. It's 55. I think I'm going to look for a reversion to try and buy a dip in some of these names. Not to try to go short, but to try to buy a dip. So far, Intel's been a good long. We've just gotten into NVIDIA for the first time off VWAP. And do not want to forget the one thing that I kind of like short today was AMD, but it's above 115. So it has not reverted underneath that 115 level. So I feel no need to fight it because it is now above that trend since October, downward sloping trend line. Yeah,
a little
even
bit
AMD's breaking out a little bit here.
Yeah, a little bit of a pullback here on Intel. So we couldn't quite get to that 26 just yet, but I'm going to stay patient. There was a lot of size sitting at that 26. I got the book pulled up here. So if we pull back up into the 26 level, we're only a quarter away, right? So with this kind of strength, I do want to see a distinct reason to revert. I do like reversions, but as of right now, the long was definitely not wrong. As that aggressive push, it kind of broke that pre-market downtrend through that 25 level and aggressive push all the way up into 26s, almost into 26s, but 25.70s. We're kind of struggling with that last quarter for now, but let's see. There's still about a minute left for this first 15-minute candle to print, so I'm going to stay patient with that one. Again, it is acting distinctly different from the rest of the market, so I do want to be a little bit patient. If we're going to kind of continue this trend and the bid doesn't just step off, but it kind of slows down, I do want to stay a little bit involved with this one. Kind of going to keep an eye on this one as well. But yeah, some of the other tickers that I was watching didn't really do what I was looking for there. AMAT, again, was it day 2 earnings? Today was day 2 earnings. AMAT kind of bid up right off of the open there and then flushed. So no real continuation to the downside just yet on AMAT. That's what I was looking for. Novo Nordisk, again, gapped up and continues to kind of hold some of its pre-market levels as of right now. And TSM, oh boy, yeah, TSM not really doing too much. Just still trading within its, oh boy, there is a flush on the market.
Now.
What's happening? All right, so something's definitely, something.
Yeah, Nvidia
I mean sellers. There's some size on the bid on Intel.
Quickly, Nvidia just broke VWAP, so I got out on the. I still have that wick, guys, so apologies about that. We got a bounce. It doesn't look like much. It bounced about 50 pennies in the money for us and then got underneath break even. So underneath VWAP, I'm out waiting for 140 to try to keep it tight to the vest. And as you were just saying, some selling starting to come in, so might be a chance to get back into Intel. Still like the prior top here at 25 and a quarter. That's where we're along the first time. If we can get that, great. And this could be our opportunity at SMCI. Is that just heavily pulled back for the first time? So what I'd like to see is, hey, don't make another breakdown. If you go to VWAP, great. But hey, if you don't even get to VWAP, that's even stronger. So if we can hold on to this 53.5, that would look awfully good. But when the market reverses like this, I got to go over to the name that I like short, and that was going to be AMD. Now back underneath the 115 half, it's wicked it. It broke that upward trend. So if we're looking short on AMD, this could be our chance if we can get this pop into 115, then play it off of those highs. So far, so good. We're able to get in and out of NVIDIA quickly there to be able to get a small long win, but it was Intel that was the better long, and even it's about to lose VWAP.
Yeah, it's coming right into its VWAP here, Neil. So I have VWAP marked down at 25.21 in that area. We're trading 25.20s currently right now. So the question becomes, if we were strong off of the open and if we pull back into VWAP, are there going to be buyers here at VWAP once again? Again, market not really giving us the right kind of tailwind just yet, but that strong flush, let's see if Intel holds a bid on that strong flush once again. We did kind of hold those 20s. Current low is literally 25.21, so we're still trading in and around some of those areas. There was some size on the break back through of 25.50s as well, so that size got taken out into the bid, so definitely showing us that little bit of aggressive selling coming back into VWAP here. But let's see if VWAP kind of holds for the pushback up, and if it doesn't, that's perfectly fine as well. I think the turn off of this was definitely interesting here, but yeah, a little bit of a break on the 3-minute chart. You guys know I like to use the 3-minute charts for my intraday trades. We're still holding some of this VWAP right now. So again, I'm going to be patient again and look for the next trade. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. I'm going to ask you guys as well. What did you guys trade anything in the first 15 minutes? I took a couple shots at Intel. Didn't really work out because I was on the wrong side of the move, but it's starting to work a little bit now. If we hold below that VWAP, then maybe. AMAT, sellers coming back into AMAT as well. T-Mobile, this was the other one I was talking about, Neil. TMUS on my watch list, but not really doing what I was really looking for here. So the market coming in aggressively, but you can take a look at TMUS on a weekly and see how strong this ticker has been over the past year or so. You can see catching a bid in 2023, breaking out, consolidating for a good chunk of 2024, and then pushing up even higher here. Very, very strong chart on TMUS. Let's see if this current week will give us some fresh highs here. These are all-time highs, 271.41 from prior week high on TMUS. Let's see what breaking news Adair has for us.
You have it.
Today, but WBA breaking out on it pretty insanely right now. I'm going to see if there's anything else on WBA, but the only catalyst I saw on it as of right now is apparently Nation's Benefit here, which is a fintech company. Apparently, they have expanded their retail network with a Walgreens partnership, so strategic partnership here with Walgreens and Nation's Benefits. I'm going to see if there's anything else here on WBA, but it's the only catalyst I have in this one right now as it pops up with volume. Guys, back to you.
Adara. The other thing that's making a power move here is going to be Uber. Let me get to SMCI view off in a quick little second, but Uber up 2.5 points. It's held 80. It's breaking fresh highs as the market is literally going through the bottoms. You have Uber breaking out the top. So it's a bit of a, call what you want, bull flag, whatever, continuation long through about $80.50. I am back into, not back into SMCI. We're into SMCI for the first time because we didn't get it last time. But there's SMCI holding prior low. Wow, this is getting a little heavy here. So, all right, just to tell you what just happened, we bounced pretty clean off 53.11, held the prior bar, and was going through the $0.50 when I just saw a bunch of selling in there at the 75 level. So a bunch of sellers in there at the 3/4. Then the scalp some out. This is looking, when I look at that candle, it's actually pretty bearish. The NASDAQ is going from green to red. So you're breaking through the overnight lows. So got to be a little bit cautious here. It's a weird one. The market's tanking, and I've only gone long 3 times and won 3 times, which is weird given the way the move is going. But SMCI relative strength, I think that's the right spot if it can hold on to VWAP. Maybe we reload this at the 53 level a little bit tighter and just see what happens next. And then just to go over to Intel, this is now bouncing. Oh, wow, the buyers are coming right back into Intel right off of that VWAP. So let's see if we can't get involved here on Intel at VWAP. I want to look for the long again at that same price that we got earlier. Starting to look pretty good. So that's holding. Yeah. NVIDIA is not. NVIDIA is now at 141, so that's headed downside. We'll look to get back into Intel here. And Tesla, there will be no 363 breakout. I'm going to cancel that order now.
Yeah, I think with the market pulling back this aggressively and Intel showing us a little bit of a bid here, I think that's definitely showing us some good signs there for a push back up. Again, that 2550 has a little bit or had a little bit of size there earlier, so let's see if that can come back into play here. No real size coming up right now. You guys can see it right here on the bottom of the book right there. Only about 600, about 500, just over 500 lots sitting on that 25.5 level. Let's see if we can make it through that one there, but a bit of a catch of the bid here off of VWAP on Intel. Let's see if we get a bit of continuation. We did hold that 25. Again, prior day highs as well, holding currently. Let's see. Again, supply did come in off of the highs, current day highs at 25.96s, but let's see if we can magnet back up to that 26 level. There was some significant size sitting on that 26 level, Neil. So let's see if it wants some of that liquidity. Or if not, that's perfectly fine as well. More than willing to take a couple shots at this one before it finishes off. That WBA as well. I think, is that ticker halted? I think so, because I don't think it's trading right now. But yeah, halted Walgreens up on that news on Walgreens. So absolutely wild action there on that one. Going to keep an eye on that one as well.
Yeah, it's Walgreens is halted to the upside for anyone that's paying attention to it. Just one more note here. We're going to go to Adair in a quick little second, but you can't seem to get to VWAP on the other side here of AMD. The prior high was 114.5. Right in here. As long as it holds under that, I still want to look for the short on advanced micro devices. So we're going to nibble in for the first time here, and let's go to Adara.
I just want to clarify too, so that news on WBA earlier did come out around 7 a.m., but we did get this sharp move up with volume. Walgreens Boots Alliance, to clarify the news, I guess a fintech company apparently has partnered with Walgreens Boots Alliance for a strategic partnership. That was the catalyst. The WBA as well, I want to let you know, I'm looking into this in social media. I'm not finding any news or reason for this particular halt. Again, it could have been the news catalyst that I just delivered, but that was from 7 a.m. So I just wanted to let you guys know we're still a little unclear as to why WBA is up here, but with volume, and this one has been on watch because there are talks here of a deal with Sycamore. So keep an eye here on WBA. Back to you.
Yeah, no, definitely gonna have some eyes on that one there. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna pull it up here on my book just to know when it opens up. So I think WBA trades in the Nasdaq. Yeah, WBA on the Nasdaq. All right, so it's open now once again. So as soon as I pulled it up, it did open up here. Let's see if WBA gets that continuation going off of this halt open there. There's some size sitting on the half, so you can see about 1,000, just over 1,000 lots there on that 1050 mark on WBA. So let's see if we can kind of push through that. Intel holding well on top of its VWAP as of right now as well. So we're coming right back up into that 2550s. Let's see if we can break above and hold this 2550s. Maybe we can position to take some inventory through that 26 if it'll give it to us. Let's see if that'll come into fruition there. But yeah, some of those prior highs, man, Intel's very, very strong. And again, it got a presidential seal for a potential look at from TSM, and I think that AVGO as well, rumored to maybe potentially to have eyes on Intel as well.
They want different parts of the business, right? So
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for Intel. And to be honest, as a day trader, I really don't care. I just want to see what kind of price action I can react to.
It's not bad for the stock price.
Yeah,
I mean, ultimately, if you're in a given sense, if you're extracting value in different segments on a beat up stock, that's always going to be seen as like positive.
Yeah.
Like how much of this is baked in is hard to say because, as we said before, Intel literally had its best week in 20 years last week, which every time I say that, it doesn't sound any more pathetic. Sharif just said crazy, but I think it's actually pretty sad that $19 to $25 is the best week that you've had percentage-wise in 20 years. It's baffling to me. We see stocks do that all the time. But as long as it holds VWAP, it's good. So let's leave it at that. If it's above VWAP, we go long. SMCI cannot seem to get to VWAP, so that continues to go higher. We slapped our first short, and VWAP broke there on AMD, but I might have got wicked out. So slapped our short, and then it broke out that prior high. I'm probably going to take another shot at this. I don't have a lot of things that I was looking short this morning, but one of them was a fail under the prior high, which will give it maybe one more chance to do that again here in AMD. So far, so good on SMCI and Intel to the south side. And Tesla, yeah, a bit of a disappointment. This is why you wait for the key prices. It's just diddling right in the middle. You know, no breakout of 63, which is what we liked for a long, or down here supporting the 350 level. All it's doing is shaking people out left, right, and center on Tesla. So I feel like patience was the right way to go here, and do not want to force the action in something like a Tesla. We're fortunate enough to have eked the win on NVIDIA off of VWAP. That's still trending down as well. So it's under VWAP the same way AMD is. Would love to see it hold the low, break back out, then we can go long off the 42. Otherwise, in this trend, I'm waiting for 140. That's what we said we wait for, and we have no issues doing that. And Sir MRM in the chat points out that it might not be the day for Meta. Meta down 1.7%. It's hard to get to 21 days in a row if you're down 1.7%. I think this makes sense regardless of what happens in the market, that you were going to get a down day. Just going to pull out for you where the support was and where I would expect it today, down around the 712, 713 level. There were buyers there multiple days in a row. I think if Meta can get there, I'd look for a reversion down in those teens for Meta.
Yeah, I think the market's catching a little bit of a bid here as well. You can see both the ES and the NQ on their 15-minute charts. You can see the NASDAQ catching a strong bottom wick there all the way back through that 22,200 mark. You can see we're about to go a little bit red to green here, Neil, on the NASDAQ 15-minute candle here. So aggressive bid does come in. Let's see if that sentiment can follow through on some of these other tickers here. Let's see what the Mag 7 is up to currently. Meta, wow, Meta straight flush off of the open there. NVIDIA still trading within its opening range. Tesla still trading within its opening range. So is Softy, and Apple about to push for its highs. So maybe that's what's bringing in a little bit of the bid into the market. Alphabet, Google breaking down below prior day's consolidation lows. We had a little bit of a triple bottom in and around that 184 mark on Alphabet. We're coming into some of those levels currently with the strong sell-off, and Amazon Amazon as well, selling off to the downside alongside with that. So yeah, I'm getting alerts on WBA that I had set
It's
in
open.
from yeah, no, it's been open for a little bit, but we're pushing back up into that $11 mark. There are 1084s currently trading on the ask there. Let's see how well this ticker will push. But yeah, a little bit of a rumor, I guess, that, or some news earlier on this morning, but a late reaction happening currently coming into the open as of right now on WBA. Going to have eyes on it. Let's see what we do. But yeah, off of that halt open, if you took that halt up price back through, again, we're about 20 pennies right there. You can see there's a lot of size sitting at random levels here. 1089, about 2,000 lots sitting there on WBA. So could be interesting, should be interesting. Softy, oh boy, it's about to break pre-market highs. There's that bid coming in on the market, man. Yes. Absolutely wild.
I was gonna because Microsoft hasn't been it for a hot minute now, so a good look for them. I actually don't even track that one like we used to, unfortunately. It's just how it's been. Oh, here comes a seller in two names. Intel just saw that 25.5 start to reemerge itself, and same thing happening here on SMCI. I've really poorly drawn this trend here, but yeah, if we lose 54 again, this is the second time in this pullback that 54.5 has turned into a bit of a sell for SMCI. I think the reload is likely to be above the 54 and then play the trend line, and then the same thing for Intel here. Although Intel strong off VWAP, starting to run into a seller at $25.50. Tesla's gearing up for a bit of a breakout to happen here, but come on, Tesla. All right, Tesla's gearing up. Higher lows are still coming in. I know I said 363, but if the market holds green, I might take a nibble at this through the 60 level into that 363 just so we can participate. We've really only been long today and want to stay with any strong stocks. I'm taking Palantir temporarily off the list. It's now underneath VWAP after that latest pullback. I don't want anything under VWAP when the market's at these lows. Either you're holding above VWAP or we can wait for you to get a little bit stronger or pull back into a better level. So SMCI about 50 pennies in the money. I'm looking for an opportunity to either add on trend. Oops, I got to redraw that trend line. Either add on trend. Let's go in like that. If we can hold, right now we're threatening to close underneath that opening trend line that we just had. So if we close underneath, I get out and wait for VWAP.
$11 break on that WBA.
Wow,
right
still
now.
going.
So yeah, it's still going, still pushing, very, very strong on the day. Let's see what Adara has to say.
We're going to take a look here at this happening now in these numbers. We just got the NAHP housing market index data for February, a little bit lower than expected, 42 versus the forecast 46, previous to 47. And this market here, so there's 4 Qs, QQQ. This is the NASDAQ right now on the day. We did have a little bit of a push in these last 2 3-minute candles, but right now trying to give up a little bit of that, rejecting at 539, basically going from red to green in the morning. S&P 500 looking fairly similar. Meta, green to red. Speaking of green to red, we have Meta actually down right now 1.8% roughly on the day, poised to break its 20-day winning streak. So we'll have to see if META can continue that push to the downside. Then we have WBA, which has been strong all day. We had a list at 7 a.m. with Walgreens Boots Alliance, basically announcing that they entered a partnership with a fintech brand, but that came at 7. It's unclear if that is the reason for this volume push. Social media does not have a lot of answers here with regards to the strength on WBA as it makes new day's highs, but I will keep looking into this one for you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Yeah, I'm going to ring ready and not just look that gift horse in the mouth on SMCI. It just wicked again that 54. So if we break out 55, I think there's an opportunity in there. But with the market breaking lower here, it's starting to not look so strong in some of the chip names as well. So if we pull back, VWAP sits at 53. I don't want to give it all the way back into that. Intel's looking okay, but AMD just lost a bid. NVIDIA just lost a bid. I was trying to get back into AMD. We just canceled that order. Trying to get back into the AMD short. It's just such a weird morning to have made money on 3 longs and lost on the 1 short that's going down as the market's breaking lower. It's one of those types of mornings. You never, as a day trader, it's kind of funny when that happens, but it's not that funny because I wanted to be in this AMD short still. NVIDIA just lost its bid at 141, headed down into that 140 level. So the NASDAQ headed lower. The good news is for Intel, it's still looking relatively strong.
Yep.
So it's well above that prior high. The good news, like it's just holding that prior high very nicely. I think if we can push into 26, it's a get out and break long at 26. Every even dollar level. Every quarter is pretty good on Intel as a $25 stock. So you break that 75, I think the out's going to be in the 90s, and then look for a potential 26 break. But the market not that strong anymore, Obi.
No, it's coming back in this area where we did attempt to catch a bit of a bid. Again, we were talking about that 15-minute candle on the Nasdaq potentially going red to green, but it closed red, and we're trading back below that 22,200 mark here on the Nasdaq as it pushes a little bit lower. And yeah, I'm definitely shaking my head at this one while looking at this SMH. A bit of a pullback here, holding the lows, so looking a little bit like the market right here, but still something interesting. We're holding above prior day's highs, which I really like. Let's see what SMH has in store for us, especially when I'm trading and when I have fills and position on Intel. I definitely want to keep an eye on the semiconductor ETF to see if we have a little bit of a tailwind there as well. If SMH can catch a little bit more of a bid coming in, then maybe we get that tailwind on that Intel to push us up to that 26 mark. I have no idea. But again, we're teetering around that 1 ATR mark as well on Intel. I think last week on Friday when I checked, 1 ATR was about $1.09. And currently, let's take a look once again. I know it's around $1, so that's what I'm kind of looking at here. But checking back at it, again, when the ticker's moving around in a volatile manner, that ATR can definitely move around as well a little bit. So let's check what it is currently on Intel. I have, okay, so $1.18 is the 14-day ATR.
Yeah,
so it went up by another 9 pennies over the weekend, I guess. So a little bit of a push past that 1 ATR. Again, we opened up in and around 24.60s was the opening price. We took a high at 26s. So yeah, bit of a strong push there. Multiple ATRs there. What's up, Adara?
I have some updates here in WBA, so I'm just seeing this come through in X now. It seems like potentially that catalyst that pushed us to the upside with volume comes from CNBC. So David Faber of CNBC a couple weeks ago said that the deal between Walgreens, Boots Alliance, and Sycamore, basically Walgreens is rumored to be looking to sell itself to Sycamore. David Faber had said that deal was mostly dead. Now today, David Faber says that deal is alive. So basically what we have here is David Faber changing his, I guess, take on the livelihood of the WBA and Sycamore deal, sending it to the upside. Again, just to recap, the rumored deal between Sycamore and Walgreens Boots Alliance is now apparently alive, according to a CNBC anchor. Once again, just using his words there. So we also had a previous catalyst on Walgreens involving a partnership between the company and a fintech firm that came at 7 a.m. though before the spike. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Dara. Thank you so much to David for the super chat. Our boy David in the house once again. Your boy Gunsel says, hi, so many protests re Doge. Consumer sentiment for Tesla is boo. That is, I can't disagree with you there, but you know, I think the stock is made a little bit of a bounce, and we'll get to that one in a quick little second. That plane still there upside down. You know what? I have no idea. I would imagine they've got that cleared up, hopefully. At this point, I think it's an absolute miracle that that everybody is ultimately safe. There's some injuries on that Delta flight, but wow. You don't look at that and, yeah, I'm amazed. So good luck that plane managed to keep everyone safe. So by the way, just one note here.
Let's integrate.
NVIDIA, you can see it's trying to close breaking the trend. So it didn't hold VWAP for very long. We got a little bit of bounce play there. Looking for it to close above the trend line here, which would be closing above this prior high. It's about 141. It's got a few minutes to be able to do that and then start to look for the long again. SMCI is cruising. Palantir looking weak. And David, because you mentioned it, here's Tesla. Higher lows into a potential flat top break. So it just feels like I'm moving the goalpost from 363 to maybe even taking this 59 break here on Tesla. The fact that you're making higher lows while the market's making lower lows does support that breakout. So the two things that I think happen next, ideally Tesla keeps holding these higher lows and breaks out the opening range. That's actually 59.10. And then NVIDIA is holding this 141. So NVIDIA looks like it's going to hold that 141. I'm going to get my orders locked and loaded to go here on that one. So lots of strength coming back into the market. You wouldn't know it by the NASDAQ holding red, but you're getting some bounces here. You're going to look for some look for some long. Here comes that Intel 26. I'm still getting out in front of 26 and looking for a 26 even break.
Yeah, that prior high is at 96, Neil. So let's see. We did get some aggressive push there. Again, market catching a little bit of a bid as well. And I'm watching SMH, like I said before, here SMH catching a little bit of a bid as well here as we push back up into the 70s here. So 96 is the current day high. We're trading well within just about a few pennies away from those. Let's see if we make a lower high, or do we continue to push up a little bit higher. I did add a little bit through that push to take some. Like I said, my intention was to build some inventory to take through that 26 level and see what we do in and around there. But if it'll take longer, that's perfectly fine. I'm more than willing to try again there. WBA still currently going on that push. So yeah, a little bit of a sentiment change there. We saw WBA over the past couple of weeks was sold off quite aggressively and made its way all the way down back below that $10 mark. And today we get that aggressive bid with that sentiment change. So situational, maybe there's a situational change or a landscape change here, obviously. But yeah, I think Dara said that the CNBC reporter may be coming in and saying that some deal might be back on, and we're catching that aggressive bid back to the highs there. Let's see what this market does, guys. I think that again, we've been selling off quite aggressively. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 15-minute candles to the downside here on the NASDAQ. And let's see if we get any more. We only have about 6 minutes left for this current 15-minute candle to print. And let's see if the market prints us a little bit lower here. WBA taking a little bit of a breather, it would seem. Here comes 2580s. This is what I have on watch currently, about, again, 10 pennies away from day highs right now. Let's see what Intel does in and around that 26. There was a lot of size there, Neil, at that 26 level, and we're slowly creeping up onto it. We got down to VWAP. The question was, if there are still buyers on the ticker, where can they potentially show up? Is it at VWAP? Yes, they showed up at VWAP. We're continuing to the upside. We saw some of that tape, the speed and aggression. Shout out to Wayne there for coining that term there on the tape. For that push back up to that 26 level here. So let's see if we can fill some of that size. That's a lot of dollar volume sitting at that 26. Let's see if we got some big boys ready to wipe that order off of the ask there. Coming right back in, 2591s currently on Intel, Neil. So absolutely wild.
I just covered it at that 91 level as nice. Actually as you were mentioning. Look, this 26, I think it's a breakout through that 26 order. Yeah, for sure. Like there's some size there, but it's not necessarily even about the size. Just go quickly to the daily chart. When in doubt, zoom out. 26 has been a bit of resistance. It's a high since the all-time low, or since the 52-week low. There is some overhead resistance there, and it has like 60 to 70 cents above, I think, that 26 level. So there's room on that break to give you another scalp trade, but I'm just going to respect it for now. If we get another pullback into VWAP, as long as VWAP holds long the stock. Every time it gets into VWAP, and you don't have to sit on the bid, because I think the last time there was this candle underneath, you can be patient, pull back into the prior high. It finally holds, and when it holds, that little wick under 25, there's the go long on that 25 quarter. So if we break 26, great. If we don't, we're just waiting back around for that Intel VWAP bounce, which I think is inevitable. Unfortunately, we got out of SMCI, and now that's double topping 55 even. So this can't seem to get to VWAP. I guess the buy is right back in that 53 third that we're looking at before. If this also pulls back, I think playing into VWAP is going to be another plan. So far we've been long SMCI, Intel, and NVIDIA. Obviously, two of those have been much better than the third, because NVIDIA right back to retesting. So I didn't really get the long, didn't want to chase up at that top, but now that it's made the close above this little trend line, you're now holding the 141 even. If it loses that prior bar, I think it's a pretty easy out. But wanted to make sure that we're bouncing off of it first. It's a downward sloping and downward trending stock while the market's going down as well. So I want to make sure that we're having a reasonable risk plan. If it breaks the low, it's an easy out for me. Sorry, if it breaks this prior bar low, it's an easy out for me. Not the low of the day.
Yeah, I have eyes on one price right now, Neil, on that Intel. It's that prior high at 2640s, and I'm like, all right, what is the probability of us clipping some of that price if we can get through that significant size at that 26? As of right now, still kind of struggling a little bit here at 2570s, still kind of chopping around that last quarter. Again, only about 16 pennies away from the high currently, and with the market, again, market continues to sell off. SMH is still consolidating near its lows, and Intel distinctly different and ticking to the upside here. So trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Like I said, it definitely wants a piece of that lick. That's what it's showing us. So let's see if we can actually take some of that size out at 26s. Now, here's the thing: we don't know if that size is going to continue to be there. We saw it there once before. Is it going to be there again? 5 pennies away from the high now. 90s trading on the ask. 96s again is the high, Neil. So absolutely exciting stuff here as SMH looking like it's catching a little bit of a flag. Here we go. Can we print those 96s? A little bit of size here at 95s, about 400, 500 lots there sitting at 95s.
Pump it.
Again, Intel. Oh boy, are we going to push up a little bit higher? I just want to see that 26 mark and see if that size shows up once again at that 26s. You said there was over a million lots.
Well, it looked like it when I got a glance at it.
There it is, about 4,000 or 5,000 lots there, sitting at that 26 mark. Let's see, right there, we're knocking on the door, Neil, of that 26. Oh boy, can we push through this? Are we going to break out? I have no idea, but that ask is definitely a little thick there. A lot of size sitting at that 36, 33.
I was waiting for that
right there. I know you were waiting for that. Boom, there we go, right through that 26. Can we hold? Can we push? Are we getting some distinct action? I got no idea, but I'm waiting for 26s to hold. If they do, I think we're poised for that 2640s. That's the next bus stop I see on this train to the upside. Chips with the dip, man, 18 halves. That was the place on Intel. Now we're trading 26s. What a market, Neil.
What an unbelievable market it is. Maybe SMCI. Oh, sorry, SMCI. Maybe Broadcom and who am I forgetting? Oh, it's Broadcom and shoot. Who's the other side of it? TSM.
Yeah, TSM.
Maybe they're going to have to pay a little bit more for Intel. First things first, we did get NVIDIA into the prior bar high, so we scalped that out. I took the breakout on Intel. We were in and out of this one. It did not hold the 26 break. Once you go back underneath, I still, look, VWAP is the place to go, in my opinion, on Intel. So until you either break away from this 26 in earnest, it did get up to like 7s. I got 01s because it's Intel. You're only going to get slipped a penny. If you get slipped more than a penny, you should try to hit with another key. Want to look to see if we can hold on to the trend line. So breakout, different from a dip buy. But if you look at the trend, 25.8 has now been set in. So you've got higher lows into this trend. If we can bounce off this trend on this little pullback under 26, then I'd look for an entry off the trend line or at VWAP. If we never break trend and I don't get long, I can just take a long break, maybe through 26.10. As mentioned, NVIDIA, we got into that one on a trend break. It's trying to get back into VWAP as well. Keep trying to get rid of this wick in there, but the scaling is a little bit messed up. If we break 142, I'm looking for a 143 hold on NVIDIA. So far, so good for the longs. The market's making a very nice reversal as we speak. So this is a good spot. If you're looking at any of those weak names, Meta is starting to break, or at least attempting to break its trend. That's not the one I'd be concerned with. Palantir just put in this nice little reversal candle here off of its opening range, which is also prior day high. So prior day high, you've got a nice reversal candle here on PLTR. We can hold 121. I think this is a nice little turn for Palantir. Couldn't hold VWAP, so you had to wait for it to get to the prior high in my book.
Yeah, so I'm still kind of waiting. Now we have a trend on our hands, Neil. So yeah, a bit of a hold of moving averages. Now there's some size at 26.10s, about 1,000 lots there. So we did pull back. We reclaimed that 26. Let's see if we get that continuation. Only about roughly 30 pennies away from that prior high. Now if we start to break some of those levels, that's a monthly breakout. So we got daily breakouts, we got weekly breakouts, we got monthly breakouts. Oh boy, Neil, a bit of a multi-time frame runner here on Intel. So yeah, a lot of interest happening on this ticker here. Let's see if we can hold 26 with any sort of distinction as of right now, but still kind of chopping there. I got eyes on some moving averages. If we can hold some of those, that's great. If not, that's perfectly fine. The market taking another leg to the downside here, Neil. So no idea where we'll end off by the end of the day, but Intel's super strong. What's up, Adara?
Time to welcome GCL Global to public trading. This company is a I guess, a special acquisition there. So they de-SPAC'd. This GCL is the ticker under which this is trading. Keep an eye on this one here. We're trading around the $6 mark. So this could be of interest potentially during that midday. Potential small cap mover here with GCL. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
GCL in the house. So we did get that bounce on Palantir off 121. So it broke trend. I mean, I had the trend line in there. It'd be hard to see, but we broke trend, held that higher low, held the prior day's highs as well for Palantir. You got Intel, which is starting to come back in. We like that one on its trend line as well. But hey, everybody, look at that. It is the President's Day sale, and the savings are here for trade ideas. So get 22% off all new subscriptions with the code TraderTV22. But wait, there's more. Upgrade to premium annual and snag a massive 28% off with the code TraderTV28. Nice and simple. That's right. Huge savings are happening now. Head to the 2025 President's Day sale landing page, link below, and before February 19th. Don't miss out. Trader TV 22 for the 22% off all new subscriptions. Trader TV 28 for the massive premium annual savings there. Shout out to Trade Ideas, and good luck everybody out there with your trading day, which so far on a day where there hasn't been a green candle on the NASDAQ, it's only longs that have worked for me. It's just a weird one. It's all red on my 15-minute. The NASDAQ is actually red as well. Haven't really taken an L. Well, we'll see, because we might actually break this prior low on Palantir. We were able to get this out at 121 a third, but if we break this prior bar low, I'm just getting out. That's 121.75. Do not want to be fighting stocks in this market.
No.
You know, like longs, even if they're working, like Intel.
Friend is my friend.
Like this was, actually Intel we just got instead of, it's not going to get into VWAP. We've only been long 25 quarter and then VWAP again. This is the first time we actually took a long off the top, holding prior bar high. If it loses that, it's losing a trend line. So you go there, to there, to there, and you can see it's trying to hold that trend. If we don't break 26 again, this could actually, like normally I'd be thinking short if we close underneath here. So I should be taking something out in front of 26 and even on the other side as well. NVIDIA doing pretty much the same thing it was before, where you're now barcoding this higher low after it broke trend. If you lose 140.75, I want to jump out of that. I should be looking back at some short setups right now. And I can't get back in at VWAP right now on an AMD. I already canceled my order on that. Might just have to look for this 114.12. It's underneath Friday's highs. We went 0 for 1 and we shouldn't. And there come a couple outs there. So the first L on a long today just happened on Palantir as we hung on to 2/3 of it, but it broke that prior high. Keep it tight. The market's weak. Try to play it inside the range if you can. And then Intel, which normally I'd be short this kind of a move, into VWAP. Again, tight stop, but if it's giving you 25 and 50 penny to like 70 penny moves, if you can keep it to like 5-10 cent hits in there, I think that's a good idea, and then wait for the bigger level to come in where you can take another shot at it. Let's go over to Adara. It's already time for the small cap recap.
Oh boy.
What an eventful session so far across the board. IWM here looking kind of similar to the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 in that despite a curl to the upside, we take a bit of a drop. Now we're trying to recover from bottoms. But the Russell, much like the NASDAQ and the SPY, basically flat right now. Let's take a look here at Nikola, NKLA. No catalyst on this one, but nice push to the upside, getting some volume near day's highs with a 22% short float. Then we have NBIS. This is a day 2 move for Nebius. On Friday, we did have here, based on 13F filings, some evidence that NVIDIA has reported a 1.2 million share stake in NBIS. So NVIDIA-related catalyst for that one. Last but not least, ALLO. This one, great look. Much like these other names, near day's highs. Allogene, this company reporting some positive data for one of its cancer trials. So ALLO with about a 22% short float. Great look. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Thank you very much, Dara. Yeah, so I was talking to Neil about how the Intel we got some aggressive selling there that did come in, but we're holding up pretty well. And again, looking distinctly different than the rest of the market. The market is, look at that on the right side of my screen. Yep. back-to-back reds on the 15. So back-to-back reds on the 15s. Wow, that's an aggressive bid on Intel. We're back up right as aggressively as we sold off into the 70s. We're coming right back up into 26s. So yeah, definitely a little bit of an area of interest happening here around that 26 mark. We saw the size there. We saw a lot of volume being traded. Now, something bullish would be if you see a lot of volume trading at a level, and then we start to trade higher above that level, kind of showing us that participants are willing to accept higher prices and hold the bid even higher. So let's see, we talk about indicators to use in situations, and I think moving averages in on a trending ticker are a great indicator to kind of have there, and we're holding above VWAP as well, which is a strong sign. Now, if and when this market starts to pull back up for a little bit of relief, the question becomes that I'm asking is, will Intel catch an even stronger bid to the upside? And I have no idea, but if I see that observation, then I know that I might be in a bit of a decent position here, and that bid is definitely strong. But talking about strong bids, let's take a look at what else has been bidding up off of the open there. We kind of talked about P&G was shellacked on Friday, but as of today, still holds that prior day low. If you guys are watching PG, and we're trading up to the highs there. Novo as well. Novo trending up. TSM, not the same. TSM trending down off of the open there, kind of pulling back into the consolidation lows that we had off of the catalyst, the intraday news that we had that pushed us. That was a beautiful price action, yes, on that 200. I was looking at it, the 202 prior day triple top highs on TSM. As that catalyst came in, the volume that pushed us through that 202s pulled back, holds, and then gives us another leg up to 206s. Absolutely beautiful price action last week on TSM, taking a little bit of a breather as of right now off of the open. But some of those prices, yeah, I'm watching that 202 still, man. We're still holding that 202 on TSM, so I think that's a little significant for a bit of continuation. WBA taking a little bit of a pullback. We did get all the way up to 11s, but now we're trading 1080s currently on WBA, and AMAT catching a little bit of a bid as well. Let's see. Oh boy, Meta, back-to-back reds on the 15 on Meta. It's holding very, very nicely. Same with Amazon. Oh boy, the package is might be a little bit delayed on the bid for this one, as it looks very, very similar to the market. But we also talk about things that are trading within their opening range, and we observed that a lot of things were doing that, and those tickers are still doing that. Nvidia is still trading within its opening range. Tesla, Softy, and Apple still well within their opening range. So the question becomes, Neil, if and when this market does catch a bid, do we get range breaks to the highs?
Well, I'm looking at a couple of things.
Because the bid is holding.
There's a lot of things holding the bid. I mean, Tesla is consolidating as well, higher highs and higher lows, so you're getting a wedge pattern. SMCI is pulling back, maybe into VWAP, but if you look at how it's been holding trend, like it's got higher highs, higher lows, and if we lose this bid in here, I think you're going to get that test of 53. It's only $1 range before it breaks down. Clearly, sellers at the 55 level. We do want to get back into this one if we can hold. Well, there was just some acceleration. I saw the same thing you did just there, Obi.
Oh boy.
Yeah, more acceleration into Intel there, as the buyers are now starting to come in above 26 on mass. 2660 is the actual 52-week, like, I'm not on the closing basis, like 2660 something is going to be that high.
I have.
40 on the closing basis, but there's wicks above that price.
Okay.
So you've got some room for this to continue to go. This one's on an absolute tear. As I said, I'm going to try to get into SMCI. If it can close this above the trend line, I'm going long again with the stop underneath 53.8. As well, the market's going down. There are strong stocks out there. SMCI clearly one of them. Intel clearly one of them. Unfortunately, Tesla doesn't want to go just yet. We're just sort of, I was saying, like, you get the higher lows and the higher highs, but it's not breaking out any of these tops yet. I still like Tesla for a 59 break if it can get there. But look at it, it's holding underneath VWAP. SMCI and Intel are the ones, clearly.
I think so. I think, and again, eyes on TSM as well. I think that 202 level could be important. It showed us it was last week, and I don't know if it's going to continue to, but I want to watch that price action, keeping eyes on that ticker to see if that shows up as a little bit of a base. I can take a look at it right here. Oh boy. Okay, so SMH finally catching that bid. We were talking about that flag formation that was happening, so we are catching a little bit of a bid here on SMH. But yeah, let's take a look at TSM bottom here on the day. So 201.83's current day low. But what I really want to point out is, okay, so this is that catalyst from prior week. Look at this consolidation, Neil. Absolutely, that's a held offer on 202s. On Thursday, you can see very clearly that we hold that 202 over and over again. Some attempts to push back, but that's flat price action there. So yes, definitely a bit of a held offer at that 202s on Thursday. And look at what happens when we get that catalyst. Aggressive push past that level, pull back. Where do we pull back to? 201 halves, reclaim on the 202s, and then push a little bit higher. Today, we're coming right back in to those 202, that 202 mark. Let's see if we hold
Market's
that
breaking
a little
lows
bit
again.
there. Market's taking another pull back down into its lows here. Let's see if Intel does more of the same, or do we catch some selling on this ticker? I have no idea.
Well, that's sort of the thing. Like right now, like you've got some relatively strong names, but as the market just broke the low, AMD's at VWAP, so this could be our chance here for AMD. You're breaking lower. All right, let's nibble in here as I hold a sneeze. Underneath VWAP. All right, let's go to 20. Just had to go to 22s there. I was sitting at 25, just went down into 22s, actually got 22 half. Doesn't really matter. If it breaks out above VWAP, I don't want to get wicked out, but I don't want to break a rule here. I'll give it to the $50 level and just a little bit above that. So it's always possible that I get wicked out again. As far as AMD is concerned, just to go to a higher time frame for you guys here, it's also failing underneath the double top from last week. So if we fail underneath that, I think there's plenty of room. There goes NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, a couple of times, I think we've gotten away with one on NVIDIA. Like bounce off VWAP and then it breaks down. Bounce off 141 and then it breaks down. And the same thing there again. Like you're having to keep it tight to the vest. But unfortunately, NVIDIA's trend down. So you can want it to be a long all you want. It just keeps on going stair step down. You take your profit to 50, 60 pennies, and then it's flushing through. Got to get out at break even. Yeah, I got to find places to add to this AMD because the market's now accelerating to the downside.
Yeah.
We just got in. I was trying to get a little bit more in front of VWAP. We'll look for it to hold trend under VWAP and see if we can't play it back into prior lows. The NASDAQ, I don't want to say decidedly red because it's only down 0.25% here. But you have not had a single green candle on either the NASDAQ or the ES on a 15-minute basis. This market is trending down in spite of some places that it looks a little bit strong. Just going to come to Apple for you guys, 245. I can't believe I didn't notice this before. If you're looking for maybe shorts, somebody's selling Apple at $245. That could be a level to work off of. I like AMD here. We're going to hang on to this breakdown. And let's go to Adara for the crypto update. I feel like we haven't even talked Bitcoin.
Oh boy.
Crazy.
Take a look here at Bitcoin, which is set for its third straight red day. Though it is worth noting, not all of these crypto-related assets are looking the same. If you have MSTR, you're actually pushing nicely to the upside. If we go back to Bitcoin, though, Bitcoin right on the day, and it's worth noting here, we have not had a push above 100,000 since, if you go back to February 7th, and then we haven't actually had a close above 100,000 since February 3rd. So quite a bit of time here since we've breached that key 1,000 point level for BTC as of right now here, just trying to hold on to 95 and take out yesterday's lows here around 95.2, currently trading around 95.3. Another crypto-related name to keep an eye on is going to be XRP to USD. This one here actually pushed to the downside despite a nice look last week. Lots of speculation here. That Ripple is going to be, or XRP is going to be getting its own ETF. So keep an eye on that. In terms of other crypto names, Ethereum actually taking a harder hit than BTC, down 5%, and right now trading below that 2,700 level. XRP down about 5% as well. Solana down 8%, BNB down 4%. Doge and Cardano each down about 6.5%. So weakness across the board when it comes to crypto today. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
It's just not. We're not getting a lot of traction, and we're asked about Bitcoin in the pre-market, and I simply was like, I don't think that's the place that you want to trade, and the only place to look at it is where the support has been. Let me just zoom out. If we don't get to 53 to 53 half and maybe creep down a little bit underneath that 95 zone, I don't think you want to necessarily touch it. It's just very, very inside with weakness. So wait for those bottoms, look for those reversions. I think it's a reversion type of market. And as we say that, as I say that, market heading back into those lows. I'm just going to show you the 15 on NVIDIA. We're at 140. When I look at the 15-minute chart, it's like, yeah, we got away with a couple. I was long entries with this exception on the only green candles, but you're going to have to do some heck of a trend break for NVIDIA to look a little bit better at this particular point. I see you reloaded on Intel. That's still looking good above the 26 level. And SMCI up 12%, but now underneath that higher low trend that it put in. Rejection of the 55 level. Looks like SMCI might be headed for a collision course with a reload at the 53 level. 12.5%. It's still relatively strong. If there's anything we're not looking at, Scott Angel is mentioning SoFi, which I haven't even peeked at here today. It's the time of day I don't want to rush into anything. We're finally into that AMD short again off of VWAP. But SoFi, 5 points up. I like you, SoFi. You're above the 50-period moving average. Didn't even notice this great call out, Scott. Above the higher low at 16.5. Why not be headed back into 18? I like some financials or fintech in general in this year. But now you're back above that 50. The last time it did this exact same breakaway from the 15 area, it took 4 days to get to $18. So we're on day 2 and it's at 17. I'd say that's looking pretty good for a day with that 18 level. So good call out there, Scott. I don't know if we're going to get a clean move through 17 even again here, but it's been taking the stairs to the upside, which is fine by me. Maybe a VWAP trade is going to be in the cards for SoFi.
Yeah, no, I think there's a lot of opportunity in this market, Neil, and Intel is where I'm looking for that opportunity. I know I might sound like a broken record here, but again, one of my top ideas on the day. Let's see if that'll come into fruition here. I got to hold that. Let's see how well we hold that 26 mark as of right now. We keep kind of pulling back in and bidding back up, so it is trending nicely. Market again trying to print a green candle here on the 15-minute. We still have about 11 minutes left for this candle to finish printing, so we just freshly started on that time frame there. So I'm going to stay a little bit patient. Let's see. Don't know where this market's going to catch a bid, but absolutely wild. A lot of opportunities. My question is, did anybody get short on either Meta or Amazon off of the open, or maybe you're trading
Palantir.
futures or Palantir? Oh,
look at the reversion on Palantir.
Look at that, man.
This is perfect for, I think, what you would have been looking for, Obi. But it was at fresh highs. It goes to 125, but maybe that's too far zoomed out. Look at the trend break on Palantir. Sometimes I think we get away with one. Everyone has their own different style of trade. Look for that bounce reversion, breaks that prior bar low, and you save yourself a ton as Palantir continues to bleed off. The market's trying to catch a bid. I don't know where the bottom necessarily is going to be for Palantir, but when you look at it, higher time frame, look at this 118. So 118, 118, 118. It's more like 118 and a third. I don't see a reason why you shouldn't retest that level. And this candle on the daily chart is starting to look a little sus. So if you're thinking longs on Palantir, it's already forming a reversal candle on the daily. I think that 118 probably the only place I'd look for any kind of a long. I'm only in the one short here right now on AMD. Oh, and the reason why we like AMD short, despite it being up, is look at the trend line on AMD. It tried to break that out. It's now back underneath that high. Got wicked out once. Trying to add to this position before we get to the low of the day. Marty in the chat. Yes, you did. Congratulations. That was a little loud. I don't know if it was as loud for you as it was for us here, but that was a little loud. Marty, shorted Palantir at 125, out 70% now. I think we get a bounce later, though, and want to get long when we see a bottom. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at that 118 myself, but it's got to be a mean reversion trade. It's got to break the trend if I'm trying to go long anything. The market's trying to put in its first green candle. I just saw NVIDIA break the low of the day, so I see no reason not to hold on to AMD to its low. Tesla's breaking lower as we speak. I mean, what's holding up right now? Intel's holding up, right? Oh,
yep.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's holding up in a general sense. It's looking pretty good. But I just see, and Netflix is apparently tanking as well. SMCI, which was so strong, that's holding on to VWAP, but it didn't quite get there. There's a few names that are showing some strength still, but watch out. This market, don't anticipate the bottom. No. Participate in a bottom. If it's a strong stock, stay long, but there's very few of those out there this morning.
Yeah, I'm always looking to participate in that bottom there, and every time we do pull back into VWAP, I think it could be nice, but Intel's not really giving us that chance. But we are pulling back into some moving averages, and we're trending to the upside. Again, looking for that market tailwind to potentially come in for that continuation, and continuation is happening across the board. A lot of selling continuation happening on TSM as well, so I have eyes on that one. I do want to see if it can catch a bid in and around the 202 mark, but I have no idea. Throw it in the chat. What are you guys trading? What are you guys watching? We'll be right back from Madeira.
This part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. Traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts predicted with back testing, reliable, real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. That's an all-in-one platform, so don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or click the link in the description. Back to you.
Elevate your trading like Matt McClung elevates. Hey, this is actually going to be some shade. Elevates himself by pushing off to do all of his dunks. I know you didn't look. I know you don't watch the dunk off, Obi. So neither here nor there. And he's an incredible dunker. Mad respect. The guy's a freak of an athlete. It's absolutely sick everything that he does. But if you watch it back, every single time he jumps over a dude, he pushes down on the ball to get a little bit more juice. So I don't think he actually even had the dude from San Antonio. I thought had the best dunk of the night. I only watched the highlights because that's how I roll, but that's just my 2 cents. It was crazy because like I'm watching the highlights. I'm like, no one's gonna. Is anybody saying anything about this push-off thing? Like they're all assisted dunks, but there's no rule against it. And the guy is a freak. It is what it is. He's good. Danny Nahas in the chat. Why do you think MSTR is looking stronger than Bitcoin? So short answer is we know look, there's a squeeze aspect to MSTR, and sometimes it's going to find a little bit of juice when Bitcoin is doing nothing because you're probably going to have some shorts covering. That said, I think you've got an inside day in Bitcoin, and it's one of those, well, Bitcoin's not breaking 25, so there's probably, I think, just a little bit of covering going on. That would be my guess on MSTR, but it's nothing crazy. It's slightly up. It always gets more exciting to me when it's actually breaking out of a resistance zone. So we just, come on, 15-minute chart. Keep going. There you go. And we're not breaking out of the resistance zone yet. Like the lower high in here at 44 has yet to go, and then it's here at 55. That's where it gets a little bit spicy. So yeah, it's relatively strong, but I'm not excited about anything for a trade. If anything, 55 is the break, 45 is the break, and right now you're getting a heck of a lot of nothing. So yeah, a little bit more juice on IBIT. Not enough for me to get engaged in a trade at all. Speaking of engaged, come on, NVIDIA. We're still trending down, obviously, here on NVIDIA, but it's trying to break back above that 141. This could be a little bit of a turn on NVDA. And here comes Palantir into that 118. Remember we said 118 and a third, which is right in here. So that's where we're looking for the mean revert. It's there now. Now we look for the trend break as we go to Adara.
We're going to talk here about these sectors, but before we do that, I do want to mention here comments from Fed's daily. She began speaking here around 10:20, but only seeing some comments really populate now, basically saying that the policy remains restrictive, that the GDP growth and the labor market are, quote, solid, but apparently when asked if there were going to be more rate cuts this year, Daly said that, quote, the world is uncertain, but also said there's no reason to be discouraged about the inflation process, though it has taken longer than, quote, anyone wants. So Fed's daily saying inflation's taken a little bit longer than expected, but that does not necessarily mean there's a reason to be discouraged at this time. Take a look here at the market because there actually is a lot of strength in a lot of sectors. Finance looking great here. Health technology, with the exception of a drop here in this MDT Medtronic, really good look. Consumer non-durables led by a 3% push in Nike. Great look here as well. Producer manufacturing, transportation, energy minerals, utilities having some green as well. Now, in terms of weakness, retail trade pretty red across the board. We heard about Amazon's weakness, Costco, Walmart, HD, Home Depot also looking a bit red. Meanwhile, health services here led by a 2.5% push to the downside for United Health, UNH. Technology names are a little bit more mixed. Technology service here, two of our recent winners, Meta and Netflix, both red on the day. Meta notably breaking a 20-day winning streak. Then you've got electronic technology, Broadcom, pretty red here. We did have Druckenmiller sell his stake, but Nvidia, GE, RTX, some of these other plays, including Micron and Intel, notably to the upside, guys. Back to you.
Well, what's not to the upside is Palantir. Another low broken, so you are now into that supply zone from all afternoon on Friday at that 118.25. I mean, the trend from the day has held. Now I got to start looking at, I mean, I'll draw another one. It's really not going to be that much different. It's a little bit steeper if you draw it from that support at 121. So if we break the trend, I'm looking for the long. And it's just basically like the same entry that we had before. If we break and close above this trend line, it would need 119 to do it. Look for the play back into VWAP, a very tight entry there on Palantir if we're able to get it. Your Intel's doing absolutely fine. And then SMCI, there is VWAP. It took a minute, and by a minute, I mean all morning, for it to get back into VWAP. It's making the bounce now. If it can close above VWAP, I'll take another shot at it. 53 has been supported on SMCI. Remember, it's 1 week today that the deadline expires for them to report their numbers. So this is a relief rally on SMCI. At any moment, profit taking can always come into this stock. So I want to make sure we close above VWAP here. No falling knives. I want it bouncing and then play the bounce when you know that you've got some buyers out in front of you for sure.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one to keep an eye on. Volatility definitely, like I said earlier this morning, on the horizon for that ticker. And I'm curious to know if they don't report, are they still going to continue trading? Do they immediately stop trading? I think we were kind of talking about that earlier this morning, Neil, and we have to kind of figure that out, whether or what happens in that scenario, and whether or not there's potential opportunities around that scenario, right? Yep. If we do kind of break back below, or sorry, if they don't really report, and do they get halted until they report? Who knows? But SMCI is definitely one to watch on that one there. A little bit of a pullback here happening on Intel, coming back in the 2580s. So we're going to continue watching this one here. But market finally catching a little bit of a bid here, Neil. So with only about a minute left on this 15-minute candle to print, we're finally looking like we might be catching a bit of a bid here and maybe attempting to print green on this current 15-minute candle here on the market. So let's see if we can catch a bit of wind there, tailwind is what I mean, on some of these other tickers there. Let's see if the bid can come back in on Intel, but still chopping around that 26 mark as of right now, Neil. So nothing too crazy just yet, but with the market taking a little bit of a pullback, let's take a quick look at what is potentially catching a bid. Obviously, the spider, a little bit of a bid happening there. Amazon, maybe not really too much. Tesla still within its opening range. Apple within its opening range. Softy still within its opening range. We were talking about opening range breaks. Nvidia actually broke to the downside as of right now, but holding some of its pre-market consolidation is Nvidia. So let's see if that can hold a little bit longer here. But yeah. This candle right here we go, 3, 2, 1. We just closed green, Neil, the first green candle of the day on both the ES and the NASDAQ after the open.
It happened.
Just happened.
It's finally happened. So obviously, maybe we're getting that reversion. We'll see. Hey, there's an SMC in Toronto that if I hit enter too fast, when I'm typing in SMCI, it comes up. It's a 1 cent stock. SMCI bouncing off VWAP as we speak. I wanted to get one more bid in here, a little bit tighter. There we go. To that support level. So just going to scalp some out and see if we can't get a better price in here underneath the 40 level as SMCI is making that bounce off VWAP. I want to try to respect, like the prior trend broke. I always like to leave that kind of a trend line in, like when you get like a bull flag-ish type trend and fail the high, leave the trend line in, and if it respects it in the other direction, play that scalp trade from here into 54 and a half on SMCI. The other trend break we're looking for was Palantir, and it's finally, it's trying to catch a bid again. So the last time it did this, we were able to get a quick little long, not fast enough to have been able to capture what was like an 80-cent move. But if it can close above this 119, then you've got a trend reversion as well here happening on Palantir. Could also go red to green. Wouldn't take much. We closed at 119.16, so it's right in here that this would go red to green on Palantir. Didn't mean for that to rhyme. That said, be careful. Even as I'm saying that, the market's retracing to the lows. NVIDIA just broke its low of the day. But never fear, everybody.
Oh boy.
Because our good friend from the OTC markets, Jeff Mendel, is here. First of all, Jeff, how is the weather doing? Because basically, like everyone and their mother's getting too much snow up in here. So I'm very curious to see how it's been going for you down south.
Well, I mean, on the other side of the lake from you guys, we're getting all the lake effect snow that's blowing over the top of you and dumping onto, upstate New York. So I'm not complaining about that. Sunny skies here in New York, though. High temperature of 15 degrees Fahrenheit. So, negative Celsius. But overall pretty good.
Hate over the negative Celsius. So look, Jeff. We've had all kinds of overnight news. It seems like every day there's a rumor on like Intel, or you're getting movement on Tesla because there's some Doge headline. So I know a lot of traders are looking for those opportunities in the aftermarket. So how has the moon rollout been going for OTC? Because I know that's a big one, and we're a headline-driven market right now, and we have earnings season. So it's been a good time of year for you guys to have that startup on Moon.
Yeah, so we are taking off on Moon here. So we have a few trades in there every night. People doing some testing, but we'll have every NMS or almost every NMS listed symbol in there in the next week or two. We should start to really see some traction. I was actually over in Seoul and Hong Kong last week talking about it because there's a lot of activity that generates from the overnight U.S. market out of that region, out of those two places, and so lots of buzz going on, lots of excitement, and really should start seeing this thing take off here in the next couple of weeks. So we're excited.
Yeah, that's what we love to see. Traders, we just want a chip in the chair, and that's what it's all about. Having that chip in the chair, the market never sleeps, and now all of a sudden you have that opportunity. Though, to switch almost gears a quick little second, you have the opportunity on some names like the Asian names to trade 24/7, and we've talked about this before. There's still other opportunities traditionally at OTC, especially with this recovery in some of the Chinese ADRs. So what's hot right now for you guys this morning? I know we've been focused on a lot of these tech names that are flying around here, but what's been hot so far on the OTC just today?
There was actually a lot of talk about that as well too last week, and especially out of Hong Kong. A lot of these firms are looking to trade DIY again, DD, Luckin Coffee, LKNCY, right? Because there's no local listing over there, and so we're the place where these names kind of come to those two names come to trade, and so we're going to see a lot more traction, with that 24/5 in these names, Tencent, TCEHY, which is always one of the most active names. Also, Sean's not on, but got a shout out to his Nintendo, NTDOY. Lots of questions about, being able to trade that. Kind of all, that full cycle. And so, all these names are, at the top of our most active page here, even today, right, at OTCmarkets.com as well. And so BYD, we always talk about BYDDY, right? Another one right there. SoftBank SFTBY, another great one to kind of look at. And so, definitely, definitely great names to, kind of be introduced to that 24/5 market.
And just for anyone that hasn't seen that Tencent chart, I mean, like Baba or like some of these other names, like not only has it been trending up, I mean, it's now, 50% from the mid-January it's up and breaking out on the daily chart. If we just quickly come to my chart here, this is what Tencent looks like. So this is obviously in the midst of a breakout. We always talk about Alibaba and some of the other Chinese ADRs, but that's absolutely flying around there. for sure. And the other point that you just made about like Nintendo always moves around earnings there, Jeff, and the opportunity to sort of trade that one after you get the numbers released is a good one. I can tell you that my daughter would be interested in Nintendo stock because she loves her Switch a lot. Lots of opportunities always out there. My goodness, her Switch saved us. I was on a train for 12 hours yesterday, Jeff, supposed to be 5.5. And if it was not for the charged Nintendo Switch, I'm not sure what would have happened.
There we go. NTDOI.
Yeah.
There we go. So actually, I want to switch focus a little bit here, and so out of Europe, and so a ton of European ADRs trade at OTC markets, and with all the news that's coming around about what's going on in the Ukraine, especially in the defense sector as well too. There's kind of two big names out there that you typically, like here in the U.S., you hear about like Lockheed Martin, right? Big U.S. Defense company. But BAE Systems, ticker BAESY here at OTC Markets. Definitely an ADR to kind of take a look at. It's up 10% today. It's trading around $68, and so lots of news is going to be coming out over the next few weeks around the Ukraine, what's going on in Ukraine. Also, with the Trump administration saying that possibly they may not be seeing the defense backing as much out of the U.S. And so, European defense company BAESY, definitely one to take a look at. Also Saab as well too, SAABY, another one to kind of take a look at. That's up 16% today, trading at around over $13, and so kind of keep an eye on those. And so that once again, that kind of with that 24/5 cycle as well too. Not just trading here in the daytime, but as news starts to come out, take a look at those European names. Don't want to forget about those.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. I mean, again, and thank you so much. That's a good point that I don't think a lot of people are paying as much attention to. We get sort of hung up on the high volume Chinese ADRs, which are always going to give us opportunities out there. But shout out to you for pointing out BAE and Saab, both those looking like fantastic opportunities. Before we get you out of here, I got one last question for you, Jeff. I know you know what time of year it is in the NFL where people start talking about what's going to go on in the draft or what's not going to go on in the draft. I've heard some rumors again about you guys getting the cheetah. And I just want to say from the outset, good luck with that if you guys end up with Tyreek Hill. I'm just going to throw that out there. No hate at all.
I mean, Dak's still going to have to throw it to him in the postseason, and so we know how that goes. So it's like, I don't know what to get excited for anymore, to be honest. It's just one thing after the next. Okay, if we get him, hopefully he makes it to the stadium and doesn't get pulled over. I probably shouldn't be making jokes like that, but listen,
yeah, you should.
It would be awesome to have him. We need a weapon like that. We need someone to kind of, Dak needs help. That's it. And Dak needs more help than, anyone could ever imagine, I think. But yeah, we'll see.
See, and this is the best part about it. You guys have the successful launch coming. OTC is doing fantastic. Jeff, so despite the fact that the Cowboys don't look very good this year, things are definitely looking up for you. Our good friend, head of broker dealer sales at OTC Markets, Mr. Jeff Mendel. Good luck with those Cowboys, but so thankful that we have this moon to be able to trade in the aftermarket.
I'm going to have to become like a rugby fan or something because I can't switch to the Bills. I can't switch to anything like that. But, oh, my God, it's just painful.
Yes, you can.
Oh,
yes, you can, Jeff.
I can?
Oh, yes, you can.
Uh-huh.
Yes, you can.
Toronto's football team, the Buffalo Bills.
It's 100% true. There's 15,000 Canadians strong usually going down to Buffalo to check out those games. Someday I'll take you there, and we should just have an absolute blast when you see a real team with some real fans that don't just latch on to a dynasty because they're America's team. Thank you so much.
Can we switch to hockey real quick? Can we talk about the Four Nations face-off here?
What? Huh? What happened? Hockey? We talk about hockey.
I think we need. No offense, Obi, but I think we need Katina on here for the.
I have no words for the sports, man. I'm listening. I'm enjoying the talk. Like I've heard what happened with the recent hockey match. That was interesting stuff nonetheless. But
I think your little fail button is there's something wrong with it.
Yeah,
It keeps popping up on the screen. But I will say this: I'll give you guys some credit. I think the first fight of the game, I think, was a draw. We'll give it to you.
Okay.
I know everyone's reporting
go
how we won. We also beat you in every fight. We'll give you a draw.
Chuck was like twice his size.
You get a draw.
Look, first of all, y'all had fighters on the ice, and we didn't. We didn't have fighters on the ice. Like, what do you expect? Of course, you guys won those fights. Did you see who was? Anyways, I was in.
It's all about preparation. Listen, we prepared.
it's always about preparation. That's one thing I can agree with.
Okay, how about this?
We were ready.
Okay, Jeff.
Speaking of, this isn't a fair fight right now. We don't have Katina on here. Maybe I'll bring in my in-house, NHL specialist as well too. But to be
That's
continued
cold,
in the finals, I think too.
And it
right?
will be
coming up on Thursday.
Yeah, we are in the finals. So how about this, Jeff? Straight up, Canada, USA. What's the bet? Because I'll rep Canada straight up. I mean, you can rep the USA if you want, and we can think of the term. You guys in the chat, throw ideas into the chat as to what Jeff has to do when Canada beats the USA and what I have to do if the USA beats Canada in the finals of the Four Nations Cup. And we can settle it.
Pizza with only pineapples laid out.
Let's figure it out.
We have a deal. Send over the list. Send me the top 10.
Yeah, we'll get some ideas in the chat, and we'll send it to them. We'll come up with some ideas.
We want the in the top 10. We want the 5 ones that'll never happen, but maybe should, and the 5 ones that could happen as well too.
Okay, I'm down with that.
Yeah, perfect.
Should be interesting.
There is. It's always fun.
See you guys.
Thanks, Jeff. We'll see you guys. We'll see you next week. Thank you very much, there, Jeff. Appreciate you. Okay, the other thing too is I actually didn't mention this. So I was in Montreal this weekend. Okay, let me get just very quickly. Palantir did the mean reversion, broke prior high 112. It just got to 119, just got to 120. So we did get that trend into 120. I'm looking for the next either break trend underneath, under prior bar, or we get to VWAP here, 121.5. As a matter of fact, let's just throw the target in there just in case we get it. So if we break prior bar, I'm out on Palantir. So I was in Montreal, and we were going to Montreal for other reasons. Like, we just it was a long weekend here and want to take our daughter there. She's learning French in school. They speak, obviously, French out in Quebec. If you're not from here, you wouldn't know that. And we realized, hey, we're going at the same time the hockey's being played. So at our hotel, there was a few Americans at the hotel who were clearly very happy at the outcome. Right. They were feeling themselves a little bit. So it's all in good fun. I think it's great that we have a good rivalry in hockey. It's always, I think sports brings out the best. And I'm going to say this. We try not to talk politics. I'm really not a fan of booing anybody's national anthem. And the reason why I'm against it has nothing to do with, look, you want to have a rivalry, you want to have XY going on. Anybody that ever gets a chance to represent their country, regardless of the level or regardless of the amount of times that you've done it, that anthem is something to them. My wife was a few years ago, she was at the age group world championships for a triathlon. And they didn't do a ceremony where they got to hear the flag or anything, but they got to walk in their Team Canada uniforms. And in every country, you're walking in your procession together. And I can only imagine what it would have been like if somebody decided for the protest they wanted to boo as she was going past. And I would have been pretty peeved because that moment is for them. And I know they're pros and they probably heard the anthem a million times. I think it'd just be a heck of a lot cooler if you could just sort of respect that moment for the athletes and find another way to be able to protest. Again, that's just my 2 cents. I don't speak for all Canadians in that one. Yeah. But I just felt like I need to say, because it kind of always bugs me, and I know some professional athletes that kind of feel the same way about that. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Palantir trying to make that bounce. The market trying to make that bounce. It's 11 o'clock. We will be back at 2, Obi and I. But let's kick it to the Bash Brothers, who are going to knock it out of the park with GCL, apparently. Go, Sharif.
Okay, all right.
guys already know I'm in GCL. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade during the midday. That's your boy, Joey Options. He's only with us for one day today. Then he's going on over to Jamaica while we freeze our sweet patooties out in this place. So shout out to everybody. All right, let's do the shout out. Let's see who we got in the chat. Oh baby, we're printing. So I just took out my last little piece there on GCL. But shout out to everybody. Yes, I got the wrong screen over here, so we're gonna end that one, Joseph. Yes, there we go. Thanks. Come on, you gutters. I see you, Benton. I see Darwin dancing up a storm. He's always doing that little disco fever thing. We got Osama. We got Randall, League, and Stewart. How about Frank Handley and Tez? We got T-Dot. We got Saul. Soul Queen 88. We got Charmine Khan and Jack's Money, Joseph. We got Jacques. Yes, we got Jacques. I pronounced that properly. We got Bobby. We got Bears versus Dang Bull. Shout out to Nick L. ABF. We got Pax. We got Black Whip. We got Stevie J. And why not? Smokey Love in the house as well. Even Adara is in the dang house. Shout out to Los Palmos, Kareem B. We got Easy Media, Joseph R. Ack, as opposed to, whatever else. CP, DP. We got Mugen Stars, Stevenson, Etienne, and Soundar. Jimmy J, Vizbot, Vanessa A. I see you, girl. We got Jameson, Trader Life, Martin. Who else we got? Got Adam, the Dang Loose. And one more here. We got Skiller HP.
Hey, Skiller. Hey, good morning. Good morning to everybody. Yeah. Before we start talking any stocks here.
Here we go.
We were talking hockey not too long ago over with Mr. Mendel and Neil. I'm not going to say too much about it, but to go 0 for 3 on those fightings, that's a hot take, Mr. Mendel. We did not lose all 3 of those fights, not even close. No one else is going to do that. 3 fights in 9 seconds. Well, guess what? We were missing our best D. I can't wait for this matchup on Thursday. You know what? I was gutted. All Sunday, I was gutted at the loss. But I'll give it to the States. You know what? You got to give credit where credit is due. I think they were just played an all-around better game than what we did. But watch out.
We can play them in the finals, right?
We're playing them on Thursday. Yeah. We're playing. We got our boy Cale McCarr back. Okay. All right. Watch out, Team USA, because I don't think that we are going to lose. Sidney Crosby is 26-1 on Team Canada. Dang. All right. That's all I'm going to say for now. We'll see you guys there on Thursday in Boston, and it's going to feel great to win it in the States. All right? That's all I got to say.
Joseph doesn't feel strongly about this at all. Everything there was fake.
That's it. Yeah. That's it. It's done. It's done. All right, guys. Let's get into these markets, man. Sharif, it's been awfully volatile. Oh, we got a lesson. So, okay, what we're going to do is, do you want to touch on anything before we dive into it? Because we're going to touch some gap fills today, guys.
I want to show this trade real quick, guys. GCL is on one right now. It's up 150%. Very predictable level pullback. I'm not going to wax poetic about this. 660 was the area top. You can see that it rejected there. Lo and behold, it comes back in. Test that exact same area. That's where I went long. Let's see how far this one can go. It already touched 8. Close to 8. 796. This thing is on one, boy. So be careful with it. We already talked about these small cap gappers. They're around for a good time, not a long time. Here's what I'm looking at, though. There's a whole bunch. GCL, top right-hand corner. But you also got KWE coming into the volume-weighted average price. Likewise with ALLO. This one's up 51% at a very predictable area right now, guys. ALLO at the volume-weighted average price. You've got SLDB. This one's up 42%. It's breaking down, though, below that volume-weighted average price. I've also got AMOD, a bit of a different one. Bamboozler Central broke VWAP, trying to retrace it now. Sound Hound is on one, boy. It's up another 8%. It's trying to work its way into $12. You bet your bottom dollar I'm going to be on there. We're also looking at VNet, VNET, as well as SOFI, SOFI, as it hovers above VWAP. Last but not least, Joseph, STAI. That one just reclaimed VWAP there on the bottom right of your screen. We'll have to see if it can hang up above it. But I'm all eyes on GCI. There goes 8, Joseph. This is really squeezing right now. This is on one. It's about to hit 200%. GCL, keep your eye on this one.
Hey, yeah, guys, we're going to try to get this one. It's a lengthy one, but we got a lot going on in the market, so if we have to pause at any time, Sharif, feel free, obviously, to interrupt me. But yeah, guys, a lot of people loving that in the chat. It was a fantastic game. Do not get that twisted, and we can't wait for that matchup here on Thursday. But now, guys, let's get into swing trading, some gap fills, all right? We did some little options talk this morning, but this I like to use kind of, we can utilize options and just common stock as well, too. So this is what we're going to get into. What is swing trading? We're going to break that down, the technicals, and then you can choose your vehicle, all right? So always, number 3 is really important because it doesn't have to be with options. It can be with stock and or options. Okay, guys, so let's get into this. So we're just going to go over the basics. So intraday trading is just holding a stock or option position only within the trading session. No open positions held overnight. That is intraday trading. When trading session is complete, all your positions are closed. Fairly simplistic. The time frames can range from seconds to hours. Capitalize on short-term price movements. All right, so the pros and cons: potential for quick profits, no overnight risk, higher stress levels for sure, requires a lot of time and practice, and more commissions, guys, all right? So long-term investing, buying and holding stock for multiple years, time duration can range from years to decades, builds wealth over time through capital appreciation, not as sensitive to short-term volatility, so you're not really focusing on everything. You like the fundamentals of a stock. You want to get it in it for the long term. Hood is growing, Palantir, etc. These are some stocks you may want to hold for a longer duration, okay? So long-term investing requires more fundamental analysis opposed to just focusing on the technicals. And then the pros and cons, definitely a little bit less stressful. Ability to set and forget, large potential gains, requires patience, may not yield gains compared to intraday trading, ties up capital for long durations. I think that's really important. If you're just looking for investment, I would separate your swing and your intraday from that long-term investing account, right? So you're not tying up all of your capital. All right, so now this is what we really want to get into. Swing trading. Buying and selling stock or options for several days or weeks to capitalize on short to medium term price movements. Timeframes can range from a couple of days to multiple weeks. Exposed to overnight risk, thorough understanding of technical analysis, market trends, and more patience, all right? So if you're looking for that medium duration, a couple weeks, that's something that I have definitely been doing in this current market. I want to just hold on to things for slightly longer, and so less time intensive, don't need to pay attention to minute by minute price action. Potential for significant profits, exposure to overnight risk, requires accurate market timing, and ties up capital for longer durations as well too. So technical analysis, trading daily gap fills is one of multiple ways to swing trade stock or options positions. Mind you guys, this is just a setup that I specifically like to focus on, especially with strong stocks. And we're going to talk about the criteria that you're going to be looking for in these underlying assets. So selecting the right stock is always a major factor in the strategy success. Picking any random stock because it's gapped up or gapped down may hinder your accuracy rate, okay? So gap up and gap downs can be classified as two different systems with vastly different accuracy rates, okay? So do's and don'ts: don't select weak stocks to fill a topside gap. All right. So if a stock is weak and it gaps down, to fill it to the top side, right? You need that stock to start to appreciating. If it's really weak and the earnings report isn't that good, just stay away from it and look for something that is like, okay, well, why did we gap down here? Like with the likes of some of these big names, and we know that they have a lot of capital expenditure coming up in AI spend. It's like, but they're still fundamentally strong. The street just doesn't like that CapEx. You can look and dig a little bit deeper and say, hey, at what point are these names going to recover? Select strong stocks to fill a downside gap. Be aware of high catalyst events. General of understanding of why underlying is gapping up or down. Okay? So now selecting your vehicle, all right? So options, benefit of utilizing your swing position with options, multiple strategies to implement, less capital requirements, ability to leverage. That's really, really key. So we know that we were talking about a little bit about that this morning. So you don't need to just flat out buy calls or puts. You can also hedge those positions. You can minimize the cost of those positions. And then when things start to work out, you can also manipulate the way that trade is going to play out, all right? So risk of implementing your swing position with options. We all know for options traders, we know time decay is key, and that's why I always emphasize on just buying more time if you have the ability to do so. All right, so risk of over leverage, again, it is a fixed risk, right? When you are just buying options, so you do have that fixed risk in there, but again, you don't want to over leverage yourself, and then you are susceptible to pre and post market risk. Okay, so always keep that in mind. You cannot close or open options contracts before or after the market. All right, there's a time period at the end where it's, I believe, 4:15, where you have the ability to exercise if you're lucky and your broker allows you to do so. All right, so common stock. Benefits of implementing shares in swing trades: lower transaction costs, no time decay, which is really important, and then liquidity. All right, so we know that you can just grab a lot of common stock, but that's not the case for options. Not all options contracts and underlyings are as liquid, okay? So, and you can trade in the pre and post market. That happens to me. I'll turn on my systems in the morning, Sharif, and I'll have a fill, and it's like 7:30 in the morning. You don't have the ability to do that with options, all right? So risk of implementing shares in swing trades: higher capital requirements. We all know it takes significant more capital to do that. You're also at risk of overnight price movement, and then subjective risk parameters. So you need to have those stop losses and etc. in that one. So criteria: high level catalyst. All right, this is what we want to look for when we're looking for stocks that gap up and gap down. Minimum gap up or gap down percentage, so now you're getting a little more detailed. The market cap of that underlying, just because it gaps down, or it could be an ADR or something, and I don't know if you necessarily want to be exposed to that type of risk. And then history of previous gap fills, really important. Entry and price target set alert for individual stocks. Enter at a breach of the gap. Profit targets range from 75% of the gap to a hard gap fill, which would be at the high of the gap down day. Using options to find your stop with a percentage metric. Again, if you buy a contract for $3 and you're willing to risk 50% of that, you set your stop loss at $1.50. And then common stock, calculate share size, define risk. So now let's just get into it before we send it off to Sharif real quick here, guys. So what we're looking at here is just some common gap fills in some strong names. And here's one on Apple. I actually traded this one myself. So this was a while ago, back in the summer. But we have a gap down on this name, and then we have a massive isolated pivot here as well too, guys, and then we head back into the range. But what I want you guys to emphasize is that when we have these gap downs at a larger percentage, whether it be 2.5% to 3%, you want to define that percentage metric on the gap down. Is it relatively a strong stock, yes or no? And then look to when the stock is going to enter the gap, and that's when you're going to base your entry position, and then you can see the gap was fully filled. Here's another example here, guys, on AMD of a weak stock, okay? And these gaps do not get filled, well, except with the exception of this one. But what you want to focus on, we know that the overall sentiment in AMD is not weak, so this is not something I'm going to be swinging for a medium-term duration and looking for those gaps to be filled, okay? So here we go again, another strong stock. I traded this one as well too, guys. One of my better swing trades here. I sold some puts on this trade, and it worked out phenomenal. But again, I believe this was, I don't know if this was your earnings or the carry trade, but a massive gap down. I'm pretty sure it was earnings or something along those lines. And then sure enough, we have those indecision prints that we are always looking for with the isolated volume signature, and then we trade at the breach of the gap to the top side, and I sold some puts around 160 or something along those lines for that profit. And I didn't need the gap to be filled, right? That's why you can utilize via options. You can go, hey, I don't necessarily need the gap to be filled, but I just don't need it to go below said price. If you use common stock here, you would have benefited drastically more as well on this one. So here's another one on Walmart. Good luck for that thing. Good luck for getting this gap getting filled. Not something you would necessarily want to short. And then CrowdStrike here, I traded this one as well too on this gap fill, guys. So you can see on the breach of it, we took an entry here, took a stop loss on it, but then as soon as we open it right inside that gap territory, once again, we take that trade, common shares, and then take it to the top side for those gap fills. Strong names, if they gap down, look for those gaps to be filled up. We're going to touch a little bit more on the gap fill strategy, but we're going to see what Sharif is up to right now.
All right,
guys.
I'm dancing right now with STAI. I'm currently involved in VNet. I'm done my trade on GLC. STAI is trouble. There's somebody with a very big sell order selling at 55s and 56. So they took out 55. Okay, well, that just made me look stupid because they just took them out. Now it's squeezing. So STAI on one. What's up? Oh, STA, sorry about that, boys.
No, it's all right.
STAI on one right now. There it is. There's the squeeze. So we take it out way too early. There was a huge seller at 55 when I was observing this, and then a little bit of a smaller seller at 56. We'll get to that in 1 second. But I'm keeping my eye on this one because it's got a 394 high a day right now. Be careful. 394 was the initial rejection and the implied balance high right at 955. It's since taken out that level. Beautiful rounded bottom. Not really respectful of the volume weighted average price, but very respectful of $3. We'll talk more about that once we're done paying some bills, baby.
Hey, you guys, Firefly, with an FDA-cleared proprietary database of over 77,000 brain images, Firefly is transforming healthcare with AI-driven diagnostics, providing a clear data-backed understanding of brain health. After more than a decade and over $60 million in investment, Firefly is advancing the commercialization of its Brain Network Analytics, BNA platform, bringing the technology to clinicians and pharmaceutical partners. Firefly is enhancing the diagnosis and treatment of conditions such as depression, dementia, anxiety disorders, concussions, and ADHD, while also accelerating drug discovery and early screenings for conditions like Alzheimer's. Firefly, guy, brain health, that's it. Again, good stuff there from Firefly, lots of investment there. And Sharif, what else you up to?
All right, we're in it. We're in it again over here. Here's STAI. Boom, there it is. Got super in, at 60, took it out at 79s there. STAI on one, guys. I've been dancing with this one. It's a beautiful round. I don't want to call it a rounded bottom because it didn't really print towards the bottom, but good curl, good rounding effect, as you can kind of see there on whatever time frame you're looking at. The 1, the 5, it's a very nice kind of saucer looking pattern or bowl, whatever the hell you want to call it. Anyway, so we'll continue to dance with this one. I'm obviously watching GCL. This is the big boy on the day. It's a triple digit winner and it's looking to do more. Right now, it's right back at $8 when the 940 high seems to be defending. $8 for the moment. Underline that bad boy for the moment. We'll have to see if it can continue to catch a bid. Not a bad spread right now on an $8 name. It's got a 2-penny spread, 3-penny spread at the widest point that I've seen. We'll continue to monitor that, see if it can, if the spread opens up and whether or not it can hold 8. It's already wicking below 8 right now. 8 is the whole dollar level, and that's the only reason I'm looking at it. It is not price action support. In fact, I'll submit to you, price action support comes all the way down to that third of a dollar. Look at this area here that we topped out at. That is 733. Above that 733 area, though, there is another area of note that we need to take account of, which is the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. That's a little bit above 733, and I'm talking by 5 pennies, so like 738, 740. So for all intents and purposes, I will be using that 7 1/3 as price action support as well as the 10 exponential. So we'll see if it can weasel on down there. It already got into 7 2/3. But that's not the area that I'm earmarking right now. I'm earmarking that 7 1/3. Now, as you can see there on the position board, I'm involved in this one, VNET. This one's not that big of a mover, okay? It's 9.5%, yada, yada, yada. It's off the highs, 1285, this, that, and the other. The only reason I'm into it at the moment is because this is the area that we rejected on our way up. I'm talking about that 12.5. And it also happened to be the 10 exponential. So I'm trying to put the odds on my side here. I'm waiting at 69s. You know where I'm waiting, okay? I'm waiting at 69s over here. We're showing 65s. Last time we got into 65s, this exact area that we're at now, we had selling. So there was a bit of a seller, someone with a larger position that we couldn't shake. Let's see if we can move them out of the way this time. There it is, and there's the print. Let me see if I can continue to move up here. I'm waiting at 75s now on VNET for the next print there. Let's see if this bad boy wants to curl back up and take out those highs a day, which right now, guys, sitting at 12.85. There it is. There's the print. So we get that $0.75 print. Now you better know that I'm going to be waiting at 82s. I'm a superstitious guy. I like my 25s and I like my 82s. So we'll see exactly if this bad boy wants to keep moving. Now we got a 77 local high there on VNET. Back to STAI. Big boy sell. We got top wick for now. Underline that for now. What we do have is higher lows on STAI. So even though we had that topping tail candle through 3 3/4, boom, we come right back down, but we come back down to a predictable level of support, which is the prior bar low. We hold that prior bar low by a couple of shekels. So this bad boy is up 65%. Let's see if it can continue moving on up. Back to GCL. Sorry to keep flipping between them, but you know how small cap gapper life is. So this one did defend 8-4 now, and we have a bottoming tail candle that manifested at a quarter after the hour. Subsequent to that, we still don't have a higher high. So we're still, the current candle, the current on the 5 is still below the prior candle high. We'll have to take out 40s, Joseph, for that to be a new high. We'll have to see if that comes in or not. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm hearing the overall market. It's weak today. I think it's time to flip the bias. Attempted a couple longs here on Google, didn't work out, but I've seen the market start to reject the volume weighted average price. So we're gonna hop in downside to the Qs here, guys. I'll pull up my Google just to look at what I was trying to get moving here. I did think that we were going to continue this gap up and then go a little bit more because of the daily setup sitting on top of resistance zones as well too. But here we go, a couple attempts here at Google, 3 to be exact, and 0 for 3 on that one. Didn't work out. That's okay. Time to flip the bias a little bit, I believe, here, and then head everything to the south side. That's why we decided to hop in the overall market. We got some big names continuing to drag everything down, so we don't want to fight the trend. We want to have the ability to participate. So I like this entry right where we're sitting. If we sit above it, and hold the volume weighted average price, then I'm going to get out of Dodge. But what I really want to analyze is that these 5-minute opening drive in the Qs extremely weak with that downside momentum really starting to pick up. You can see the imbalance on the bid, not quite there just yet, but the heavier orders are on the bid, and then you can see the cleaner flushes as we continue with that momentum to the downside here in the overall market, guys. So INTC was really strong this morning, so congratulations to Obi and Wayner if they trade that. Nice work there, boys. I was not in that one. Yeah, so here we are, Bitcoin selling off as well too, but I really want to focus on the Qs. Oh, okay, here we go. Sharif, we're starting to tank. Yeah, rejecting view up really well. Gonna start piecing some out here, guys, as we possibly go and test this low a day in the session. Meta's holding relatively strong. It is Google and NVDA dragging the overall market down, guys. So we might, yes, sir. You want to cover something?
Yeah,
cover it.
This is important. Ryan Cohen just tweeted, guys, about 11:17. What time is it? 11:23. So stuff's moving with GameStop, but it's off the high. So Ryan Cohen emailed M&A at GameStop.com. If you're interested in buying GameStop Canada or Micromania France, high taxes, liberalism, socialism, progressivism, wokeness, and DEI included at no additional cost. If you buy today, I don't know whatever else he's venting his position on that, but I want to let you know for the purposes of GameStop, guys, Ryan Cohen tweeted, Adair is at the big desk. Sorry to interrupt you.
No.
We have more on that, Sharif, because this is basically kind of a continuation of an earlier GameStop-related catalyst. Before we get back to that, I want to mention SoFi here. SOFI on watch. Basically here, apparently the U.S. Appeals Court blocking the Joe Biden-era student debt relief plan. We know that SoFi is involved in some student loaning, so keep an eye here in SOFI. But with regards to GameStop, Sharif, I was not aware of that tweet just came out, but it actually seems like this tweet is a continuation of a previous catalyst for GameStop. This came out pre-market. There wasn't very much volume on it, but basically this morning, GameStop had announced some plans to pursue its sale of French and Canadian operations. So GameStop looking to sell its French and Canadian operations officially as of, I think, around 7 a.m. today. So that's prior to the Ryan Cohen tweet. It seems like the Ryan Cohen tweet is a bit of a sartorial take on the sale, but the sale has been planned and announced as early as this morning. Back to you.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Adair. Here it is, guys. GameStop looks to sell its Canada and France operations, as Adair just mentioned. Video game retailer GameStop said it plans to sell its Canadian and French operations. The original meme stock on Tuesday said the decision is part of its evaluation of its international assets. In December, GameStop reported, as we know, mixed fiscal third quarter results where the company swung a profit but saw revenue fall over 20% south of that billion mark to about $860.3 million. Thank you, Adair, for bringing that context to us, letting us know that was moving, and it was a continuation of what he had been chiming about in the pre-market. Do appreciate that. Shout out to the human algo. Joseph.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So on that side?
yeah, we're still going up there. Thanks for that. I mean, pretty descriptive tweet there. But hey, what are you going to do? But here we go, guys. We're going to continue this trade in the TQQs. Market's slightly pulling back now. Hopefully it's not too deep to the point where it stops us out break even. We really do like this entry, hoping for that momentum to stick to the downside in today's market. I was talking about the SPY not being too far off of the all-time highs here, guys, but unfortunately that parade has come to an abrupt halt because we have sold in the early morning sessions, still hovering around those highs though, guys, so nothing to get too worried about. I don't think we're down too much in the overall market. Yeah, not even like a fraction of a percent. We still might even be a little bit positive just due to the gap up, but here we go, still hovering around those highs. I really like this market up here. We know that these all-time high breaks aren't always the cleanest. We need momentum and volume to step in, and that necessarily hasn't been the case for this current market, especially the past couple of months with the DeepSeek news, etc., and especially with that previous, not the previous one, 2 FOMCs ago, I believe with the hawkish cut, something that we need to pay in mind. So there was some headwinds in the overall market, but again, here we go, starting to climb higher and higher. I do believe that this momentum is going to continue to the top side. A lot of tailwinds. We're going to hold on to this short position, even though I'm talking about strength, but I do think that we can continue and possibly make another leg to the downside, Sharif.
All right, I got the print on VNet at 82s, but now it's coming down. Again, it's going to have to hold the 10 exponential here, and that happens to be right where I got in. So I only have one more out. You could say, oh, Sharif, why don't you just give it to 50s, bro? Well, because 50 isn't the level that I got in at. I got in because it pulled into the 10 exponential. So if it doesn't hold that, yeah, I'll give it to 58. I'm feeling whimsical today, whatever. We'll just give it a couple of pennies below my entry, but it's going to have to continue moving up with the higher highs and higher lows. So got the 82 print. That is 3 pennies south of the daily high. The day high, is 1285 on VNET. As you can probably already know, I haven't been yelling about STAI. Usually there's a reason I'm not yelling, and because things are coming down. So this is a lower high right now, and what I'm concerned about with STAI is now it's below VWAP. It's got a double top looking formation over here, and I think all hell will break loose if it breaks and holds below 3. We could get a squeeze, an aggressive squeeze, maybe into that 2.25, and even lower, maybe to around 2. The closing print from Friday is 207 on STAI. I'll submit to you that this $3 area is the key level of support. It is not VWAP. It's zigged. It's zagged with VWAP. Hasn't been respecting it. So if we get a break of 3, you bet your bottom dollar I'm going to be looking over to Neil to see if he can weasel me some shorts on STAI. Otherwise, going to continue to look long. Adair's got more information for us at the big desk.
Keep an eye here on AMZN. The information reporting that Amazon is shutting down or has shut down here its shopping feed, kind of similar to TikTok. We had earlier news here a while ago that Amazon was shuttering some aspects of its shopping related elements. So keep an eye here in AMZN. Apparently, Amazon shutting down its TikTok or its shopping feed, which is pretty similar to TikTok. Keep an eye on AMZN. That is reported by the information. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Bro, I was talking to Ob, and when they were on, I looked over at him. I said, Meta and Amazon look ugly. And he looked at me. He's like, well, they're the reason the market's down. They're pulling down the market, Joseph.
Yep.
I don't know if you've had a look at either of these bad boys, but they're not a good look today. So we'll have a quick look. There's your friend Meta. Obviously, Meta's been very, very, very strong the last little bit. And by little bit, I'm like talking about 3 weeks here, 3 trading weeks. So this one down and to the right looks awfully bear flaggish. I'd be shorting VWAP, I'll tell you that. On the day, maybe 724 and change is where VWAP is right now. So Meta down almost 2.5% off the lows. The other one, AMZN, this one's continuing to make lower lows and lower highs. It's trying to pop back now into 225, but look at that. There's just not a bit to be had on this bad boy. Easily took out the lows from Friday and easily took that 225 as well, down at 224.5. There is also weakness on goggles, but it's definitely not as weak. It's trying to defend 184 right now, GOOGL. but this one also has a, a bear flag looking pattern where we got that big boy sell right off the bell there, and then we moved sideways. This one does seem to be respecting VWAP. I'm talking about Google, and I'm talking about respecting VWAP as a level of resistance. We'll see if that changes. It's been putting in higher lows incrementally right now. Tesla sideways, Nvidia sideways, Apple sideways, and Microsoft also sideways for the moment. We'll have to see if that all changes, but I'm keeping my eye on that. Pretty dang panda, EFOI. Did the VWAP break? Missed it. Let's have a look. Bring it in. I'm just going to keep my eye on my positions. All right, so we didn't get stopped out. I'm just keeping an eye on GameStop, guys, because, well, we got that tweet, and it could be in play. EFOI. Shout out to Pretty Panda. So, Pretty, you know my rules, brother. This bad boy is south of the pre-market high. That pre-market high, sadly, got printed at 4 a.m. You don't want that pre-market high to be printed at 4 a.m. when we first open up. That high was reached on about 2/3 of a million shares, which isn't that much for a $2 name. 284 the high. As you said, we're south of VWAP right now. We also have another local high at around 275. So this one will not touch. I will not be breaching my rules unless and until. Well, I won't be breaching it. I won't be trading it unless it takes out the pre-market high. So I've put an alert at around 2 3/4 for EFOI. I liked it. If it moves back up, it's up 60%, but it's going to have to take out that high, Joseph. Otherwise, not touching it. What are you looking at?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I punched right back into the Qs here, guys. So we're looking for that continuation to the downside. Potential double top here, Sharif, on the overall market, just below VWAP. We got stopped out break even on the first entry, but then you got to get right back in when it displays itself, and everything else seems to be heading to the downside, with the exception of very few today, guys. All right, INTC relatively strong, and that's all I see on my end that is strong. I know there's other names, but what I was hyper focusing on, there's nothing extremely. So time to flip the bias, as I previously mentioned, and see if we can get the continuation to the downside here, Sharif. We're liking this selling here. If we can break this pivot at 89.50s, let's see if we can go and test the whole high a day. But we're going to start trimming some here for the people. But I got a good question in the chat. Can you expand on price decay? Is there a rule of thumb when it comes to holding options overnight or over the weekend? No, so I can expand on time decay. Is there a rule of thumb when it comes to holding options overnight or the weekend? So time decay is essentially, so say you and I, we have an options contract, we buy an options contract for $3 to say we believe that X stock is going to go trade above $100 in a couple of months. Well, every day that stock doesn't start to appreciate and is trading below $100, that contract value is going to diminish. This is called theta. So theta will chew up the value of the contracts over time, because you do not own any of these underlyings. You have the rights to them at said strike price, and within that contract, it's like a contract in many things. You can only hold that contract for so long, and that's where time decay comes in. If that helps answer your question. If not, I can elaborate a little bit more. But again, time decay, it will chew up the value of the contracts day after day, especially when the stock or the underlying isn't appreciating, guys. So keep that in mind, and hopefully that DPK, and hopefully that answered your question. But here we go, guys. Continuing to move, INTC coming into the volume weighted average price roughly relatively short soon, guys. Again, the market seems weak. We were tapping onto those all-time highs, and then now we were rejecting it. So after the long weekend, the market decides that it wants to sell. INTC, one of the stronger names here today. What is really weak, Sharif, is IBIT now making an additional leg to the downside. We gapped down. We had the inability to hold 97 over the weekend, and then now we're heading south of that, guys. So keep that in mind. Weak name. The price is also starting to really compress in Bitcoin. So we're going to get a break one way or the other. Sharif pointed out something very well this morning. Say, Joseph, we're forming lower highs on this. I couldn't agree more on that fact, Sharif, because look, you can see that we have potentially double topped. We are now running into that $92,000 support system. Can it hold? I don't think that this time is going to be that hold, because we do have this really strong bearish pattern here, Sharif.
All right, I just weaseled into GCL again. Quick scalp on this one. I got in at around 940, scalped up into 975. This one is awfully volatile. It's a bit of a scary one to trade, especially if you're trying to size into this one. Let's see if it can continue putting in the higher lows and higher highs. I see a bit of a interesting Okay. This should be interesting here. Let's see if it holds up at 9. That'll be my first look there, but it seems to have this interesting support level trend line, previously acting as resistance. Now looks like it flipped to support once it took out that $8 level. So we'll keep watching this one over here. GCL is continuing to give you opportunities, man. 976 HOD. Essentially took it out almost right at the high of the day. I'm talking GCL, but yeah, let's see where this one wants to head to. I'd like to pick it up at around 8.5. Does 8.5 continue? No. So 8.5 will put in to question the higher low situation. So that might not be the right entry. Sorry, guys, just spitballing here, thinking out loud. Let's see exactly how this one wants to trade. Okay, the current one that I'm involved in right now, we're at the daily high again here on VNET. I've got one more out on this one. I'm going to wait to see if we can test that $13 area. Let's set up an order there, a resting order. So if this one spikes, I get a nice move up, or I get the print up. It's at 10.5% right now. A little bit... No, it's more. It's almost 11%. Here comes GCL again. Sorry to keep flipping between them, but that's really the only way to trade these. Here's 976 is the high, as I mentioned on GCL. It's coming into the highs again there. I think we just got a print in the low 70s. So not quite at the high right now, but this is holding 9. Last time around, we kind of double bottomed at 9. We still haven't made that higher high, but that could come any second right now. GCL is on one, baby. If you're trading these small caps, you got to keep your eye on GCL. Shout out to Joseph Birch Music. No news on it, though. Not sure what you were telling me about there, Joe. Maybe you were telling me something earlier. Let me see if your message, did you message me earlier? I think maybe you were talking about VNet. I'm assuming because I was talking about VNet. Yeah, I don't see news on it either, brother. VNet Group, what the hell does this company do? Holding company principally engaged in providing carrier neutral and cloud neutral data services. Company includes managed hosting services, cloud services, and virtual VPN services. Oh, right, fantastic. Not really sure what it does, but that doesn't really matter. I mean, it's a technical breakout. It's putting in higher highs, putting in higher lows. So that's what I'm waiting for right now. I just got right back into the high. It's at 85s again. I'm expecting some volatility here. Once you get into the day high, people are taking profit. They're trying to get short. Or whatever else is happening here. So we'll continue to watch, see if this one can squeeze above the high. Here's the 85 right now on the ask. Not too much size, maybe less than 200 lots from what we can see. I'll submit to you, though, probably a hidden seller. 1 penny spread on a name that's only done 11 million shares. That is not that bad. Tight spread there, so good look. Won't get cut up too much trying to trade this bad boy. STAI continues to put in higher lows. So it defended 3 again. This time around, it didn't even break 3, okay? See how Ramin's trying to rope us into this video at 9:45? She keeps sending us invites, eh? So like we can't, Wednesday, thank you, Andre. She's trying to lock us in, bro.
They said Wednesday now.
You're not even here.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want a video call me, we can do it live from.
We'll do it live.
We'll do it live from
that was an interesting opening 3 minutes there, huh?
Yeah, I loved it.
Videos.
I love it.
We're gonna be showing
yeah,
videos.
I love that, man. That's like, what else are you gonna ask for? Like, you have this Four Nations Cup. Like, what other sport is gonna open up like that when you have like a mass amount of people watching? And then in the first 9 seconds, you just have a hoedown.
Think about the booing, though.
I don't agree with that. I mentioned that to you before. I don't like, maybe with the exception of the Four Nations, but I think the anthem should be eliminated from sports, man.
And okay, fine. But if they don't eliminate it.
Well, it was classless. First of all, I don't mean to, like, you don't do that.
But it's not. People have to do with it, bro. There's a government that's making decisions.
Well, exactly. But again, if we're gonna, as you like to say, call a spade, they've booed our anthem multiple times before that. So it's gone both ways.
I don't like either.
No, I don't like it. That's why I think it should be eliminated, with the exception maybe that the actual nations are playing. Yeah. But I don't need a Toronto Maple Leaf game or like a Nashville Predators game playing like the anthem or something along those lines. What for? Half them, like, yeah, I get it. Half the league is Canadian, and then 30% is American. But what about everybody else, right? They're not from.
Well, exactly.
So.
And the point is, a lot of people, they got they got interests on both sides of the board. Like my sister's American, you know what I mean? Like what if other people have family in the States? Or they're going to boo this thing.
Yeah, it turns into an eye for an eye thing eventually, right? It's like you booed us, we're going to boo you.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it just keeps going, right? And nobody wants that, so.
Amir, I've been looking at sound, baby. I promise you I'm looking at sound. It's going to have to hold that 10 exponential. It's 11 2/3 right now. I like it, Amir, but I don't think it's setting up for me quite yet. I'm keeping an eye on it. It's on the side chart, I promise you. Joseph,
yes,
are you? No, sorry, Joseph Birch Music. My bad. I should have probably specified there. Are you finding any news on GCL? Yes, I am actually. Here it is. GCL and RF Acquisition Corp complete business combination. GCL to commence trading on the NASDAQ under ticker GCL and announce bell ringing to commemorate listing. So there are some headlines. It's just it's an RF acquisition. GCL and RF Acquisition Corp. So that's the headline there. It doesn't have to be a big news headline. You know that, Joseph. Roland, I see your question, but we got to pay some bills. Promise I'll answer that once we're done with Joseph in a second.
Hey guys, trade ideas. President's Day savings are here. Get 22% off all new subscriptions with code TRADERTV2022. But wait, Sharif, there's more. Upgrade to a premium annual and snag a massive 28% off with code TRADERTV28. That's right. Huge savings, folks, are happening now, right now. Head over to the 2025 President's Day sales landing page. Link below before February 19th. Don't miss out. So guys, you got until tomorrow, right? Like I'm going to be on an airplane, and if you don't click that link, then you're not getting the deal. So click that link and sign up for trade ideas.
Guy's just
folks.
dunking on us. Eh? He's just dunking.
I'm pouring it in on it.
We've got like 20 feet of snow outside. This jerk is going to be in Jamaica.
Yeah, man.
And
come on, let's go.
That one hurts, Joseph.
Yeah,
that one hurts real bad.
That's a stinger, man. That's a stinger. Sharif, you know what's an absolute stinger, though?
Sir.
Bitcoin continuing to move to the downside. Thank you. I got out of the swing position here.
Whatever,
this morning, I'm like, yo, I'm out that. And I did. And we're continuing to the south side here, my guy. Really breaking through those key levels that I was mentioning not too long ago. We really need to be wary now. If that volatility really starts to kick in and we punch through that downside with momentum, I believe that we're going to breach this 50 and then maybe even go back a little bit lower. One thing that I'm really, really hoping for, and hopium in this sport, in this game, in trading is not good, but I really don't want us to come and retest that breakout. I mentioned time and time again, I'm not the biggest fan of how long that consolidation phase was, and then the move after that. I thought it was slightly lackluster. Yeah, it was up over 39%, closer to 40 or whatever it may be. But I was expecting a little bit more continuation. Maybe after this move, we get another consolidation phase for a couple weeks and then take that second leg higher. Unfortunately, that has not been the case here in Bitcoin. And it looks like we're going to head a little bit more to the downside. But let's see what Adair's up to, guys.
We're here. Meta announcing apparently its first ever AI convention, or it's going to be its first ever day or conference dedicated to generative AI. It is called LlamaCon, and it's going to take place on April 29th. So stay tuned for LlamaCon, Meta's first ever generative AI conference on April 29th. Also, before we send you back to the Bash Brothers, I had just cooked up this graphic here for TTV Research. In case you missed it, on January 9th, the market was closed. We held a special stream where we basically each took turns picking our top picks for 2025. So this is how those picks have fared so far. Basically, I used the opening of the day prior to the stream, so January 10th to the close of Friday, February 14th. Sean's doing quite well here with his Palantir up quite handsomely. All of his picks are up. You know, anyone who picked Tesla a little bit down right now, because Tesla's down about 8% on the year. But interesting stuff here. Take a look at all of our smiling faces on X at TTV Research. That is X at TTV Research. Back to you.
How come Brendo only has 2 there, Dara?
Yeah,
It's not fair.
That's a really good job there, Dara. Thank you. Yeah, I asked you to work on it. Yeah, I mean, I was like, hey, did you want to work on it together? But she just banged it out. So nice work there. Who's? Can we go back to it one more time? I want to see. Yeah. We'll go back to that, or if you can send that to me too, because I want to see who's leading it. I know Sean is, but who's in second? Who's in second there?
It looks like Neil's in second there.
Yeah, Neil might be in second.
Yeah,
but look at my gain there on Meta, though. It's nice. Yeah, Tesla. Yeah. Well, Brando's in that with me there too. So you're flat on ASML though. It seems to be the case. So yeah, all right, good stuff there, guys. Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, the Katina Man cheese, bro. That Palantir's
it is a cheat code. Man, he's just in the right one. I'm glad that he's up there.
Escape Planet. Great question. Sharif, I told my son how Canadians pronounce Z, or as we say it, Z. And he wants to know, how do you pronounce zebra? So I know there's people that say zebra. I'm not one of those people. I don't think Canadians are one of those people. Most Canadians I've ever heard say it zebra. I know that doesn't really jive with how we pronounce the letter, and because we should pronounce the letter the way that kind of it sounds with the word. Don't ask me, bro. That's the way it's pronounced on this side of the border, but we say Z, but we will say zebra. I'm not talking for all Canadians, but that's what I've heard there so far. What else we got? Farm trader Nicola. So Nicola, in case you guys haven't been watching Nicola for a while, it is, I don't know if they've actually termed their company a going concern, but for all intents and purposes, they are. They're up big on the day. Nicola's up 47%. It is a sub $1 name. When we woke up this morning, it had closed out on Friday at 54 pennies, started gapping up here right at 9:30. It looks like the buy order started coming in fast and furious right at the opening bell. We consolidated, we held VWAP. So this one has shown its propensity to respect the volume weighted average price intraday so that we can base something off it, possibly. NKLA, let's throw the ticker on there. And then it broke VWAP quite handily there, took out the local high at 79 pennies. Now the day high, the intraday high, 87.5 pennies, give or take. Down below 80 we go. I promise you, I will be watching this one. I will remove SLDB from the side chart, and I will include Nicola in its place, and we'll see if we can get some good trades on this bad boy. But as I see it, VNET now broke down below my entry. We've got one out on this left. It has to hold that 50 penny area. I did give it to about 50 pennies. If it doesn't hold 50, that's the end of the trade, as it's now south of the 10 and the 20 exponential. I have only one out left. So if it holds that level, fantastic. If it doesn't, well, then that's the end of the trade. We're going to throw our stop on that now. Let's go ahead and throw that bad boy on there. So here we go. We can cancel the previous stop, which was a skosh lower. So VNet, there we go. We'll take that bad boy off. So VNet, we'll keep an eye out on that. So shout out to Farm Trader. Thank you for calling that out. Mr. Longshorts, dang, 12.50, 100-ish to short GCL. $12.50 for 100-ish shares to short GCL. Well, I'm willing to bet you the demand right now for shorts on GCL is probably through the roof. So you're probably getting it at the wrong time. But yeah, you don't really choose the time when it tops out. Look, I don't usually short these small cap gappers for exactly that reason. One, I got to slow down my roll and go and get shorts. Number two, I won't short them if they're trading above VWAP. That's kind of the rule that I have, which is the opposite of not taking them long unless they're trading above VWAP. So unless it gets down below 7.5, I won't even be looking short. And then as a practical exercise, I don't usually look to short these ones. I'll just take them long instead. So shout out to you, Mr. Longshorts. Didn't really know that was the situation on it right now. Bro, how many times is she going to send this same invitation, bro? I don't know what she's doing back there.
I don't know. I'm not getting it, so you must be getting it.
Yeah, safe. Check NBIS, please. Here, we'll check NBIS. Let's load up that bad boy. NB. Yes, I see. Okay. Andre's always trying to help her out because she doesn't know what the hell's going on. All right, NBIS. Good look. I mean, sure, it's below VWAP right now. I want to see exactly what it does. Does it reject that $48.50 area where VWAP is? Otherwise, I mean, what is this percentage up on the day? NBIS, 9%, not bad. $11.5 billion market cap, so definitely not a small cap capper. Does this thing have a headline? Why are we up on the day on NBIS? I don't even know why this thing is up. I don't have a headline from today, nor do I have a headline from last few days. So I don't know why NBIS is trading up, but it's not a bad look. Well off the highs, though. Let's see what it does with the volume weighted average price. STAI, I still believe interesting about 50 pennies, says Pretty Panda. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on that, no question about it. It's still on a side chart over here, but it's still putting in lower highs. So what I see is area crest at 394, and then you have another area crest at 380, and now we're a little bit lower at 354. On the other side of the coin, you also have higher lows. So we have a bit of a compression pattern. So it looks like a bull pennant, especially if you go on a wider time frame like the 15, it'll look more bull pennant-ish. Yeah, exactly. So we could get a great breakout in the direction of the trend. So we didn't trade this on Friday because Friday was awfully consolidated, but you can see we definitely traded it on, Thursday, and it was up and to the right. It kind of, I think it reclaimed the dollar. No, it reclaimed the dollar the day before that, but it was at around $1.50. So it's a multi-day play. It didn't give up the ghost on Friday. It was kind of sideways. In fact, it did defend some key levels over there at that $1.75. So STAI certainly not out of play yet, but we'll try to catch it. Me personally, if I try to take out this, if I try to trade it as a bull pennant, which I perceive it to be, I should try to get it in, I should say, on the lower end of the range. Currently, it's around 3 1/5, 3 1/4, give or take something like that. Let me know how you trade it. I'll be looking at that one all day, unless it breaks down below VWAP. Stevenson, ATN, check out SPY. I don't really trade the SPY, and I don't really look at the futures unless I'm trading large caps. So I'll let Joseph have a look at that. Los Polos Hermanos, NVIDIA invested in NBIS last Friday and removed Sound. Thank you. I didn't know that NVIDIA had removed Sound, their investment in SoundHound. Really? Because we've been talking about that.
Yeah,
say that again?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
So, apparently they sold a few of the companies that they were invested in last week. Obi tells me. They didn't sell RXRX though, so in case you're following exactly what NVIDIA is investing in and what they're throwing money at, make sure to keep an eye out on that. Not something that I covered, but thank you, Los Polos Hermanos. Thank you, Ob. He is the one, Kanob, for letting me know. He'll be on tomorrow with me for the rest of the week on the How to Trade show during the midday because your boy Joseph will be in Jamaica. Joe, what are you doing?
Yeah. I'm just actually doing something here. I want to see what this looks like here, guys, from a pivot standpoint. I'm glad that I found this, Sharif, on the old school style chart here that I know you like to use, and it allows me to add cams. So I got to fiddle with that a little bit there, guys, and then I'm going to get those going and rolling for us because I think they're really important. The thing about the Camarilla pivots that I really like is that they're preset. They eliminate subjectivity, and a lot of people say things are like lagging indicators. I think this is one of the few of the leading indicators because it's based off of previous highs, lows, and closes, and then calculated, and the lines are fixed, the pivot points are fixed, so you can use that as somewhat of a leading indicator, and I really like that. So I'm gonna work on that a little bit. I forgot to do it over the weekend, and I just reminded myself, as Sharif mentioned something about SPY, so I'm gonna work on that, and we're gonna start really utilizing these pivots, as I mentioned before, because there's key levels that we can look at for breakups and breakdowns, but let's see what Adair's up to.
First, keep an eye on every big tech name. I'm just seeing some reports come through. Apparently, the new Trump administration antitrust team is going to keep Biden-era merger rules. So if you didn't realize, that era was very restrictive with the FTC with regards to mergers. So keep an eye on that. We were expecting a little bit of regulatory stress relief with this new administration. Now we're seeing reports that they're going to be pretty similar when it comes to enforcements with regards to mergers. So keep an eye on anything big tech and that could be impacted by regulatory moves. Also, I wanted to do a recap of NVIDIA's 13F filings because they were mentioned. So in terms of things they did add Nebius here. They got involved in a 1.2 million share stake of NBIS. They also added here WeRide, WRD here. They added a 1.74 million share stake for WRD. Now, here's with the sales. SCRV, they did, according to their amended 13G filing, they sold their stake in Serve, and then they dissolved their stakes in SoundHound, and also they dissolved their stake in NanoX Imaging, so NNOX. So just to recap here, as of Friday, they have dissolved or sold their stakes in Serve, SoundHound, and NanoX. They've added positions in WRD and NBIS. As Obi mentioned, they did not sell their Recursion Pharmaceuticals or RXRX position. That is still intact as of the most recent filing. So be aware of that. And their Soundtown position was quite a while ago that they first got involved in SOUN, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, go ahead, Joseph.
Okay, yeah.
Do something there.
Yeah, no worries. Am I from there? No, I'm not from there. My father is from there, and I have family there. So, but I'm not going to visit them. It's for a separate occasion. Yeah. So yeah, guys, here we go. I talking about pivots not too long ago. So here's our shorts on the TQs. Just really starting to trade within a range here, Obi. So I mean, it's a bit tougher. Look, getting no continuation to the downside. I guess in theory, you're looking for that break of this pivot and then some continuation to possibly test the low a day. That hasn't been the case. We're getting those pumps. A lot of volatility seems to be kicking in here, guys. And with that, we're going to take a look at the VIX real quick and see what the fear index is up to. Because I guess with the market heading lower, we're going to see an increase in that. So you get that inverse correlation. And sure enough, here we are, guys, on the 5-minute. So at the open, sell increase, but then now as we kind of just whiffle and waffle and chop around within a range, that's really starting to decrease. So traders buying those puts in the volatility index or in the fear index, guys, based off of S&P index contracts. So yeah, we'll continue and monitor the VIX. I think that's going to be really important for today's session, especially with what happened in the opening drive. I talk about this 5-minute opening drive quite often, and that can gauge a lot for the current session sentiment. So really weak with that volume supporting it, and then for all those 5-minute orb traders, bam, we just continue to the downside in the overall market with those big names selling off with the likes of Amazon and Meta as well too. NVDA had a really strong opening range as well, but again, it just couldn't hold off the market. Eventually one party will give up, and it seems that the bears definitely took charge in the earlier hours of the session. Now let's see, we're waiting for another entry here, Sharif. I'm just going to continue to look for some names that can potentially bounce. I don't want to look for a bounce in IBIT, but what I want to refer to real quick is why Palantir may be recovering slightly better than the rest of the overall market. And I want to just emphasize in how I gauge this is that, okay, we know from a daily perspective that this name is extremely strong, right? So the buyers aren't completely exhausted just yet. And then that's when you can see those relatively strong bounces. Now, if it were to be the inverse of that, the total opposite, in a weak market, you're not going to look for those strong recoveries either, and then you're going to look for the continuation. Those sellers aren't completely exhausted, and they have the ability to push price back down to levels that they want to. And I think that's the case here with Palantir. This name has been extremely strong for a long time, so it's going to take a little while for these buyers to be completely exhausted and for price to start to pull back. And I know Sharif's looking to do something on that pullback for sure.
Oh, for sure. So I just want to tell everybody that I got out of my pan dub, so I'm all done with that trade. That's that situation is now done with. So I wanted to start looking for a possible trade on this bad boy, since now I won't breach my rule of not trading stocks that I have invested in. So let's look up pan dub on the day. Good resistance over here at 24.5, and so this is a higher low. A lower high, excuse me. So multiple topping tails into about 4.5. What I do like about this one is the higher low, so I might be interested in picking it up for an intraday trade at around 203.25. I perceive that area top over here to be a bit of a previous area of resistance if it wants to act as support, and then we could try to weasel back on up. So pan dub, interesting look today, up 2%. We'll see if this one wants to come back into my level. I've already thrown an alert there for the move. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm still keeping an eye on STAI. I was also talking to Roland Joe in the chat, and he's like, Sharif, what's your profit-taking strategy? I'm assuming you're talking about my small cap gapper profit-taking strategy. Doesn't seem like you wait for 1-to-1 R&R to take the first profit. That's definitely the case. I don't wait for 1-to-1 on these ones. I get in on areas that I perceive to be support. You have to keep in mind that I'm trading during the midday, right? So I'm usually not getting the full breakout. I'm usually getting something off support. That's not always the case, like GCL definitely broke out while we were on the show. But most of the time, I'm getting I'm getting the crumbs. I'm taking the crumbs of the trade or whatever's left. So if there are buyers at a certain level, I'm looking to pick it up there. And then I take out profit into a level that I perceive as resistance. So I'll just give you an example here with STAI. So I'm just giving you any random example. Right now, we're getting a bit of a pullback off that pop into 360, or we're around the low 340s. We have higher lows and higher highs. So if I was to punch long at 340 over here, what I'd be certainly looking to do is take profits into around 380. Why? Because that 380 area there acted as a local area of resistance. So that's what I perceive to be local resistance. So I'll take out the majority of my position in front of that resistance area, and then I'll leave a piece for the dream, so to speak. That's how I trade. I don't usually use one-to-one intraday with these small cap gappers. I will do that though with my swing trades in my personal account, etc. That'll definitely be something that I employ. All right. So that's my look there. Let's have a look at NKLA, because this one is continuing to put in a nice little area defend above that 10 exponential moving average. So let's see how nickel is doing right now. It's about to break out again, or so it seems over here. So let's throw in some possible orders as it zigs and zags through 83. That's another higher high though, so it's not a bad look there. We could definitely be testing that 87.5 penny high. We'll see what we get with this when we get back from Madeira, and then we got Neil's lesson of the day.
The markets here pushing to the downside. We had the SPY here. We opened basically around the 612 area, currently trading near 610 with a low around 609 halves. Then we have the NASDAQ looking pretty similar here. Red on the day, trying to break below the support that we've held for the last few 15-minute candles quite consistently. We had comments from Fed's Daily coming here around 10:20 a.m. basically saying that there is some solid GDP growth and labor market growth, but also worth noting apparently that inflation has been quite bumpy and that there is inflation progress, but it might take a little bit longer than, quote, anyone wants. So warning of longer than expected inflation timelines. We also have comments from Fed's bar, not previously on the calendar. And at 4 p.m. today, Trump is expected to sign some executive orders. Then at 9 p.m. Eastern, Donald Trump and Elon Musk will appear together in a Fox News interview with Sean Hannity. This was initially teased out on Friday. I reported it then. But be aware, 9 p.m. Eastern, Trump and Musk interview together, Fox News. That certainly could be interesting for tomorrow with regards to the market, but also with regards to Tesla. Meta here, speaking of Mag 7 names, pretty weak. This name is breaking a 20-day winning streak. Looks like that streak is no longer, as this does not look like it'll see its 21st birthday. Then we have a couple strong moves in semiconductor names that have generally been pretty weak. Intel pushing to the upside, and rumors that both Broadcom and TSM are vying for different aspects of its business. And then you've got SMCI. People are very hopeful that they will be able to get those filings done in time for their February 25th delisting deadline. Here's SMCI. And we're going to show you Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Lesson of the day is all about, finding those names that maybe you had trouble getting into them, and you want to look for opportunities to trade where you didn't necessarily find them. And I'm not talking about Palantirs, which if you were trying to trade Palantir in either direction, of course, you would have had opportunities. Not talking Intel or SMCI, which were a wealth of chances to do what I think most people were trying to do, which is go long in those names. No, I want to talk about like Tesla and then maybe even Apple. Oftentimes, we'll look at things when it's like an inside day and say, well, what are you supposed to do to be able to trade this? Like Tesla, big bounce the last couple of sessions, put in a pullback day on Friday, which showed you a now 2-day, there's support at 348, and then you got these tops in here at 360. Well, no breakout, no test to the low. Where's the trade? What are you supposed to do there? There is an opportunity out there for you if you're like laser focused on that stock. There's always something that you can do. And it always starts with, okay, well, if you have an inside day and it's not going anywhere, then just play off of that. You can see how this would have worked. Like, go to the high on Thursday, about 359, zoom it in here, and look at the opening range almost instantly. At the open, we flush. There's one little bounce at 936 that tries to come into the 359 and fails on Friday. So you've got the high on Thursday, you've got the 359 open, and right away, we failed at pre-market. Confirmation at 930. Again, 936. You sell off that price. I'm not saying you have to trade off of that right away because you don't know it's an inside day. But look what happens right after that. The next thing that we see is a bounce, lower high. And once you see that confirmation, there's your chance to start scalping inside. Right? You're underneath that resistance level. So I think in an inside day, you're looking to favor the short trade. You all of a sudden have a short. It's not going to be VWAP or anything like that. That's why if it was something as obvious as VWAP, then I wouldn't bother talking about this as the lesson. No, but your chance would be off of that lower high to start working shorts. And you can either short it in an all-day hold to the high of the day here at 359 change, or you can just short that lower high as a scalp trade. And it works pretty much all morning long. And it's not like it doesn't break the low. There's nothing gangbusters about it, but you know there was resistance on Thursday there. You saw it on Friday at the open at that same price, and then it was confirmed again. That gives you a couple of chances to short it, even some lower highs again, 59, 58, 57, and you're seeing it continue to work. Now, you got to have some longs and some shorts when you look at something like this. Well, here's another example of a stock that a lot of people might have thought, hey, look at Apple. It's been on an absolute tear. You're breaking above the 50 period. You held some local highs. Apple's going to make power moves today after such a strong run. Well, not really. But again, just like with Tesla, if it's going to be an inside day, look for the opportunities that are there instead of what you're hoping for, which I think would have been a breakout of Friday's highs and then a continuation over 245. Support on Friday. Gets a little choppy, but holds the open. That's the open range. And after that, we are talking about a VWAP dip. So once you've established this low, if it was like Tesla, you would have had a chance maybe to work off of that low. But that's not what happens. Instead, we start holding the afternoon support in and around VWAP. Now, you had to really wait this one out. I'm not saying you're looking for longs right away, but once it's established, we've held that low. You then have the opportunity on VWAP. You scalp your dollar, understanding this is 244 to 245. And it plays both directions. I get it. You could easily be shorting the 245 as well. But I wanted to look at it from the standpoint of, well, this one's stronger on the chart, so you could favor the longs and still have a continuation trade where if you only wanted to take a buck a couple of times one way, you've got it over there in Apple. If you only want to take a couple of bucks the other direction, then you would look for it as a short on Tesla. Not everything is going to be a Palantir, which breaks on out for $4 and then reverts it for $7, then bounces off 118 for $3 into VWAP. Like, there's so many opportunities in a stock that's really going. If you happen to be watching something or trading something which is establishing an inside day, there's nothing wrong with waiting, and maybe you make no trades and you don't get the breakout in Apple. Maybe you make no trades and you don't get a hold of 348 or a breakout of 363 on Tesla. Or you can note what's happening, the inside resistance or support, take a trade after it's confirmed after the opening rush, and then scalp inside of that range. It gives you defined outs, it gives you defined targets, and it ensures that you can stay disciplined with your trading because it's a very simplistic strategy. Now, this is all, of course, if you happen to be trading these things that aren't moving as much, and that's your comfort zone. The other side of the coin is, well, simply be trading Palantir or SMCI or Intel instead of a Tesla or an Apple. But if you're not, there's always something out there that you can take advantage of if you're willing to be patient and take what the market gives you, and that's your lesson of the day.
Yep. Thank you, Neil, for that one. As always, guys, just always golden nuggets coming from that side of the desk there, guys. One thing I want to touch on here real quick, Sharif, before sending it to you, is just continuing to take stabs when things are working for you. And unfortunately, I failed to do so for the third time on TQQs. We took 2 entries, and then the market started to rally, and I'm like, do I really, really want to be shorting this market right now? But again, Neil said something the other day as well, too. You just got to follow the money, and if the price action tells you to do so, you have to execute on that. And I failed to do here on the TQs. Entry 1 took a 10% off, stopped out break even. Entry 2 take 10% off again, stopped out break even. But I didn't take that third stab. And that's usually when things really start to work out, is test 1, test 2, and then on that third move, you're going to get the breakout in the direction that you're looking for. Then my risk reward, if I entered at VWAP, would have been really well because I would have had this as an exit plan. If we break that, then thesis invalid. But then we also can hit a good profit target of about 3 or 4 to 1 on this trade if we get in right when we were supposed to. and unfortunately that wasn't the case, and that's okay. We'll live and learn from that, and then continue to move on to things that are relatively strong or something that fits the system. Now, Google trading at the lows of this range. The market is heading to the southeast. I think that Google is eventually going to break down. I have a swing trade plan for this one as well too. If we break this pivot low here, Neil, then we're gonna get out of this trade, and we're not gonna hold on to it for too long. But what do you got going on there, Sri?
Man, STAI is on one, baby. We took the breakout there in the low 80s. I took everything out at 10s, feeling awfully stupid. It went to 14s. This one is on one. Keep your eye on STAI. All the while GCL gives it back, breaking below 8 right now. I'm all eyes on GCL at 7.5. That's where VWAP is. Prior area of resistance as well, but it's the STAI dang story right now as it continues to trade above that $4. I was worried that we would have a perfunctory break of 4, and then we would kind of see what we always see with these small cap gappers, which is that Christmas tree retracement where all hell breaks loose to the downside because everybody's profit taking, the shorts are getting involved at the whole dollar level, yada, yada, yada. Small cap gapper traders know the story. But this one seems as if it may want to hold above that $4. Let's not, sing its praise quite yet. But if this does continue to defend 4, use 4 as support, I'll get back in and base my trade upon that. But right now, it's zigging, it's zagging. It's below the currently. The 5-minute candle that we're currently on is below the previous high, which is 414. So I'm keeping my eye on that. I also weaseled my way into Nikola. Not a trade I have a whole lot of conviction behind, but we got a couple of prints there so far. This one, it's zigging and zagging. It's not going to give me too much here. We're talking about, an 80 penny name. We'll try to extract some profitability off this bad boy if it'll allow me. Let's see, you got the next print here waiting at 3s, 83s, that is. NKLA up 50%. I don't know what the deal is actually with Nikola. I didn't even really care to look, to be quite honest with you. Here we go. Here's 83s. I'm waiting at 83s. Can we get the cross? Let's go. Boom. We get the cross at 83s. I appreciate you, Adara. Now I'm going to wait at 85s and a half just because that's below the high of the day. So we'll see if we can kind of take out some more as it works its way into that local area high. It's showing me now that it's clearing 83s and could be on its way into 84s. 84s now are showing up on the level 2. Let's see if it wants to cross that bad boy. NKLA up 50%. All right, now I'm looking at my blotter. What do I got here? Okay, so it looks as if we're front running this one. Earnings preview. It says Nikola expects to post a loss of around $2 a share. This company was going to go bankrupt. It's expected to show a rise in quarterly revenue when it reports on February 20th, so a couple of days from now for the period ending December 31st. The Phoenix, Arizona-based company is expected to report a 254.5% increase in revenue to around $40.87 million, up from $11.53. Why was this company a going concern when they were increasing revenues? Kind of hard to understand that one. I guess we'll dive deeper into it when we get back from the big desk with Adara.
So I actually do want to shed some context there for Nikola. The most recent going concern related headline I saw was from February 7th. NKLA has a 24.3% short float and no catalyst that I can find. Healthy amount of social media attention. This is one that does tend to get an ample amount of retail attention. So be aware of that, for NKLA. But also we're getting some comments here from this China ambassador here to the World Trade Organization. So apparently China's ambassador to the WTO saying that you have the tariffs coming out of the U.S. right now are creating, quote, a tariff shock that heightens economic uncertainty, risks disrupting global trade, and also leads to risks for global recession. So basically we have the World Trade Organization ambassador from China saying that there are some risks here from these U.S. tariffs. Just be aware of that. Also, keep an eye on Ford, seeing some reports here. Apparently the company is going to be cutting its stock bonuses for about 50% of middle managers. So again, not a huge headline, but something to be aware of. Ford apparently cutting some of its stock bonuses, guys. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Appreciate that from the human algo herself. Shout out to Adair. Joseph, we're doing well here on Nikola, man, as it continues to move up into that 85 penny area. The high of the day is 86, so I'm looking to front run it at 85 and a half. I've wet my beak here in front of 85. Some selling coming in now. I'm out of the majority of the position, but I'm pleased as dang punch with this trade. See if we can continue to run up. Appreciate you. Looking for that 85 and a half is the next level there. It did top up previously at 85. You can see this candle here, the 1 minute candle at 3 after the hour. That's the one that rejected 85s. We're showing 85s again. It's coming in on the time and sales that we're printing. Some prints at 85, but mostly at around that 2/3 of 84 and 2/3 is what I'm trying to say ineloquently over here. Here we go. And then I'll still be holding some. If we continue to move up above 85, I'll leave a piece for the dream, so to speak. So that's the look right now on NKLA. I'm in no other positions, but I'm certainly keeping an eye on STAI as it zigs and zags, and it's coming right back down. I want to see if it holds here. This 380 area, Joseph, this is where we wet our beak last time, and we wet our beak here because it was a top. So now, could it come into a previous area of resistance on STAI at around 380 and then pop back up, only to make a newer high above that 417. That is currently the high right now. So packing my patience, and we'll see what we get there. What do you got on there, my man?
All right, so yeah, let's see what we got going on here, guys. PLTR, we're in this long, and I was just talking about those buyers are not quite exhausted just yet. So we're looking to get a little bit of a rebound. With every bounce that we get in the overall market, PLTR seems to bounce with more aggression, and that's something that I want to look out for. So we're in just above VWAP. Not the most accurate entry, but that's okay. We're going to hold on to this position as we continue to climb. 122.50 is going to be the first target, so let's see if we can get there. One thing that we can point out, Sharif, here is that the volume on the lower time frames is really starting to pick up here, and that's positive for potential breakout. You can see the 5 minute here is isolated, but then also on the 1 minute, we're getting that continuation of increased volume above the volume weighted average price, and that's something that I always look for and need to look out for in order for my system to kind of execute at its maximum potential. So let's see what can happen. 122.50 is going to be the primary target here on PLTR and continuing to climb higher. Sorry guys, I'm just refreshing everything and I'll be back in the chat because I know there were some questions. So just put them back in the chat and I'll do my best to answer them. And also if you guys are looking at anything, put it in there. We're going to go over it right now because that's exactly what we do for you guys. But Sharif, one thing that we got also is Meta potentially going to put in another leg to the downside and test this 714. We were talking about this not too long ago. It's like, okay, well, this stock's been going higher for how long? At what point is it going to pull back? Unfortunately, we can't just go parabolic all the time. It's not how the market works here, okay? So now with those consecutive green days, now pulling in, and I like to think this, with every action, you're going to get that equal and somewhat opposite reaction here. Is this going to be the case in Meta? Maybe, again, and I was reading some stuff over the weekend, is that they're really dependent on ad spend, right? The ad revenue is a big part of this company's fundamentals, and if those start to pull in a little bit, they're going to get hit heavy. And I'm not saying that's the case, but what I heard here, Sharif, and I found really interesting, is that Meta is more dependent on ad revenue than Google is on search.
Huh.
Yeah, right? So I found that's right? So exactly. So something very interesting.
Devices, maybe?
Devices.
Like what percentage is that?
Right, exactly. So I mean, Google has multiple other forms of income, but here, ad revenue is really key for this company. If that starts to pull back, then you're going to see that in here. But I don't think that's necessarily the case right now. We know we went on a monster run, so it's kind of market breathing, right? The stocks need to breathe, Sharif. We can't just go up all the time, and don't expect this thing to do so. It's starting to pull back now, and expect that to continue. I think in this name, it's still strong. Everything is still working. Nothing. The wheels have not fallen off, and it's totally normal for a stock like that to have somewhat of a pullback. But we're going to start to piece out a little bit here on PLTR, guys, because we are climbing and climbing, and if the market continues to catch a bid, I believe this name is going to, but it's not, Sharif. It's heading to the downside, but yet we're still holding strong in Palantir. If we get stopped out break even, it is what it is, man.
All right, man. Here we go. We took out 85s and a half, almost 86s there on Nikola. Now I'm waiting at 88s, and now it did breach the high of the day. It's a new high of the day on NKLA, 87 and a half pennies, 87.4 4 pennies. I know it's getting, I hate these 4 decimal places stocks, but that's kind of the way it is. Anything south of $1, you're going to have to deal with that. Now, appreciate you, Joseph. Now, here's what I want to say. So I don't usually like trading these south of $1 names, and there's a reason why. So there's certain algos that won't trade them south of $1. Also, you have more levels at which to post sell orders. Offers, that is, right? At every 4th decimal place, you can theoretically post a sell order. So you have to take out all these different levels on your way out, into the whole dollar. For example, if you're waiting for that that 90 penny area or that dollar area is what I'm trying to say eloquently here. It's coming down right into my entry, and you could bet your bottom dollar anything below 80 pennies, I'm taking it out. I've actually got only 2 outs left on this bad boy. I'll hold it. Exactly from where we are right now into the stop. So I'll give this one the room it needs. But NKLA up 51.5%. As Adara mentioned, she brought us that headline that they haven't been going concern for a while, but they are reporting earnings on February the 20th. And, it didn't look like such a bad report over here. I mean, especially from what I've been hearing, they're expected to increase revenue to 40.87 million, up from 11.5. I just want to see how much cash they're burning, because we know that with these startups, it's really the cash burn that that causes some problems here. They're expecting to post $1.95 a share loss, not EPS. So LPS, loss per share. The current analyst rating on Nikola is hold, and the breakdown of recommendations, so you can kind of do your own research there. So NKLA going to report, I believe, on February the 20th, estimated, they say. So we're not even 100% sure there that they're going to report. So says this article. So we got a couple more outs on this bad boy. We'll see exactly what the situation is. Daniel T, BlackBerry short, question mark? You're not going to short a Canadian name. Come on, man. No. Have at it, baby. Short as much as you want.
Yeah,
let's see what BlackBerry's up to. Okay, interesting. Possible head and shoulders here on BlackBerry on the 5. Left shoulder, head, bulbous right shoulder. Let's see if it can break down below that 605. So it's defending that 605, but I'll submit to you, you could find support at 6. So you can get that bottom break from 605 and then find support at that $6 area as buyers may step in. I don't really want to short BlackBerry. Have you seen the daily on this?
Yeah, it's crazy.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, man.
Obviously, don't make me zoom out anymore, because that's as good as it's going to get. If I zoom out anymore, it's going to look a lot uglier than that, Joseph. There it is. Yeah. So we're all the way down there. But look, a decent recovery here for BlackBerry. Again, it's been strong lately. Some good tailwinds behind this company, but I see your point entirely there that this could be an interesting short intraday. Maybe wait for the break of 605 on a closing basis, so set your short at 604. I personally don't want to take it short, but if you're looking for a reason, you lost VWAP, you got a bit of a head and shoulders pattern that I wouldn't put too much stock into, but my concern is its proximity to the whole dollar, right? You could find realistically support at that whole dollar area, and that doesn't give you a whole lot of room from where you're getting short and where you could find support. But that $6 level may mean nothing. So if you get short there, 6 may mean absolutely nothing. Nikola is about to break down below my entry. I'm long at 80 pennies. And it's showing me 81 now. So if it breaks down below my entry, I am getting out there. Lucas Chavez, Sharif, what do y'all think of the USA versus Canada brawls? So the hockey guy, he's over here. And he's got some opinions. And I happen to back him on basically his entire opinion there. And him and I, we often disagree, friendly, of course, friendly disagreements. But I happen to back you up 100% on that. I don't like the booing of the national anthem. I don't know why we have to do the national anthems to begin with, right? Because it just invites opportunities like this. And number 2, we're going to get revenge, aren't we?
Well, see, that's the thing, right? So, what do you expect? What do you think is going to happen, right? So the first game's in Montreal Saturday night, right? That's prime time is what we want to see. The Canadians boo the anthem, right? Now we're going to head into Boston on Thursday night. What do you think is going to happen? the Americans are going to boo.
They're going to boo the hell out of Canada.
Especially in Boston, right? So it's just like a revolving door. We love the matchup. 3 fights in 9 seconds. That was like that. I forget who the Canucks played that one game, but it was like, did you ever see that? It was like a couple years ago. It was like maybe 3-4 years ago. So it was like the Canucks versus somebody, and then at the puck drop, it was just a line brawl, 5-on-5.
I did see this.
Yeah. Everybody seemed like, he's like,
yeah.
waiting. Everybody drops him. Like, that's the name of the game. Unfortunately, the Americans do have some serious injuries in their lineup this week coming into the game. So, I mean, I think it was an off game. And I'm going to hand it to the Americans, all right? They handled Connor McDavid beautifully. They put him on his butt multiple times. He got rocked. Yeah, he scored one of the only goals, but they shut him down the best they can. And to shut those guys down, like, look at that line. Yeah, like Nate McKinnon, Connor McDavid, and Mark Stone on that line. Like, that is world class of world class, and the Americans shut it down. They put together a really strong team there, just well-rounded, tough dudes with the Kachuk brothers coming in there, starting those fights. But then the D is also really strong too. So I'm really amped about that. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to stream it somehow from Jamaica because I won't be able to watch it. But I'll get my eyes on it. I'll get my eyes on it.
Sure, don't worry.
I'll get my eyes on it.
It's 2020, what are we, 2025?
We'll get our eyes on it. So yeah, looking forward to that one. I know a lot of people in the chat are enjoying it too. So
it's interesting. Like, I didn't think that the animosity, I don't even want to say anymore because I have zero animosity, okay, with this whole trade thing. But that's not how the most Canadians feel. There is a marked upturn in emotions on this side of the border. They feel, I don't want to speak for all Canadians, but this is kind of the way that I feel people around me are talking. They feel kind of betrayed. They look at Americans as like cousins, if not brothers or sisters, and the tariffs are making them feel some sort of way and not in a positive way. So I didn't know that this would have spilled onto the ice.
It did spill onto
because like you and me or something else, crazy. And the common person investing in stocks, maybe at work, but like I didn't think that this was going to spill into athletics.
Man,
it did in a big way.
It did. So it just shows you that how much like we are. I guess we're a lot more patriotic than people believed us to be, right? Like we talked about 51st State.
Hey.
We don't want that. We want to play you guys year over year. Every other year now this is going to happen. So really good job by the NHL. But the fact is, Sharif, surprisingly not, we know that we kind of have that economic turbulence, this tariff war going on. And it led onto the ice. And it led to an absolutely beautiful hockey game and sporting event, which is going to continue on Thursday, which I really like. And I like how you put it that way as well.
Hey, man, it's going to be good times.
Yeah, it's going to be
no matter what happens, we're gonna be neighbors. It's just not gonna.
I don't think it's gonna change otherwise. Yeah, exactly. It's not changing anytime soon. No. So yeah, there it is on that one. Good luck there, my friend. So let's see what we got going on here on PLTR. Yeah, we're seeing the USA chants in there. Don't worry. Thursday night is gonna say it all. Okay. So here we are with Palantir, guys, continuing to start piecing some out, running into that price target that we're looking for, that 122.50, and we're starting to run into that. I like this. We're gonna continue in this strength. Sharif, I don't know if this I know what you're thinking, and I like the trade plan, but at some point it's like, man, this thing is continuing to go. I think we really need to wait for that turnaround signal to display itself in order for us to potentially put on a short trade here. Let's pull it up from a clearer standpoint, Palantir, and see what we got going on. And you know what? It's like, at what point are we overextended? Go check out that RSI video on Trader TV Live, fantastic video, and then kind of correlate that with PLTR. Are we overbought? And I'm going to assume we are slightly at this point because this thing doesn't want to stop. Now putting in another all-time high, printing 125.08 on the session is absolutely insane on this name. I'm really curious to see if this is just an overextension, that final liquidity grab streak before we potentially turn around and pull back in this name. And then again, I mentioned not too long ago, it's like, okay, well, the buyers aren't fully exhausted quite yet in this name, and that may be the case even if we decide to pull back, because now that people seen that we traded all the way up to $125, if we do somewhat of a 10-15% pullback, I think people are going to be looking to get involved in this name once again. $100 is almost like, from the high today, would be a 25% drawdown, and I think buyers definitely step in if you see $100 on this name, Sharif.
All right. I'm loving the commentary I'm getting there in the chat from you guys. guys about this. I get it. I saw what you said there, Benson. I know that Streamlabs did blur it because you can't use language like that. You know that, Benson. Google's they're sensitive with that kind of stuff. But yeah, Drops Trades as well. Interesting comment from Drops Trades. Was chatting with Curtis Stone last night, whom is an attorney in Canada, and he said if Canada became part of the USA, it would crash the real estate market there. That's an interesting take. I didn't actually think of it like that, to be quite honest with you. I don't know exactly how it would. It would really depend on the union that we actually form. Like, so if we were to become a 51st state, I don't even know how that would work from like a logistical perspective, because we got a whole bunch of provinces here, each of which has a premier. So what are these provinces going to become homogenous? We're certainly not homogenous. Just ask Alberta how they feel about Eastern Canada. Ain't no love there, baby. It's called Western alienation. You guys may not know a whole lot about that in the States, and probably rightfully so. It doesn't concern you, but I would perceive us as having some sort of economic union rather than being, the 51st state. If that's the case, are we adopting the U.S. dollar? Are we foregoing the Bank of Canada in exchange for the Fed? Are we going to have a common passport? This, that, and the other. So if we do, for example, get rid of the dollar and maybe adopt the U.S. dollar, that maybe it would hurt Canadian banks, obviously, and it would hurt some of the asset holders here. Most Canadians, by the way, their wealth is based in the real estate, right? Most people don't have, the wealth tied to the stock market as much as Americans do. So, it's all up in the air right now. We'll have to wait and see exactly how that all works out. But yeah, interesting opinion from you, or perspective from Drops Trades there about that whole thing. All right, guys, I'm continuing to watch STAI because it's really going here. We haven't taken out that pre-market high yet, but it did dip in to that previous area of support. I'm talking about, or resistance, now acting as support around 375. It did close above there, and now it's rocketing up back into 410, showing me 411s now. It's still south of that 417 high a day that we put in, but this is a good continuation with, as you can see, higher lows, and if we break that 417 level, that'll be higher highs as well. So STAI is on one. It's knocking on the door of that triple-digit gain, 100%. It just broke 100% right now. Here's 17s. There goes 17s. STAI just put in another higher high there, 419s, but it's not as forthcoming to the high side as it had been previously, so we'll continue to watch that. It's taking out levels, baby. Quarter dollar. Now we're looking at the quarter dollar high day, showing me 25s now. So this one's going. Trade it carefully. Obviously, as I always mention, these ones are around for a good time, not necessarily, though, a long time. So have your resting orders, have your stop for your profit takers, of course, to wet your beak. Have your stop losses based on key areas of support and resistance. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one, Joseph, as it continues to make those higher highs.
Yeah, good look there, guys. Yeah, a lot of people really chime me in on the Canada and the 51st state thing. I mean, we know what Donald said, and for it to be going on this long, we know that it's not going to happen, whatever it may be. So he just likes to stir the pot a little bit, guys. But one thing I really want to point out is that almost to the penny, Sharif, $125 on PLTR, and then it just rejects to the downside and sells off, and now continuing to recover a little bit. But yeah, guys, honestly, one thing I'm going to say to you is just go watch the Trailer Park Boys for all my American friends. If you haven't watched that show, go check out the Trailer Park Boys, and it's what we love here, man. It's a great show and absolutely hilarious. One of the best Canadian shows of all time, in my opinion. And then after that, you guys are gonna love us a little bit more as well too. So go and watch that one. But let's see here, Sharif. I think we're gonna add just a little bit here on PLTR because we are starting to climb and potentially putting in that second leg above the volume weighted average price. But we got to look at the overall market and see what it's doing. One thing that I really like, and I mentioned this before and I'll mention it again, is that on every pop in the indices, we're getting a stronger one in PLTR, and I like that for overall, to gauge overall sentiment. But one thing we do need to watch out for is this turtle shell type price action happening in the SPY. Again, it's just like every candle on the 5-minute is overlapping one another. It's really, really tough price action for breakout traders, especially me. If you find a way, what you want to do is you want to buy the bottom of the ranges and sell the top of them and not try to look out for those breakouts. But let's see what Adair's up to, guys.
Keep an eye here on Meta, of course. Really notable because it's breaking its 20-day losing or winning streak without any particular catalyst behind it. But I do want to let you guys know we have had some other notes coming from Meta today, not necessarily related to this drop, but I think worth noting regardless. Yesterday, they announced here Project Waterworth, which is going to be its most ambitious subsea cable announcements yet. It's going to be spanning 50,000 kilometers and be longer than the Earth's circumference. So another subsea cable announcement for Meta. But I think more interestingly, in the AI space, Meta did announce they're going to be having LlamaCon. That is, of course, named after Llama, their LLM. And LlamaCon will be Meta's first ever generative AI conference. That's going to take place on April 29th. So Meta announcing LlamaCon as it breaks its 20-day winning streak. Also, check this out on X if you're interested in Chinese ADRs. Pretty timely because we had Baidu reporting this morning. Then we have Baba reporting on Thursday morning. So if you want to see how all these names have performed since their US IPOs, take a look at this on X at TTV Research. I have another sister or accompanying graphic in the works as well, which is just the performance of the ETFs as well, guys. Back to you.
Dara, for that one, always great stuff and great information. But yeah, we got some super chats that we missed out on, guys. Thanks, D-Lo, for reminding me. So Vecna STI, $2. Thank you. I'll write that down. We'll be sure to go over that one. Avocare, Mail. Can you see sale stock? For sure, we'll look in sale. And then Willis Addison, another $2 super chat. Thank you. Welcome to the USA, my Canada. Fam 51st State. Okay, thank you for that one. $10 super chat for you, Sharif. Call me crazy because I call this a rinse play. Sold some PLTR and SMCI in my long term. Bought them both back at 2.5% and 2% lower for same shares. Raised 2 weeks salary cash for my hero plays. Bang. And D-Love also says he has the majority of his wealth in the NQ and he's only 31. So there you go. He's ride or die the NQ.
I've heard that a lot.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Because millennials, a great portion of the millennials are priced out of real estate. It's too expensive.
What else are they going to do?
You know, and we, like, Americans may not know this, but we have a stress test on this side of the border, meaning that in order to get the mortgage from the bank, you have to qualify at a higher interest rate than the one currently offered by the banks. In case rates go up, you're doing the stress test to see if you can handle it. So you realistically, practically have to be able to afford more than what you're actually financing. So they make it very tough. The amortization periods are lower. And by the way, as well, we have 5-year rate guarantee. So if you lock in your rate, it's only guaranteed for 5 years. And then you have to renew again. Where south of the border, you can get that 3%, or you could, and obviously it's 7 now, but you could have during COVID for 30 years. So you were laughing all the way to the bank. You don't have that on this side of the border. So
mortgage
a lot
insurance.
of millennials, bro, priced out of real estate. They got to put their money somewhere. They're putting it in crypto. They're putting it in the equity markets. So that's gonna happen a lot more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally agree with you. And for that stress test, it requires a higher down payment. And if you don't meet those requirements too, you got to buy mortgage insurance.
Exactly.
Which definitely, I mean, mortgage insurance.
More money.
Yeah, it's more money, but on the grand scheme of things, it's not like that much more. It was like, I believe when I had it, it was like $25K over the whole period of that, which was like 25 years. It's like an extra $1,000 a year or something like that. Which again, nothing to cry home about. But you need to have more capital in it. And now with this market just continuing to move higher and higher, it's really, Sharif said it perfectly, people are priced out, so they're looking to gain wealth in other ways, and that's what the financial markets seem. You also, like you mentioned when you go to the gym, Sharif, that the kids are kind of gamifying the stock market, right?
Absolutely.
We don't have the ability to do that with the real estate market because it's significantly harder. So now you see youth, especially with the meme coin craze and all of this, they're looking for other ways to generate that type of financial wealth, and we're finding that in the markets and in the crypto markets as well too.
Absolutely.
So very well put there.
Hold on, there's a super chat here. You got more over there?
Yeah, we got a lot, man. We missed a lot here. We'll cover that one. So moose lanes on American highways, $4.99. Thanks for that, Ben Fisher. And then you can cover that last one there, Shane.
Yes, sir.
RGTI long, 10% down. SSR, question mark. We'll take a look at that one, but we got more super chats.
Yes, sir. Jedi drop in the Dominican pesos there. 100 Dominican pesos. Appreciate you there, Jedi. Basically saying Oxide present today oil sectors are up. Let's have a look at what one of Uncle Warren's favorite stocks, and I just saw that he added more Oxy there the other day. Where's Oxy at? South of 50. You don't say. Okay, let's have a look there. What's going on the daily right now? So it's been down and to the right, eh? But the thing is, not aggressively below 50, but noticeably below 50. And you got to say, we were defending 55 for a long time. That was the Uncle Warren level we used to joke on in the show, because that $55 level had been defended basically all the way back to March of 2022. Sadly, when the war, a little bit after the war in Europe started there. And then now we're kind of we're not using 55 as resistance, but we're just making clearly lower lows and lower highs, essentially since topping out there back in April of last year. So almost a year now of lower lows and lower highs. Where the bottom is, I don't know. I don't think that increased production helps these oil companies all that much. I think that, it's going to help the consumer, but not necessarily the oil companies, because you have more production come online. I don't think that necessarily increases the price of the barrel. So unless they can figure out new sources of revenue or to shore up costs, I don't see why more oil being pumped out is necessarily good for these companies. But Oxy seems to have found support here at around 46, maybe 45. It ain't for me. I'm not looking to get long Oxy here, and I don't have a read on it, quite frankly, but interesting take there. Oxy to present today, oil sectors are up. I'm just looking to see if there's anything that they're presenting. Warren Buffett, this is the headline that I have. Warren Buffett keeps buying Occidental. Will Q4 earnings prove him right? When does this company report? Q4 earnings on Tuesday. Okay, so they are reporting today. Okay, so this company does report today. Let me just double check that, make sure that that's all kosher there. Checking there, yes, February 18th, Aftermarket. Okay, so they're expected to print 70 cents earnings per share on revenue of $7.05 billion. And it's dropped about 20%, 19 to 3% over the past year. And he's increased his stake. I'm talking about Berkshire Hathaway vis-a-vis Warren Buffett. He's increased his stake in the company. Now he owns over a quarter of the company, 28.25%. So he's definitely looking at this long term. He's been doing some stuff, though, that I personally don't understand. Obviously, he's much more intelligent and a lot more rich, but he's been adding Sirius satellite radio. Not sure what's going on there, unless they're going to change platforms and then bring in a newer, some newer ways of bringing in revenue, but I don't understand. I mean, do you know a lot of people with satellite radio? Like, I get that when you get a new car, you get that 6 months.
You get the 6 months free.
And then that's the end of that.
After that, yeah, I mean, I'm cool with just regular radio, but I was just about to pull that up, Sharif. Do they offer like a good dividend or something along those lines? Because I feel like that would be something down Warren's alley, right? Like, see with
100%.
Yeah,
22 pennies per share.
Oh, okay, so there you go. Like, maybe that's a big reason. So maybe. So there you go, almost just a 2% return there, a yield there on Sirius. So maybe that's something that Warren is looking to do. We know that before the election he was trimming Apple as well too. So what is he up to? He's sitting on a lot of cash. Maybe he wants to put it to work, grab some Sirius, grab some more dividends, whatever it may be. We can't get inside the man's head, because if we had the ability to, then I think we'd be equally. Well, maybe not equally. It took him years and years to get to where he was at.
People are saying. Daryl Finch, he actually says he uses Siri, and that's why he's invested into it. The OG Darwin, Sirius also works via an app. Yeah, I do know that as well, obviously, but I don't think as many people are going to be using. Well, maybe, I don't know how people are using it. I don't know anybody who uses it, so I don't want to chime in on that. But I do know it's available via an app, but I just didn't think that it was a big deal. I know a lot of people are on it, but I think that you can get their streams on YouTube as well. Like, I know Megyn Kelly's on it. What's his name? The dude with the curly hair, and he's got weird people and strippers on his show all the time. Howard Stern.
Howard Stern.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember.
He's on that as well. I don't know who else. There's probably other people on there that I'm forgetting right now. But I know they have some exclusive content. But I find that exclusive content always seems to find its way onto YouTube. So I don't really get the point of it. But then again, you could make the argument: why did Spotify pay Joe Rogan all that money? I don't know how much he paid him, $250 million or whatever it was, and his podcasts always end up on YouTube as well, so no exclusivity there. So I'm not really sure exactly how this whole thing is working. He seems to be putting money into it. Good for him. Not that I understand it. I won't put my money there, but
can Spotify benefit off the views from the Joe Rogan podcast?
I'm assuming so, but they don't have they have ads for the non-premium users, so that makes sense. So if you're listening to Joe Rogan and you've got Spotify regular, you're going to get a bunch of ads. But if you're premium, you're not going to get any ads aside from the ones that he throws onto his show, and that you're not getting away from. So I don't get why that they pay him all that money. I don't know. Howard Stern, the reason I bought Sirius stocks. Okay, says Odyssey Fight. So clearly he's got a fan base there that I'm not really familiar with. Compared to AM/FM, it's no contest. Siri for the win. I get all that, brother, but I'm talking about how I consume content in the car, and it's almost always through Bluetooth off my phone. And it's like, Spotify, it'll be YouTube if I really want to listen to something that's not available. But hey, if everybody's listening to Series or if they're increasing users, are they actually though? I'd like to be able to see, are they actually increasing users? Let's have a look at what this is saying over here. Let's ask ChatGPT. Yeah, what are you doing over there? I'll ask Chat, see what the situation is with their user base, Joseph.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, okay, let's see what we got going on here, guys. I'm going to take a little stab here on Bitcoin. IBIT is the vehicle that we're going to be using. Took a little just paper cuts, just messing around. But now I really want to emphasize on what potentially can be. We're selling heavy, heading into the bottom of the range, and it looks like we're going to break. So if we crack this 53.50 level, I'm going to get out because there could be some more downside, which isn't very good in this name. We are heading towards some key levels, and it's looking like today is going to be the day where it finally cracks, breaks that 92,000, and then heads a little bit more south. Let's see where we can get a potential bounce on a daily and see what we got going on.
All right, we've got to pay some bills, Joseph.
Right.
We got Firefly, baby, with an FDA-cleared proprietary database of over 77,000 brain images. Firefly is transforming healthcare with AI-driven diagnostics, providing a clear data-backed understanding of brain health. After more than a decade and over $60 million invested, Firefly is advancing commercialization of its brain analytics network, BNA, bringing the technology to clinicians and pharmaceutical partners. Firefly is enhancing the diagnosis and treatment of conditions such as depression, dementia, anxiety disorders, concussions, and ADHD, while also accelerating drug discovery and early screening for conditions like Alzheimer's. Shout out to the great folks there at Firefly. I like it. All right. Here it is. So over the past 2 years, SiriusXM has experienced a decline in its subscriber base. In the third quarter of 2024, the company reported 33.16 million subscribers, down from 33.97 in the same quarter the previous year. The trend reflects a broader pattern of subscriber losses, with SiriusXM losing about 445,000 satellite radio users in the first quarter of 2024 alone. All right, so I'm not going to go on more into that, but whatever. Maybe they have a plan that I don't know about, or they've got something afoot there. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what Uncle Warren is doing. He seems to know what he's been doing the last few years. So
past couple years there, I think he's been he's been doing pretty good for himself. But I mean, yeah, guys, what else is going on, Sharif? I think this is going to be the narrative of the day, and I think we closed out the same on Friday. It was a really strong session, but it seemed like it was a struggle to climb to those all-time highs, and I think that's the case. One thing we can look at here, though, guys, is that this trend is still somewhat intact, right? So we're not going to hit the panic mode yet, but is it breached right now? Potentially. So we're going to look at these touches on this trend line. So we got 1, 2, 3. We can classify this as valid. Now we're on the back side of this. Are we going to come back up and test this 540 level and then take another leg down? I think with today's session, this might be in play, and it's looking like it might happen. because we can't crack the volume weighted average price and sit on top of it and hold it. So what this is telling me is that we're possibly just accumulating and looking to distribute on the downside here for the session. And again, I tried to continue in that long, but it's really tough when the market is in choppy price action. Every 5-minute candle essentially overlapping one another without any specific direction, with the exception of the opening drives. But the past couple hours, Sharif, it's not really good for breakout trading because, again, just range bound. So that's where you want to kind of just maybe, again, I don't do this from an intraday perspective, but for those who do, and I was actually watching a video a couple weekends ago on zero DTE condors, so zero DTE iron condors is essentially just a strategy where we believe that the underlying asset is going to close within a specific range. So we have our short call up here and we have our short put up here, or down here, sorry, and then you just expect that underlying asset to trade and close in between those ranges, and that's how you profit from that. And I think that's going to be the case here on today's session because we're now on the tail end of earnings, with the exception of NVDA coming up next week. There's no really big names that are going to drive the market in a specific direction. So just be prepared to be a little range bound, I think.
All right, guys, I've got nothing on right now. Nothing is setting up in the way that I like, so I'm going to have to pack my patience right here. GCL was looking like it was going to hold VWAP, but that idea has since lapsed because it broke VWAP decidedly. Now it's at around 7 1/3. I'm not trading this unless and until it reclaims VWAP. The only one that's actually setting up appropriately is STAI. It's been bouncing off the 10 exponential. It has breached it on occasion. So if you're basing your stop on the 10 exponential, you've been disappointed because you've probably got stopped out unless you were smart enough to punch right back in there, as it did not close below the 10 exponential. Now, there's really no way to, that I know of, to basically tell the program only sell if it closes below this price. Maybe you can set up an API or a script that uses the API for that, but not one that I have. In any event, we've been putting in three lower highs now off that 441 touch, but that's the bad side of things. The good side of things is we're still putting in higher lows. So if you look at the wicks of each successive candle, they're higher than their predecessors, at least for the most part, with every successive trough being a little bit higher than the previous one. So STAI looking good. I'm also keeping an eye on SoundHound. SoundHound is coming into that volume weighted average price at around 1127. It's showing me 1133 right now. Not exactly a glowing endorsement for a long. It's been putting in lower lows and lower highs since 1105. That's almost 2 hours now of selling on SOUN. So maybe your thesis can be that we catch a bid finally. Nothing else really over here. NKLA breaking down as well below VWAP. So happy I got out of that one with some profits. Where is that one at? Nikola, there we go. As it broke down, so I got out for the remaining amount there, break even on my my entry right at 80 pennies. And happy I did that because it really dropped 10 more pennies since I got out from there. So Nikola below VWAP right now, no longer tradable under my system. I'm looking at my scanner to see if there's anything new. I'm seeing DATS just made high. So we're going to get rid of ALLO because that's doing bupkis, and we're going to throw in DATS. Now, DATS is a former runner, one that I know about, and one that I can automatically tell you the range per candle is going to be quite wide. So this is the daily on DATS, and right away, when you look at the daily, you can automatically tell it's a former runner. It has these huge outsized wicks after having long swaths of basically dormant periods where it did nothing. So that's basically what I call a runner. Now, what I mean by the range per candle is it has a wide range per candle is that, if you were to average out the candles there and you say, okay, what's the average price range for this candle or candle on DATS on the 5-minute? Well, it's quite wide given the price. 332 to the high side over here, 358, so about 25 pennies worth of range. And you see that repeat over and over because a lot of these candles have long upper and lower wicks. Now, based upon how it's trading, I can just tell you it's a spready name right now. So let's load it up on the trading screen over here. As I mentioned, we're going to get rid of ALLO. So not a bad spread currently, 3 pennies. I bet you was wider at certain points because I was seeing this thing jump from 50s to low 40s quick as you like. So right now it's not bad. It's a 2-penny spread. It's suffering though from a lack of volume. So it's a $3 name, so it should have some volume under its belt. Right now though, we only have about 2 2/3 million. Shares done on the day. It's been respectful of the trend, so the higher lows and the higher highs has held up. It's 350 though, this 358 area here. Is this a level of local resistance that we need to account for? So I'm zooming out over here to see exactly if we've cleared it. Yes, we have. So look at these 2 days over here, February 7th, February 10th, we topped out at around low 340s. We're at that level right now, that low 340s level, but we breached it when we got up to 358. So my look is, let's see if we can hold above this level. In fact, let's see if we can hold above 350 to see if we can kind of leave that support back there and kind of look towards the higher lows and higher highs. Adara, though, does have something for us at the big desk.
I just looked into DAT chats because I wanted to know why it was necessarily moving. I'm going to check the time on this. Yeah, so this came out before the open. So this is actually a pre-market catalyst here for DAT chats. Around 8:30 a.m., it came out that apparently the company received a patent in Mexico. So the Mexican Patent Office issuing a notice of allowance for this patent by DAT chat, apparently called Systems and Methods of Transforming Electronic Content. So DAT chat here was an electronic content related patent. Other details worth noting, as Sharif mentioned, this one is very volatile and it has run in the past. It also has about a 7% short float and under 3 million share float. So small float, decent short float there for DATS. And with that in mind, we'll send you back to the man trading it, Sharif and Joe.
Appreciate that, Adara. We weaseled into DATs there. We're long 47. Thank you, Adara. We'll see. Yeah, thank you. We'll try. We'll do our best. There we go. There we go. Okay, we're taking out some levels there, Joseph. But as I mentioned, be ready for this one to give up the ghost. It has a wide range per candle, and the bottom can drop off at any time. So we're doing well here on DATS. We just took out the high of the day there. It's up 40%. It's number 3 gapper right now, guys. Up 42 and change, but it's really picking up in volume. Keep your eye out on this one. We're long DATs. I'm going to take this one, see if we can get it into maybe the whole dollar. Joseph, what are you looking at?
Yeah, good look there, guys. I'm looking at the like count actually in the chat, and we need to get that up. Yeah, we're at 468.
What?
Yeah, with 4,300 people. Yeah, it's done. We got to get that higher. Yeah, let's get that up. He's done. He's gone. He's out of. He left last week too on me when I said I didn't like the Rocky movies. He was gone.
Bro, you crapped on the Rocky movies.
I didn't.
You crapped on Sylvester Stallone as an individual and as an actor.
Yeah.
Like, who are you? Want me to just sit around and take it?
Sit here and take it, eh? Yeah, sit there and take it. Yeah, I mean, no, all jokes aside. But yeah, thanks, guys. Much appreciated. Let's get those likes up. They're starting to flow in now. Much appreciated. We go over the stocks that you guys want to talk. Yeah, so thank you, guys. Let's talk a little bit about Rigetti. Sharif, we know what this thing was doing.
I want to talk about what you liked growing up. What were your favorite hero movies, bro?
Hero movies?
Yeah, like action hero movies.
Like Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. Okay,
yeah,
so you go down that path.
Yeah, I like the Marvel universe because I think it started to really take off.
I don't know, like regular humans.
Like regular human movies.
Yeah, like not like mutants.
Wow, that way to put me on the spot. I like a good picture though, dude. Like
fair.
For me, I like movies. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the production. It's called A24. Are you familiar with A24? Adara knows. Yeah, see, everybody's going crazy about that. So like anything that A24 puts out is honestly gold to me.
Okay.
So yeah, so like everything Andre agrees again, and Adara likes them. So I really like this. There's this movie called American Honey with Shia LaBeouf and some other actors. It's one of my favorites. But again, when I was a little kid,
artistic guy then,
I like that stuff. Have you heard of a movie called...
What's wrong, Adara?
Well, of all the A24 movies, I was not expecting that one because there are some A-list.
There's some...
I was not expecting that one. I'm not going to lie to you.
It's good. Yeah, no, but Adara, like, I See the TV Glow. Did you see that one, Adara?
Yeah.
That was pretty. That was good. But again, like movies like Simon Birch. Are you familiar with Simon Birch? Again, this is an older movie. I think it's Kevin Costner. It's a perfect world.
Oh, that I know.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
Like those are things that my grandpa introduced me to, and I watched them and I like them.
that.
You know what I mean? So
that.
I like a good film. But A24, that's my stuff, man.
All right, man. I respect that.
Yeah, all right, gain a little respect off the Sylvester. Hey, man. Someone's like, hey, I seen in the chat. Someone's like, Joe, got to tell me that none of the boxing movies are real. But what I was referring to, I like the documentaries. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I like to see a good documentary, guys. American, there you go. So
nice, Andre. That I have to agree with.
There you go, guys. Let's see what Adair's up to.
See, we're here of Tesla, TSLA here. I'm seeing reports here from CNBC that says about 5 minutes ago, apparently a law firm representing Elon Musk and Tesla has drafted a proposed legislation that would overhaul Delaware corporate law when it comes to Elon Musk's pay package. In case you missed it, late last year, or I guess early to mid last year, we basically did have that Elon Musk's $56 billion pay package voided by a chancery court in Delaware. Now, apparently, Richards, Layton, and Finger, this law firm representing Tesla and Elon Musk, is apparently looking to work on legislation that will overhaul that ruling. So some legislation pro-Tesla and Musk in the works, apparently, from that law firm, guys. Keep an eye on TSLA. This $56 billion pay package could even be impacted by this new legislation. Again, just a report from CNBC. Nothing is confirmed. Back to you.
Very interesting.
Very, very, very.
Yeah, that definitely is fascinating. We'll have to just wait and see what the situation is there separately. Just on some Tesla headlines, I noticed today that they are picking out showrooms now in India to be able to sell their cars. Obviously, in India, he did meet with Prime Minister Modi, I think a few days ago, Joseph, last week. Second meeting, obviously, they had one last year as well, and they're hiring now Indian employees as well, probably for the showrooms and to be able to sell. But Modi told him, you want to sell them here, you want to get skirt tariffs, you're going to have to build them here. That's not going to please Donald.
No, probably
Donald's going to be bent about that. He wants everything built in the USA, obviously, and it's not going to work out that way if you want to sell in India, right?
So out of these big names, I think there's only a couple of them, correct me if I'm wrong, that have really tapped into the Indian market, an emerging market. So we got Apple now in there, and now Tesla as well. So I don't know who else out of these big names is really starting to tap into this emerging market that is India, which can unlock a lot of power. We know that it's one of the largest countries on the planet. Again, anything can happen, I think, at that point.
And in addition to that, think about why people are going to India. Not because they just have the most amount of people now and they have a booming market, but they've wanted to de-risk away from China, right? So you want to have a foothold in Asia, obviously. You want to get access to skilled labor. My understanding so far is that there hasn't been an equal footing between China and India when it comes to skilled labor. The skilled labor still more in China than in India. Not speaking about my opinion, speaking about what I've read. So, I'm not vouching for the accuracy of that, but that's what's being said out there with respect to, setting up factories and some things that you have to concern yourselves with. So we'll see, man. Obviously, in addition to that too, India is very protectionist. Very similar to Canada, where we like to protect our industries. And so if you want to get access to the local market, and if you assume that their population is going to have more buying power as their economy grows, you're going to have to build stuff there. So not just to de-risk away from China, but to actually get access to the Indian consumer, you're going to have to benefit the Indian population. And so we'll have to wait and see how they kind of square that circle.
Start building the infrastructure there and everything.
Well, there you go.
So
Donald does what Musk tells him, says Eddie R. I don't think Donald does what anybody tells him. I think he he just does whatever
I don't know about
he
that.
thinks is right at the time. But I see what you're saying. AK, Sharif, you missed sound. I did miss it. It just popped above VWAP, brother. I'm looking right at it over here. SOUN, I've been keeping my eye out on that one. I was waiting for a VWAP pullback. I just got one right now. Let's talk a little bit about it because we were talking about this one selling off to no end on the day. I think it was over an hour and 20 minutes of selling. So this area that we topped out over here at 11 o'clock, and we have been putting in lower lows and lower highs. That is, of course, until this current 5-minute candle just made a new high. I'm talking about that 1140 pop, 1143 now. So SOUN could possibly be headed to the high side here. They're up 4%. my understanding is NVIDIA cycled out of SOUN. So, if anybody else was investing in SoundHound as a kind of, I don't want to say a sympathy play to NVIDIA, but because NVIDIA was investing in it, maybe they're also getting out of that position as well. So that might keep a bit of a headwind on it. Adara, though, does have stuff for us at the big desk. BTC's.
Yo, I was going to say that to you.
So we're going to take a look here at crypto. I thought it was a really timely look, too, because Bitcoin is at its lowest level since February 2nd. What's pretty interesting, too, if you look at the daily chart, is February 2nd was also the last time, or February 3rd, I guess, was the last time that we actually had a close above 100,000 for BTC. So there's a lot of volatility here on the 3rd. It's just that day where we kind of have these levels. So I think it's worth noting here, BTC particularly weak and actually facing multi-week lows right now for Bitcoin. Now, in terms of where we go from here on the daily chart, it's a little bit harder to tell. We did just clear past this previous level of support, as mentioned. We're below these lows, but going back to February 12th, last Wednesday. Next low here is going to be that wild volatility we had on Monday, February 3rd. We get to that 91,000 level, and then we bounce. So that was tariff reaction day, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens with Bitcoin, but interesting daily chart. We are at day's lows. XRP was another one that made some interesting moves today. This is just the election-anchored VWAP. We did have a nice push to the upside for XRP last week. Lots of talks here of some potential spot ETFs, with the SEC actually acknowledging the applications for spot ETFs. It has until mid to late October 2025, I believe, to respond to them. But interesting look here for XRP regardless, selling off the last 3 days, much like Bitcoin, much like Ethereum. So to put it simply, a lot of these crypto names looking very similar here. We also did just get the 52-week bill auction, not a major one, but high yield coming in here at 4.05%. That is a slightly above the previous of 4.025%. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Hey.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Okay, we got to do the playmaker poll, baby.
Sharif, I just heard what you said though on the.
We're gonna
we're gonna break.
We got
out.
the higher
Let's
lows
see.
here.
Let's get into this trade here, guys, and hopefully we can catch this breakout because I think Sharif is right. I like what he's seeing. Potentially resistance break on the SPY. Tell me the entry price, my guy.
610.62.
Bang.
And then we're gonna take all the profits out at 612.62. That's a high day break. That'll be above the pre-market high as well. That's tough. And then we're going to stop out 609.62. And that that goes below the closing print. So we have that possibly defending that low. The closing print on the SPY is 609.71. So if we could hold above that, that'd be fantastic.
Bang, bang,
So the
bang.
SPY, baby, we got a 611 high. That was basically the high that we put in right in the opening range. We were there for all of 2 seconds. I'll submit to you 611, probably a bit of a resistance here. What I was saying to Joseph off camera while Adair was talking was we got these higher lows on the SPY with the lows at around 609.5. Technically, the low is 609.33. We've been putting in these higher lows, but very anemic. And when you look at the Mag 7 in general, most of them are sideways. NVIDIA sideways, Apple sideways, Microsoft sideways, Tesla sideways. Google is technically negative on the day, but very consolidative between 184.5 and 183.5. It's really Meta and Amazon are the ones that look the worst of the bunch. But I'll submit to you that Amazon's putting in a bit of a curl here, trying to work back into that volume weighted average price, which is currently 226. It printed a low of 223.85. It's been putting in higher lows and higher highs since 12:30. In fact, 12:25. So even before that. Meta, though. Meta looks like an ugly, flat bottom break, Joseph. This thing can't catch a bid. 7:15.10 is the low day. We're at the low day right now, and that's the area that we defended off at 10:30. We're right back at that low. This looks like awfully very bearish. 2.9%. We're talking about almost 3% here. Essentially 7:15 being defended. Everything else in Mag 7 world, very sideways here. Apple marginally negative, down 0.25%, but barely below VWAP. So, yeah, I kind of hesitate to say, it looks like a breakout trade, but I mean, the higher lows was keeping me feeling that way. But I mean, Joseph, looking at some of these Mag,
Yeah.
Not very good.
No, not very good at all, actually, guys. And we just hopped into some Google, speaking of that, because Sharif was talking about it. But I like the thesis, right? Like, if the overall market breaks out through these highs, which would put us a little north of 611, or at 611 roughly, then the momentum, and hopefully it can drag the rest of the market up with it. All right, so here we go in some Google, hoping for this bounce. If we crack this and hold, then I'm going to have to get out of Dodge, because this name is just too weak. And Gaurav, we were talking about this a little bit before, is that, man, I might have to abandon this whole thesis. Well, my stop loss is here. If I get stopped out, I'm in significantly amount more shares in the swing play than what I anticipated. I had a couple resting orders, and then they just got filled this morning as we sell down. So I wasn't quite prepared for that, but that's okay. We're able to move on the fly. We're able to kind of articulate whatever we need to, be impromptu, and I think that's what's going to be the case here on the session, because it looks like it's really weak and it doesn't want to bounce with the overall market. So yeah, Google not quite ready to turn around. I was a little skeptical on the play in general, just because we never got that isolated volume for that turnaround and etc. So exactly, Gore, if it's not giving us what we need, I'm in it right now. I'm fully sized in, maybe a little bit too early, and that's okay, because I'll just get out, and unfortunately it's going to wipe away some of my NVDA gains, but we're able to put on another trade that works for us. So we'll continue to watch out for that, guys. But Bitcoin is really, really tanking, super weak, avoiding that. Don't want to get involved in weak names, because I do like trading to the top side. But one thing that is strong and continues to be strong, printing in another all-time high today, guys. Absolutely insane this name has been for the past couple of months, is Palantir, and putting in, like, I just can't believe it. I think at this point, it's like, okay, this is just overextension now to the extreme. If someone can give me, I'm going to hop out of this Google, guys, don't like it, not going to try it anymore. But if someone can give me what the RSI is sitting at on Palantir, and if we're extremely overbought, which I think it may be the case, with the overall market starting to come in, and chopping around the highs, but this thing just leg after leg is printing new all-time highs. A stellar earnings report, we can't deny that. The growth is in this company, something that I look for. Beat on EPS, beat on rev, great for the name, but now coming back in. Let's see if this is going to be the turnaround day. And I kind of want to correlate it, and I don't think it's the same extreme, but one thing that I want to point out here, guys, and I'm going to pull up Advanced Money Destroyer here. Haven't called it that name for a while, because honestly, it hasn't even been on my radar. I'm not trading this name because of the primary trend that it's in, and it's had the inability to break through, come out with that extremely strong catalyst, say, hey, this is going to turn this stock around, and it hasn't done so, so I haven't been trading it. But I want to kind of compare this move that we're looking at with Palantir in AMD. Flat bottom break on Meta. Yeah, see, so yeah, that breakout, Sharif, was a complete capitulation in the overall market. We're probably going to get stopped out, but I'm going to send it to you in a second. I just want to compare AMD and PLTR with actually extension after extension. So look at this period here in this underlying stock, and then we put in this crazy isolated hammer, and then the underlying hasn't looked back since. I'm not going to compare the two companies because I believe it's apples to oranges at that point, but here you see this breakout earnings report continuation. Look for that indecision. We're not quite getting the volume, but we're overextended. Look for that indecision at an extreme high. Then you can use that as your risk parameters. If we crack it to the top side, out of the trade. That's fine. We have our downside protected. Now we can look at our potential upside to this trade, and that's going to be breaching that gap. So that's a potential 25% move in this name. So let's go from here to here, from peak all the way into this gap here. Around 93 would put us at that 25% correction. I'm not saying that's going to happen in Palantir, but look for a potential turnaround in this name.
Yes, sir. I'm just going to send, I got to do a...
Yeah, I got okay,
No, I'm good.
Sorry, you're good.
All right, guys, there's the flat bottom break on Meta, guys. I mean, we were looking at this at 7:15, and this looked like an aggressive sell order And there it is. I mean, lower highs, lower lows. This is a bear flag continuation. Whether we get a move similar to this one over here with a 739 high and a local area of 715 low on the day, your guess is as good as mine. I submit to you probably not, but we could get more continuation selling into Meta tomorrow as people likely take profits. This was a hell of a move, multiple days to the high side. I kind of feel like this was how Apple was trading in the early part of December when we hit that 260s. Like every day we were coming, we were seeing newer highs with higher lows, and there wasn't really much of a reason we were doing that. Well, Meta obviously has a good reason why it's selling, why it's moving up with obviously the focus now by Zuck and his crew to kind of have their own devices and base their software on their own platforms. This is still going, guys. We are really selling off we are at the low of day right now on Meta, 712.5, flat bottom breaking through 715. So Meta weak on the day, but obviously not weak. What am I trying to say here? Recently. All right, I put a dip trade here on DATS because this one is really going, guys. There's the breakout of 4 on DATS. I put a dip trade at around 360. I was trying to get it in on a pullback because the wide range per candle, is kind of afflicted. This one, there it goes. DATS is on one, baby. We've got a bunch of small cap gappers in play. The only one that's really tradable well right now is DATS. It's the only one really breaking out. Let's see if it can continue above $4 or whether $4 acts as a bit of a resistance level. I'm going to leave my order around 361 or 365 there because that'll still technically be a higher low if we wick into that level. So we'll see what DATS presents us with here. It's up over 55%. I'm still keeping an eye on STAI. Despite the fact that it's now well off that 441 high, it's below $4, but it's still defending this 375 area. And, we've had a lot of support at 375. Initially, we had a resistance at 375. So if we catch a bid around that $3 3/4 area, I don't mind picking it up off there, but it's going to have to prove to me that area is support. So STAI on one to the downside right now, but it'll have to hold this here we are. We're at 375 right now. Decisions. So if I get in here, VWAP is at 357, 358. So let's see if we get that bounce off that 370 area. We're really not catching a bid right now anywhere. Down into the 360s we go. Yeah, this is interesting here on STAI. Just trying to make the decision live with you guys. We have this area low. Obviously, it wicked below that 375. That's fine. It got bought up quick as you like. It's not getting bought up with that same aggression this time. You can see kind of just wick down there, then it was bought up aggressively. I feel like we're probably going to trend down a little bit more, just given the fact that we're trading at the lower end of the range of the candle and we're not really getting bought up with any aggression. So let's see if this one wants to pick up. Otherwise, I could be persuaded to pick it up at VWAP. Let's see here. Yeah, I can get in here for a bit of a bounce play, and then what I'll do is I'll give it to 364. So it'll have to hold the level. Otherwise, we want no smoke with this one. So let's layer the orders, see what we get, and we won't get upset on STAI. If I get stopped out, I'll look to get back in at the volume weighted average price. Otherwise, it's all good. We'll keep an eye on DATS because DATS is continuing to go. So it looks like it is defending for now. For now, it's got a 413 high, hasn't been able to take out that level quite yet. The 10 exponential, I should let you guys know, on DATS, 365. Wow, that was quick on DATS. Look at that selling, bro. It just takes forever to move up, and then that's the kind of reaction you have to put up with. Aggressive selling right now on DATS. I still have that 61 order sitting there still. Let's see if that comes into play. I'll leave that one active. VWAP on DATS, 356. The 10 exponential is 65s. We're showing 75s right now, so it is defending that $0.75 area for now. Big sell-off there as it does look like it rejected $4. Even though it did weasel up to 413, it doesn't hang out there for all that long. So that's selling off, Joseph.
Yep.
It could be an interesting pickup right here if it does catch a bid. What are you looking at?
Yeah, one thing that I want to point out, Sharif, that I liked is that you're saying, it took forever to grind and then it sells off, right? Yeah. Engulfing that whole move that it did in a matter of minutes. Now let's compare that to Meta. right now. Look at this, Sharif. Bam, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sessions engulfed by one day now, okay? So that's what you kind of get. You get that stair step up and then out the window on the downside. Like, don't even take the elevator. We're just throwing it out the window, and that's what's going on here in Meta. I'm not saying the stock is garbage. Trust me, that's not what I'm implying. But what is really tough, and a lot of traders have gone through this, you sit in a trade, you're grinding higher, you're about to hit your price target, you've been in it for a couple of hours, and then boom, a sell program steps in, engulfs that whole move to the downside, and all those unrealized are absolutely gone. I've gone through it multiple times. Sharif said the exact same thing. Oh, yeah. And then people in the chat are probably going to be like, oh, that's happened to me countless times, and expect it to continue to happen. The market isn't going to change. And that is exactly the case here in Meta. Okay, just engulfing 6 full trading sessions in one day. For real. See, like, everybody's liking that. And I'm curious to see what you guys are thinking about in the chat as well, too. Everybody's gone through that. Write in the chat, yes or no. Have you gone through that? And the majority of the answers are going to be yes. We've all gone through it. But now it's our job, Sharif, to find how we can navigate that and then take advantage of those engulfing type patterns. Are we going to head more to the downside here in Meta? A lot of people in the chat were like, 700? And I think 700 is a fair price target on this name because this is absolute overextension in Meta platforms. We were talking about it. They're really heavy reliant on ad revenue, and it's not hindered or anything along those lines, but people just need to be aware of this because this name is taking some hits. And they have Reality Labs too, right, Sharif? Reality Labs is Meta, and they're not quite yet profitable, right? So we got the Metaverse glasses and the Orions coming out of Reality, and they haven't really hit the ground overly running just yet. Do you know anybody with the Orions?
No.
No, again, I don't know any
prototypes.
I don't know. You can get them at the store now.
No, the Meta glasses.
The
Meta glasses, the ones that record and they got a speaker. Mm-hmm. I had those for like 2 days. And then they weren't working, returned them, and never bought them again.
No way.
But my buddy has them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
remember I told you
I went
to the bar with him and he had them on? And
yeah, you told me that story, but you never told me that you had the
Orions
for 2 days.
No, not the Orion.
The other, I'm talking. Yeah. So, okay, anyways. But yeah, guys, that's the look here on Meta. Expect the continuation to the downside, but I do remember that story. That's weird that he had well, maybe not weird, but again, hey.
He wears them in every picture. I just don't want to call him out. I have plenty of pictures of him wearing it, but I just don't want to hurt him like that.
Yeah, we don't want to hurt his feelings too much. But a lot of people so down 50% in 2 years on my portfolio. Okay, yeah, that sucks. Sorry to hear that, guys. But here we go. A lot of people in the chat are talking about Rigetti computing here. These guys aren't making any money, I'm pretty sure. So keep that in mind. And also heading to the downside, inability to construct a new high, not even test it. About 70% of that gap was filled and then just absolutely rejected it and headed it back. But guys, let's see what Adara's up to.
Keep an eye here on this SEPN. This one popped up on my radar because it was doing quite well on the volume scanner as of right now. Septerna doing 64 relative volume here, down 60%. This morning they announced they're discontinuing their clinical trial here for one of their treatments. And they do have about an 18 million share float. So SEPN looking like it's trying to get a little bit of a relief rally here. But again, this is down 60%, guys. SEPN popping up on volume. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Guys, I should let you know that Tesla, very weak right now. After Adara brought us that headline, there it goes. We kind of flat bottom broke. Wow, a lot of flat bottom breaks today on these large caps. I would say around 354, 353.5. There had been support in and around there. That all ended when we broke that aggressively here with a 4 or 5 red candle set up. The low of the day, Joseph, 350.30. We're bouncing back into that 70 print now, 350.70. Let's see exactly how this does. But Tesla, guys, decidedly red on the day now, down 1.5%. Be careful with TSLA. I'm involved in DATS. We took a couple of prints there. I picked it up on the pullback in after rejecting that $4 area. Where am I long? 71s. We're showing 81s. I'm now waiting at 88s. Let's see if this one wants to pop back in. Maybe it can take out that 80 level. I'm going to set up in the 90s as well. Low 90s we go. Let's see what DATS does. I'm also still involved, as I mentioned, with STAI. It's holding the level 4 now. I'm not that confident in it. STAI, it's holding at the low. This is the area low that I'm basing my trade off. If it wants to hold this area, fantastic. I've given it a tight stop below the 60 penny level there. What are you looking at, Joseph? What's going on?
The market's just tanking. We got stopped out of the playmaker, but look at the SPY guys being dragged down by the likes of Tesla as well. So really, really weak market, guys. Not looking too pretty. Meta, Tesla, really weak in those big names. Google as well too, heading towards those lows. A lot of analysts and even traders themselves, that third year of the bull market is usually a lot more choppy, and that has proven itself to the fullest since the beginning of the year. We have not had any definitive price action. We've tapped in on the all-time highs, made a brief all-time high, now coming back in. I mean, we're not going to cry too much about this, Sharif, because the market isn't down too much. Let's see, crazy overall. Like, we're down 1% on the Qs, and we're tanking like this, or not even. We're down about 2/10, not even a tenth closer to that on the overall market. So nothing really to get overly panic or cry home about. I mentioned time and time again, the stocks need to breathe, especially Meta going on this monster run needs to take a breath. But Tesla.
What?
Tesla, I mean, we've gasped at this point, Sharif. It's not even a breath. We're gasping for air here. And like it's not looking good, dude. I have a really good average price in the long term, but again, it's just like chewing away at unrealized. Like, do you manage this, or do you just close your eyes? Do you just set and forget? And it's really hard with this name. High beta names. We know, Sharif knows what it's like in Pan W, and Tesla's the exact same thing. It's like, oh my God, what do you do? It's
exactly.
Like, but when you're in it and when it's working, it doubles in price like it's no tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
And I think I don't know what it's going to take for this name to turn around, but it's taken an awfully lot longer than what I thought.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, we had that aggressive run up after the election, right? So
aggressive.
We'll see. Yeah, it was insane. I mean, we hit all-time highs. It broke 469. I think it went to like 480.
Yeah.
Something in and around that area, guys. So obviously Tesla, big boy name, big boy volatility. Okay, so DATS took a couple outs on this one, looking for this area, 75 penny area to hold. We're at the 10 exponential. We're at VWAP. The 10 exponential and VWAP are awfully close to one another. Both have been respected by DATS on the day, but it does have wide range per candle, so be careful with that. So I've traded this one to the high side multiple times last week as well as today. We'll see if we can eke out some more here. I'm layering my orders into 4. I'm also involved in STAI. We just got the print there. Nice move on STAI. Now I'm waiting at around 87s. We'll see if this one wants to curl back up and change this lower high, lower low pattern. I'm still very cognizant of this pattern that we've been putting in on DATS since about 12:30. Once we got into that high of the day, on STAI, we got to that high day around 441, and then it's been setting up as a lower low, lower high. So a bit of a downward channel. I've already accounted for that based upon my stop. So my entry there and my stop, I'm looking to do as much damage control as I possibly can here on STAI if it does drop to the downside. Still keeping an eye on DATS as I'm looking to get filled here possibly in the low 60s. If it does wick below low 60s super quick, only to bounce back up. So I've seen that story play out multiple times. So I put an order there, but I've still kept my stop exactly where I wanted it, which is below the $0.50. So it's going to have to defend that level there on DATS. So involved in a couple of names, STAI and DATS, both small cap gappers, both up big on the day, but both well off the highs. So they're going to have to bounce off this level for me to stay interested. Now, GCL kind of stopped trading. This one has lost the volume weighted average price. It's coming into it right now. It's trying to reclaim VWAP. That's at around 750. In fact, it's right at 750, the volume weighted average price on GCL. So it's trying to take that level again. I won't trade this until it gets above and holds above VWAP on the name. Otherwise, I want zero smoke with this one. Adara has more updates for us at the big desk.
Breaking news on AstraZeneca here. Financial Times reporting that AstraZeneca has been hit with a U.S. class action lawsuit with regards to its regulatory probes in China. Now, in case you're not familiar with these, I'd heard of them. I did a quick cursory background check here. So just to clarify, there has been an ongoing investigation here by Chinese authorities with Leon Wang, who is the executive VP of AstraZeneca's international operations and also the president of its China operations. So Leon Wang, pretty high up AstraZeneca executive here. He's been under investigation, but also Chinese authorities have been investigating the imports here of AstraZeneca's cancer drugs, Imjudo, which has actually not been approved for sale in China. So just to recap here, there have been some issues with AstraZeneca in China with regards to one of its executives and also the Imjudo cancer drug importation. Now Financial Times reporting that the company has been hit with a class action lawsuit in the U.S. with regards to these regulatory probes. Back to you.
Take it.
Yep, for sure. Thanks to Derek. Guys, we're going to hop into some Tesla here. I think Gorev will know why. So yeah, just basic stuff. I don't expect too much of a bounce in this, Gorev, because the overall market is weak, and same with this name. So we were just talking about it not too long ago, but why I'm in this hammer at an extreme low, it's not isolated, nor is the volume by time signature. So we really have to expect that this pullback isn't going to be very deep at all. If we hit the 253, I think that's going to be an absolute bonus. I'm going to be looking for any sort of pop on TSLA around that 1990, in between that 1980 and 1990, and then look to take the majority off. If we continue, then we can add into the position and let it work. So, but again, just really, really weak sentiment, not expecting too much of a pop on that name because it's just continuing to the downside and the market is really weak too, guys. Let me know in the chat. What are you guys looking at in the chat? Put it in there. We're going to go over some names. We were talking with Rigetti not too long ago. Why I don't really want to get involved with this. I do believe there's going to be some more downside. We're talking about the third year of a bull market and how you kind of get this choppiness in the overall, in the broader market too. I think NVDA on the 26th is going to be a game changer. Can we climb higher? Absolutely, but we're going to need that name to participate and drag the market up with it. We had Meta, with the likes of Meta, we had Meta dragging the market or holding it steady because that name is strong. It's touching all-time highs. It hit all-time highs of 14 days in a row, whatever it may be. But that's what we kind of want to look for. So $5 super chat. Can you look at ARM stock, please? Absolutely.
So polite.
Yeah, exactly. We like the manners here. Absolutely. Wow. Okay. Wow. Wow. Okay. This is really nice. Double bottom here, Sharif, on ARM, and then a strong recovery. Through the volume weighted average price, nice consolidation, and then it just breaks through. Let's take a look at this from a daily perspective and see what we got going on. So just trading within this range. I'm pretty sure there was some news on it last week as well too. I can't remember exactly what it was, but very, very important stuff. Selling off, trading higher heavy, and then just putting in these inside days, sorry guys, on this name. Are we going to break out through this range? I don't think necessarily today, but one thing that we need to keep an eye out for is these lower highs on this name in this potential flat bottom that we have. If we break it to the downside, look for that, wait for the volume and the momentum to step in order for you to participate. And that goes the same way. In order for us to break through this resistance, I want to see that volume and momentum step in. And that's what we need here on ARM. Yep, we can go over coin for you guys as well too before we send it back to Sharif. The report was fantastic. Sharif and I were talking about this before with Hood, with the likes of Robinhood, over 700% in transaction revenue, half of that going to Bitcoin. I said that you're going to see that kind of reflected here in Coinbase. They had really, really good numbers, but here the stock is heading to the downside. So it's a little bit of a head scratcher, but let's see what Adair's up to.
With regards to ARM here, as a recap, the catalyst for ARM last week that was pretty positive, it came late last week, was Meta reportedly working with ARM for chips. So ARM apparently going to be giving its first ever chip there with Meta. That also sent Broadcom to the downside because they were previously working with AMD previously working with Meta, so they sold off, but ARM pushed higher with this Meta chip news. That was the positive catalyst for ARM last week. Now, with regards to this push to the downside today, no new catalyst for ARM today. However, on Friday, we had the 13F filing from NVIDIA. NVIDIA trimmed its ARM stake quite substantially. So they had a 1.96 million share stake. Now, that stake is only 1.1 million shares. So trimming it by almost half. So reduced stake here for NVIDIA for ARM. This could be a day two effect, but ARM did have a positive catalyst last week with regards to Meta, guys. Back to you.
Chet Adera, thank you very much. You want to cover something?
Yeah, I want to cover something real quick here, guys. So just, again, this is how we're going to notice this sector rotation here, Sharif. So I pull up the top performing sectors, and we have energy at the top of its class, up almost 2%. Okay, so if you really want to find things that are strong and not weak, You got to go to these top performing sectors. I failed to do so today. That's okay. We're back at it now. But look at this strong price action here in XLE, the top performing sector. And guess what's at the bottom? The communications sector being led by Meta. Okay, so weak, super weak. But if you want to look for something strong, look at the sectors, see what is performing its best. You know, Adair pulls up the heat map all the time. Pull up your heat map, see what is strong. And if you did that earlier in the session, you would have been able to identify that energy is one of the stronger names.
All right, DATS is in a precarious position here for me. I'm in at 61 at VWAP. I was able to extract multiple outs there into about three quarters of a dollar. But what I'm concerned about is the umpteen amount of lower highs now I'm getting on the 5 minute. I'm looking at the 5 minute on the side chart. They're all topping tail candles on DATS, which is not unusual for this stock because it has wide range per candle. But what's keeping me concerned is a very similar looking flat bottom break through that $3.50 area. I've tried to account for that and any wicks that we may get on DATS by placing my stop below the $0.50. This one was looking like it wanted to break to the high side, but I think that I'm going to be caught offside here unless it bounces right back up. I was able to de-risk, but I'm still holding the majority of the position right now as it comes right into that 355 area. It does look like it's going to lose VWAP, and by obviously extension of that, the 10 exponential, and there it is. It's breaking down. That sucks. I should have taken that out there. That's on me. So yeah, we'll give back some there on DATS, and I had way more size on this entry that I did the entire time. So a little disappointed in myself there. Now, the one that's doing well is STAI. So we've taken out multiple outs here at that $0.75. Now I'm waiting around 4. So nicely in the money on this one, but this one probably will have a bit of a resistance area right around that $4 area on STAI. It was a strong one earlier. It's up still 90%. Not a bad look. I have way less shares on this one than I did on DATS. So a little disappointed in myself on that one. Definitely should have been doing a little bit better with position sizing and and really noticing that the lower highs were in control rather than the defend of the volume weighted average price. So keep an eye on DATS. If it wants to curl back up, we'll exact some revenge on this one. There it is. Now we take out a little bit there on STAI. So good trade on this one as this one continues to curl right back up. There goes 4 on STAI. Let's see if this one wants to continue possibly into that high day, 441. That's the high. So does respect VWAP. It doesn't even make its way down to VWAP. In fact, STAI found support at around 3 1/3. And that's well, no, I didn't get it exactly there. I got the $0.25, but pretty close to the bottom there. It had been on my watch, that 370, 3 2/3, simply because it had rejected it prior over here where we took everything out. And once we got above that level, look how it bounced off that level yet again. So I took my shot, and this one, it did end up holding up. So STAI, not a bad look, but disappointed with myself with how I traded DATS. Definitely could have had a winner on that one. Now we're negative on it. So yeah, you win some, you lose some on this in this game. So keep tabs on that. Let's see what everybody else is talking about. Trading. How do I say your name? Let me have a look there. So trading. Where is it at? Trading with Ray. $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, my man. Swings on Meta. Joe Sharif. Let's have a look. Did you cover that one?
No, I did not.
Okay. Because you were talking about Meta. Let's have a look at Meta on the daily. So Meta has been so strong on the daily. If you were to get in here, I would feel uncomfortable telling you this was a long, just based on how strong we have been on Meta. Yeah, man, this is a monster level here at around 640, the breakout level, because we have been rejecting that level for a while on Meta, going all the way back to mid-December. Yeah, I can't in good conscience tell you to take Meta swing long here. And maybe this is a great entry. Maybe maybe this is the best entry we'll have in a while on Meta. Maybe 700. We're awfully close to 700. Believe it or not, we were at 740s today, almost 740s. We're definitely at 740s on Friday. And now we're talking about barely holding on to 700 with a 708.83 low. Yeah, I just can't tell you to do that, brother, just because it's been so strong lately. I wouldn't feel comfortable saying, yeah, go long on Meta for a swing there. Did you look at ARM? Yeah, you did. All right, sounds good there. All right, we're going to cover more of that once we are done paying some bills, Joseph.
Pay some bills. New traders, listen up. E-Signal. All right, first month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite now, guys. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything infinite. Data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts. Predict with back-testing, reliable, real-time data. Global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. E-Signal, ready to elevate your trading. Scan the QR code or check the link in the description, folks. Again, like Sharif talks about it all the time. E-Signal, fantastic, multiple charts up there, and even has an options chain. So he mentioned before, you can connect your broker to it, trade, have it your all-in-one platform. You got the options chain, and you got trading charts that allow you to do so. And I'm sure there's plenty much more for E-Signal. Sharif, is there anything?
Sounds good, man. Yeah, E-Signal is a fantastic platform now. I've got the scanner too, so yeah, once I cancel all the data, well, I did. It's going to end at the end of the month, but I got the scanner now, so we'll be able to do all these bad boys. Katina Man was showing me all these different hot lists. Like you can go volume hot list, point losers, trade rate, unfilled gaps, unusual volume, very short term down, very short term up. Weekly percentage losers, above VWAP, below VWAP. I think that works great for his style too, because he always likes to, well, I don't want to say always, but he loves to get, I'm talking about the Katina Man, he likes to weasel in at VWAP, whether it's a long or short. So all these like different hot lists and filters are right down my alley, man. This is a fantastic platform. It's got everything you need, and I really do mean that. I'm not reading off a script. Shout out.
There's one thing that we do need.
Say it again?
There's one more thing that we do need on it.
What do we need?
Ooh, you don't remember the chain, baby.
Oh, the option chain. I tried. Yeah, we're gonna press them for that. We gotta press them for that. Yeah, we need that options chain. I know, I forgot about that. Good call out there, Joseph. Guys, the market is bleeding to the downside now. It is not just limited to Amazon and Meta. Apple has now joined the list of bleeders, as well as your friend there, Google. What's it called? Joseph, because Google is working into that low 182.82, so they're all looking down into the right-ish. I want to say the best looking one right now is Softy, even though it's also near the low at day. The reason I say that is because it's only down 0.13, while everything else down a lot more. So Apple, I guess the second best? No, NVIDIA's actually up on the day. What am I saying? Up 0.75% on NVDA. I've been looking at Uber as well. Uber's been respecting VWAP on the day. Good luck for Uber as it takes that $80 level. In fact, it worked up to about 81 1/3. This looks like a bull flag here on UBER, with the volume weighted average price kind of acting as local support. It's a bit of a range there between about, high 80s to about mid 81s. No, lower 81.20s, 81 1/4, give or take on Uber. Apple also has support from the morning. We were watching these bottoming tail candles manifest there at around 243, high 242s, 242.85. We're right there right now. We're showing 242.93. So possible support here for AAPL. Otherwise, we could really sell off on Apple if we lose that morning support level. We could find ourselves easily at the lows there from the previous day. So we'll keep tabs on AAPL here as it continues to sell off aggressively. The NQ is only down, though, about 1/5% on the day, despite the fact that most of the Mag 7 are actually well below that 1/5%. I'd say to you, Meta 3 2/3. Microsoft's the only outlier there, 0.14. Apple's down now 0.75. Google 1.3. Amazon 2.1. Tesla 1 1/4. Really, the only one that's green on the moment right now is Nvidia. Nvidia, and then obviously Uber, but Uber is not a Mag 7 name, but it's definitely on the big boy watch list over here. So, yeah, be careful going long in these markets unless you're going to get a nice mean reversion trade. Let's load up the dead one, Apple, see if it wants to pop off that level we were talking about there. No, it just lost that level, and I apologize for the dark pool prints that just came in right now. Apple lost that level of 242.86, which was the low. The low now 73s as it tries to work right back in here, up down now 0.75%. So tough look for all these Mag 7 names as we get a little bit closer to that power hour. Looking at my scanner up top there to see if there's any new entrants in small cap gapper world. Nothing really to my liking, nothing doing volume right now. So we're going to have to stay in our, basically just pack our patience, not taking anything long right now until I see a little bit more, Joseph. The market's bleeding quite aggressively.
Very, very much so, my friend. One thing that I'm looking at right now and what we'll talk to, because I won't be here for the remainder of the week, but we'll still be trying to bring the laptop and do what we have to do. But one thing, we got some earnings coming up. Again, we're running into that tail end, so not any crazy names. The next biggest one that I'm seeing coming up, again, we got some retail after that, but before that, we got Carvana. I think Carvana is going to be really interesting. So I just wanted to pull up the expected move on that. We're pricing in about a 13% expected move this Wednesday. And then we'll look at the chain too to see where we have the most open interest, which I think is extremely key. And when I say that, it doesn't necessarily mean that the price or the underlying is going to go to those levels. But when they do, they're highly respected. And just watch the price action when they hit that. Right? So one thing I mentioned to you guys before is that, okay, we know with the basics of options contracts, and for individuals who are trading straddles or strangles aftermarket or just have flat out long calls or whatever it may be in that long positions in that underlying asset. So what happens when we start running into these strike prices is just watch the price action as we get into these $1.5, and you'll see a lot of times the price action stall. And what can that indicate? Possibly traders locking in gains at those times. Well, they can't do it via contract, Sharif. So what do they have to do if I'm long calls and I'm in the money? I have to start selling shares. That's how I lock in that profit, because now you're essentially in gridlock. You own X amount, you own X options contract, it appreciates. Now what do you want to do? Because you can't exercise, you can't close that contract, you need to lock in those shares. So now if the options contract starts to depreciate, now you've sold those shares, so that will start to appreciate, okay? So you can see how that push and pull is and how you have the ability to lock in gains with options selling shares and what those price targets mean and those levels. So I'm going to pull up CVNA before I send it back off to Sharif real quick and see what we have for the most levels of open interest. Now, what I realize is that maybe I got to scroll up and down the chain a little bit more to see some of those key levels just in case we exceed that expected move, okay? So the highest level of open interest on CVNA is that $300 strike price, that whole strike price, that whole dollar, with only 2.27 thousand contracts currently open. That is the highest on the call side. That is closest to the expected move. Now to the downside, we want to look at something. That's that 257.5. Sorry, 255. It's going to have those most open contracts to the put side. So 255, slightly equal. It's about equal to the call side. So just be wary about that. But one thing that we also know about Carvana, Sharif, is that when it sold off, it had a short report come out. Yeah, let's pull it up here and see what we got going on. But this stock recovered from that short report. Havana Woody sent me that. I've read a little bit about it, got to read some more. But it's really, really interesting that a name that has a short report released and then just rallies to a new high. This stock was down in the dumps. I remember trading it when it was literally less than $10. And then having the ability to appreciate that in a couple years, there must be something positive going on in this name.
So we all saw what happened with that Delta flight yesterday.
Yeah, we've seen it. Selena, did I tell you Selena was? Yeah, I told you Selena was on the runway.
I was gonna coax you into talking about that because I was like, you told me off camera, right?
Pretend I didn't say that. Pretend I didn't say that. Let's go. Start over.
So you guys already heard. Obviously, there was not a fatal, thank God, plane crash in Toronto. This is Pearson Airport, which is Toronto's main airport. Obviously, this is an American flight. I don't know where it was coming from, but it was a regional flight there, Joseph. Yeah, Minnesota, Dara says. So there's the landing there. This is the best video I've seen of it yet. And the reason we can show you this is because nobody died. Obviously, some critical there, and we hope they get well very soon, and everybody else who was injured there. But to see something like that, and I don't even know what happened there, Andre. If we could play that again. because it looked like it was landing quite fine. It's gliding. Here come the gear touches. I think the wing hit. I think he probably didn't have control on it because of a crosswind, Joseph.
Yeah.
They were saying we had about 40-mile-an-hour crosswinds there. Usually they try to account for the crosswind by putting you on a runway that accounts for the crosswind because they have 4 different angles, right, that you can get. But it didn't work this time. So you can't really see it there, but I think the wing definitely probably at least skinned or something, caught fire. But you got to love how that fireball there didn't result in the entire thing blowing up.
Yeah.
There's plenty of videos, Joseph, going around online of people walking out of the airplane. They're literally walking on the ceiling of the airplane.
Yeah, that's
They're walking on like
insane.
the luggage compartment things and the air conditioning vents because it's upside down. But most people got out okay. And more pleased we definitely could not be for that. But that's one hell of a video.
And then we were jokingly saying it's like, okay, well, now you know why people maybe start clapping when you're landing, and Sharif doesn't like that, right? So
I'm
now,
okay with that.
hey, you know what I mean?
Says automatic jail sentence for
automatic jail sentence
for an airplane that lands.
I mean, hey, I got a flight landing. I'm going to be clapping because if we land safely, I think that deserves somewhat of a clap because you don't want to be ending up. But I mean, we were talking about it. I was fortunate my girlfriend, she was on the runway when this happened and her flight got delayed, so everything's okay. The only thing that matters is that no human life was hurt. That's all that matters. She happened to she caught her flight, but shout out to the people working at Pearson with their quick responses because the airport closed, but then yet people were still leaving and departing shortly, a couple hours after.
They shut
that happened.
Bad boy down to 5 o'clock, man, and they had to open it up, otherwise it'd be pure chaos.
Pure chaos. But I bet it would be drastically different if there was casualties, if there was loss of human life. But the fact that there wasn't is positive side, and then the response team of the people at Pearson in that temperature, right? It was freezing and windy, so not easy to work out. So if anybody here works at Pearson, shout out to you and the crew there.
Yeah, definitely, guys. We gotta give you one for that. All right, guys, let's see what people are saying here in the chat. Thank you for showing that. I didn't see it. Shout out to Peter. Stop playing the landed way too fast. Stop playing landed way too fast. Really? Okay, shenanigans. I don't know. Clearly, it snapped all of its landing gear. Shenanigans goes on to say, I thought it just, the wing definitely hit a little bit. Maybe it was the landing gear. To me, the crosswind hit, so the wing hit the ground, scraped, and then obviously caused an imbalance. We'll find out, obviously. The investigation is well underway. Jay Lee, seems it must have just been a strong downdraft at the wrong time. I'm also a private pilot. Jay, I like you more every day, bro.
Jay Lee said that? Wow.
Jay Lee, man, he's awesome.
Who is this guy? He's a superhero.
He lives in the West End. He's definitely around these parts. Shout out to Jay Lee. Look, Smokey Love, the landing gear snapped. Okay. Interesting. So a lot of people going with the landing gear there. Fedora the Explorer, he put too much force on that right landing gear. Interesting. Everybody seems to be thinking it's a landing gear. Yeah, well, interesting there. Taylor, crosswind, absolutely brutal winds lately. Very impressive integrity of Bombardiers. Say less, my man. Those are made right by my house. I live Midtown, obviously, and you know where Downsview is. That's where Bombardier does all their testing for their airplanes, and they're always flying those bad boys low. And you know, having lived through a certain era, I always get a little nervous, Joseph, when these airplanes fly low.
Oh, you don't like them flying
saying that.
Low, eh?
I
totally
and they're
agree
always
with that.
unmarked too, because they're trying them out before they deliver them, so you can't tell who.
Well, do you remember what Bombardier did on the Queensway? With the streetcar there.
They make subways as well as streetcars.
Right, but when we built, I believe it's somewhere on the Queensway, we'll call it Park Lawn, and then into the city, they built that new stretch of the streetcar, right? Apparently, what happened is that they had to redo it all, is because they ordered the wrong streetcars from Bombardier. So it's like multi-millions of dollars. So it was either replace the streetcars or destroy the track and rebuild it. And they came to the conclusion that it's cheaper to destroy it and then rebuild the whole thing.
I did not know that.
That's insane, right? That's insane. So talk about millions of dollars being thrown out the window. I don't know who didn't check that out. So
Los Polos Hermanos. This is the only plane that crashed without any casualties. Yeah, man, we're gonna take pride in that. Obviously, it's a Canadian airplane, happened on a Canadian airport, obviously. But you know, I don't know how much of what was done by Canadians had anything to do with that. But we're happy it didn't result in that clearly, because it would just be really, really ugly. Yeah. D-Loaf, I remember the days we used to clap. Makes sense to do so. Not sure why we got rid of it. Toughest commercial piloting vehicle, car, train, boat, plane, most skill, right? I would have to agree. You know what? I think a lot of people, they got turned off from clapping because they're under the impression these things land themselves. And a lot of them can't. Let's just be honest about it. I mean, the autopilot is what it is these days, but
majority of it is autopilot, isn't it?
Majority of the flying time, it's going to be on autopilot. But I think a lot of these pilots, they take pride in landing the airplane, so they'll deactivate that, and obviously they'll fly it on their own. So shout out to everybody chiming in the chat there. Sorry, I couldn't get to all the comments. Guys, we're keeping an eye on the MAG because the market in general is quite weak today. And the funny thing is the ES is flat and the NQ is just barely negative 0.15 with the Dow being 0.17. But you wouldn't even be able to recognize that, or you wouldn't guess that, I should say, if you looked at the chart of the MAG 7. They are decidedly red on the day. So it's like X MAG 7. Have you guys been hearing this a lot lately? The S&P X MAG, right? Like everybody's talking about the general market without the MAG 7 included. And maybe that's the case today, because most of them are negative on the day, for the exception of one stock, NVDA, and it's below VWAP, below that 141. We'll talk more about that when we get back from Madeira.
Speaking of the MAG 7, I just wanted to remind everyone, because I saw a post on X about this, and I think it's really important. Apple is launching a product tomorrow. Tim Cook, a couple days ago here on X, said there's going to be a new member to the Apple family. People, apparently, analysts now expecting a new iPhone SE update. People were initially expecting some kind of doorbell due to just the picture that Tim Cook posted, but now analysts are saying it points towards an iPhone SE update. So because the iPhone SE actually still has a home button and an A15 chip, some rumors are actually suggesting that this new model, should we get a new model, will not only drop the button, it'll also adopt Apple's A18 chip and introduce Apple's in-house modem, replacing Qualcomm. So that's a little bit of what we might be expecting tomorrow with that product launch. Again, a lot of people were expecting a doorbell. Now analysts are pivoting towards iPhone SE update. Back to you.
Yeah, we're definitely waiting on that tomorrow. That should be super interesting. He teased, Tim Cook teased that little whatever video. It was a video, it was a short video on X. We still haven't seen anything about it. Apple basically waited until I want to say 12:30 to really start it selling off. We were kind of defending VWAP there. In fact, I had a couple of glances at Apple at VWAP, thinking maybe there was a range trade to be had between that 244.25 and that 245 range that was established. That all fell apart once we lost the bid there. And then, in fact, we made newer lows, breaking below 243. So the market not that impressed. I got to tell you the truth. I'm not really looking forward to the SE. I get it's a smaller, it's a cheaper model. It gets more more entrants, reduces the barrier to entry to getting an iPhone. But I don't think that's what moves the needle. I think what will move the needle is a better experience with Apple Intelligence. We're still waiting for the full release, which is now being talked about as possibly early May. Before that, we had been talking about mid-March for the full release of Apple Intelligence. It's been coming out on a piecemeal basis, which I'll submit to you has not been a good strategy. Now, if the full release comes out and then people started adopting it en masse, maybe I take that, I restate that, right? It'll show that they knew what they were doing all along. But I got to tell you, I mean, you know how this stuff is, right? Your friend has some sort of sick feature on Apple Intelligence. He uses it with you or she uses it with you. Your girlfriend shows you something. You're like, oh, this is pretty cool. And then it becomes kind of like
the snowball effect.
Yeah, exactly.
But honestly, that you took the words out of my mouth, right? Like when a product is really good, it can spread like wildfire. And the way you put it is like, okay, but nothing in this has been like, hey, we need to go out and get Apple Intelligence on our phones. Nothing whatsoever has come out like that. Because if you were to be like, hey, Joe, look at this feature is sick. Or Ramin was like, hey, I got the new iPhone. The Apple Intelligence is sick.
Exactly.
So Selena said the total opposite. She's like, she can't get her phone going properly, blah, blah. She's not really enjoying the user experience. Has that to do with anything with Apple Intelligence? Maybe not, but it's like your phones are just kind of just like a better version of the previous one. And it's not really like grasping the consumer and being like, hey, come out and get me.
No. And the thing is, I think they're becoming so cautious. They don't want to release something that's buggy. Like they had a news feature that recited the news to you in AI format, and it got things wrong, man. It was like, it was saying all sorts of wild stuff. It was not accurate. So I get their concern not wanting to release something premature. But like, for example, like, you know, I'm seeing all these different AI applications come out online that are being based on all these language models, and they're beating Apple to the punch. Mind you, they're not integrated into the phone. You've got to go on the website in order to access them. But the fact of the matter is they're being put out there. People know about them. People know that they're available. And the fact that the best one of the most expensive company in the world by market cap right now can't seem to get it right. It's a little concerning to me.
It is a little concerning. But Sharif, one thing we do know about Apple is they're usually not first to the dance, right? But they usually come in and do it the best. But how much longer is this going to be prolonged? Exactly. We'll see. Potential.
They usually come in and do it the best.
Yeah, I mean,
but better than Android.
But again, yeah. Whoa.
Neil and Obi are giving me a look right now.
Yeah, but no, I agree, man. I agree. But at what point? I like to go in the sports saying potential can only last for so long, and then you are just what you are. And is that the case here in Apple? I don't want to write it off too soon, Sharif, because we can look at the names of Tesla and be like, hey, this is just a car company. If like when the stock's not doing good, oh, maybe Tesla's just a car company. Maybe Tesla's just a car company. They're doing good. They start doing well. Oh, it's a data analytics, it's a data collection, energy storage, all this is innovative, the Pierce autonomy play, the Pierce AI play. Is that going to be the case in Apple? Maybe we're just going to have to sit and wait and see, man.
All right. Marty, thank you very much for the $10 super chat, my man. I'm also a pilot with just over 4,000 hours. That landing was pretty hard and not sure of the condition of the runway. Looks like the gear collapsed on impact. So lucky and blessed nobody was killed. Again, you're of the opinion that this was a gear thing, not a wing thing. So I'm going to obviously defer to you being a pilot. Shout out to you, Marty, there. Very interesting and obviously very happy that nobody was killed. No question about that. The runway was probably not the best shape because we had just had a monster snowstorm in Toronto, and I think what did we get on the weekend? 50 centimeters?
Yeah, it was a lot.
We got about 50 centimeters. That's about half a meter. So give her a little bit more than half a yard, literally, of snow in 3 days. So it was definitely tough. The roads are still not recovered. I mean, some lanes are closed. Some lanes are just completely buried. So yeah, I can definitely see the condition of the runway being a factor. But again, my understanding was that we had like very aggressive gusts of wind up to about 40 miles an hour. So that could have definitely played a factor. But everybody's saying the gear, Joseph.
Everybody's saying the gear. I mean, I had to go check in on my grandma, make sure she was okay on the big snowstorm. So yeah, guys, it is what it is. The only thing that matters is that no one was extremely hurt. We know that a kid got airlifted to sick kids. So I hope that our thoughts go to that family. But guys, we're running. We only got a minute left. Sharif went over the last super chat. I'm sitting in this Tesla talking about weak names. We can't get this bounce on this signature, and that's something that I was hoping that we would. But again, running out of time. I'm not going to hope too much on this choppy market. I think it's market neutral territory. We were talking about just buyers stepping in to the call side in the put to call ratio today. Unfortunately, that didn't come to fruition as the market tanked. But Sharif, it is 2 o'clock.
It is.
It's 2 o'clock.
Boys are right there. We're going to send you to Obi. We're going to send you to Neil. Joseph's gone tomorrow. It's going to be me and Obi on the midday. He's going to be enjoying his time in Jamaica. We're going to be hating on you plenty. Don't worry about that.
Show that love, man. We're going to bring you back, everybody, a little souvenir.
All right, man. Same bad time, same bad channel. I'll see everybody at the green screen, guys. See you in a bit.
Hey, what up, everybody? Joe's going to be off to Jamaica. Lord of mercy. You know, I know this movie. I know you know the Chappelle movie. What was that one back in the day? Shoot, it's gonna kill me now. You guys probably you're date yourself. It's like the very first. No, not Blue Streak, man. The week was Samson Simpson. Anyways, it'll come to me in a second. But yeah, I be from Jamaica. Yeah. If I wasn't from Jamaica, why would I wear this hat? Yeah. Anyways, I'll think of the movie.
Shottas.
It's not Shot.
That's a good movie. Shottas is a good movie.
You've actually seen that?
I've seen Shottas.
Okay,
What do you
have
mean?
you seen on the actual old school DVD what the punchline?
No.
The punchline.
Is it okay?
Half Baked is the movie I'm thinking of. No, okay. Shottas, it's like the baddest Ross Clot, but it just goes on the movie ever made. That is one of the most gangster films.
Oh yeah.
But if you actually want to like a real legit, like there's that Brazilian movie. Shoot. Joe knows what I'm talking about. It's like one of the best gangster films like ever, like real gritty. Like old school gangster films ever made. City of God, that's the one. Forget about Shottas, that's gangster. City of God's the one you want to watch as I wax poetically about random stuff. The market's at lows, Intel's at highs because it's an absolute... This is not Intel. All right. Intel is at highs. Rivian bounced off VWAP and $14 reversion on Rivian's what I'm in. Oh, our position board isn't showing. Once I get a fill, it'll show it. I am also short Nikola because Nikola did a reversion and then it's about to break 81. So I shorted this with a stop here. I am out of most of it and my stop is right above. Actually, which is hilarious, this is like 81.3. It got to 81.1, so it just came very close, but not actually stopping me out there on NKLA. So we'll see what happens. But Obi.
Yes, sir.
Intel.
There it is.
I don't even know why I'm not long this stock.
I mean, I was long.
Look, this is not an excuse, this is a reality. Obi and I were talking about, so I'm going to pull up my Whoop for everybody here because I would have told you my story this morning.
This is
about my lack of sleep.
I'll try to pull up some of the articles.
So, can you? Yeah. Oh, now you got to do this. Oh, which one are we doing? Hey, man, just tell me which camera. I'm working on 3.5 hours of sleep. I need to know which camera I'm looking at. This one? Okay. Can you guys see, but now I have to hold it back. Anyways, it's a red recovery for me. I got 3.5 hours of sleep last night. My REM sleep was 19 minutes, which is decidedly underneath the norm. So I should have been very happy to have worked out some of the good longs this morning. Now the problem was I should have stayed, I should be long Intel off VWAP. Instead, it bounced off VWAP twice. I took neither one of those trades and then tried a reversion short at 26 and lost like 7 cents on it. It's nonsensical. It's still trending higher. It's up 11%. We knew this was one, so I'm mad at myself for not getting back into it. Like, you can say whatever you want. It's just a matter of not continuing with the trade as far as I'm concerned. So I'm still in AMD from earlier in the short side of the trade. Rivian's working. NVIDIA was pretty solid, but, you know, like I should very clearly, there, now we got to fill, so all the positions are in, but I very clearly should be in this off of VWAP. It's been an absolute beast. Justin Lloyd says in the chat, Intel short at 26.40. I think I have an idea where you're going with this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the level we targeted in the morning.
Like, this is what you're going at. Like, this is the level on the daily. I think if you're looking for a reversion, that's, I think, the place to have done it, not where I was trying at like that 26 change or whatever it might be.
The bell has not rung yet, Neil. It's trending up. It's breaking out. We could still get that. I was looking for that in the morning.
It's ringing the bells of shorts right now, I can tell you that much.
I'm watching.
So that's definitely true.
Yeah, no. Ned, just to go back to that point, let's talk a little bit about science, because we were talking about REM sleep, right? And I think this is very important. This is like a very, I guess, I feel strongly about it because I recently came to this epiphany where, like, okay, maybe because there is enough research for this, I should be so like you guys know, I track the sleep, make sure I get enough hours at night, be well rested. But going even further and being like, did I get the right amount of REM sleep? Right, yeah. And Neil kind of was talking about that just now, and yeah, I love this. I love AI, man. You can put in a question and it gives you the full, like it knows exactly what you're asking, right? So right here, research suggests that REM sleep plays a significant role in decision making by influencing the brain's ability to process information, regulate emotions, and assess risk. Did I write anything about being a trader?
Nope.
I wrote nothing about being a trader. This is just decision making. And then you guys can search this as well. It's a Google search right here. Impulsivity, right? Risk assessment. Prefrontal cortex, that's where we make our decisions, right? It's like, okay, well, emotional regulation. So it's like, yeah, okay, if you're aware of your REM sleep, you can probably make better decisions. It doesn't mean you're not gonna make good trades, or it doesn't mean you're not gonna, make money or lose money. It has nothing to do with that. It just means that you might not be at 100%. So you want to think about how you might be wanting to trade when you know you're not at 100%. That's all.
Yeah,
I've had this is a recent realization of mine, and I was just like.
The analogy I like to use is because, so I played some baseball back in the day, but I had a lot of injuries, like hamstring injuries, that kind of a thing. And I was like, my game was speed. So there were days where if I knew, okay, the hammy's tight, the back's not working, like I could play, but I know I'm not, maybe I'm not stretching first to third. I can be in the play, no issues at the dish, but this is a day where I'm not aggressively trying to steal. You got to pick your spots. I have to warm up more that day. You got to pick your spots. I think it's the same thing in trading because I didn't feel compromised. But what I did find today was, okay, well at lunchtime I was not really, you should be still long Intel. You're not making the right decisions when you get into that sleepy time of the day, which is easy to happen. At the open, you could get sloppy. We might have missed a couple of chances to get some reloads, but it just comes down to you have to be more you got to be more, not cautious isn't the right word. You've got to be more aware of the fact that you are going to be prone to making weaker decisions. And so I know this, and I know we're going to get to Sharif in a quick second. I know that when I miss VWAP twice, what's happening, why I'm trying to short it there. Because I missed VWAP twice. I'm not, it's I should only be long the stock. I missed VWAP once, I missed VWAP twice. So you try to make a trade that isn't there. And Intel going to continue to break highs as we go to Sharif to see what you guys want to talk about. And I'm guessing maybe Intel's one of them. I don't know. We'll see. Sharif?
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi is in for Sean. He's not feeling well today, but they're both locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So make sure to join us during the How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat so you can vote for your favorite tickers every day and have them show up on the rundown. Here's a look at the triple Qs. Look at that move down on the NASDAQ. Wow, wow, wow. So maybe the numbers I have here are old, but I had 0.16 negative on the NASDAQ. I had the ES flat with the Dow also being down 0.25%. The only major average green on the day is the Russell 2000 up in between that 0.25% and that 0.33%. Here is the first ticker though, as decided by you, the only Mag 7 name that's actually green on the day. Funny enough, it didn't really have much of a headline though, but NVIDIA guys trying to hold up green below that 140 level right now, but still up 0.58.
Yeah, maybe not for long, because we just rolled over on the market right there. So just very quickly, I was chilling in AMD. It was 20 cents, 15 cents in the money. Now it's $0.50. But the NASDAQ just did this roll through the low of the day. NVIDIA absolutely was relatively strong. We were long this morning a couple times. I said I got away with longs on NVIDIA today. Bounced into VWAP, kind of got away with one tight stop, had another one reload. It just wasn't really following through. We kept the stops tight, eventually turned to a short on NVIDIA. Clearly that's the way to be. I had it at 140 before, and we held on to AMD right now, and position board just went. All right, once I get another fill, it'll come back. I'm short AMD and Nikola right now, and long Rivian off VWAP at 14. But I think we have an opportunity here now to sort of look at this from VWAP. It's holding trend underneath VWAP on NVIDIA, and I'm just going to short this trend. Right now, it'd be around the 140 level. It's making lower highs and lower lows. The other thing you got going on here is, you've broken, it was a breakout this morning, no questions asked, and you are starting to roll back in. So you're still above prior highs, so there's a chance you could find some support at 139 even, 138.80, which is where we closed at. But until then, I'm going to respect this trend from about 950. When it lost VWAP, it's been holding lower highs the entire way through. As long as it holds that trend, I want to short underneath it. And while we're at it, I was just looking to get a reload in AMD off of VWAP here, and it just doesn't seem to want to get there. So another push back into the low. I'm holding it from this little push where it's giving you, like it wicked me out, so I waited for it to get to VWAP and test, I'm not sure we get there again. So I want to short into VWAP on AMD. I want to short into that trend line on NVIDIA. And we'll see what is up with the rest of the chip names, because at the end, we'll talk about the strong one.
Yeah, so I think VWAP's a great place to be today, or else it's shown us in the morning session and in the midday session. You can see that it does try to break. We were talking about how NVIDIA was just chopping within its opening range. Which way is it going to break? And going into the midday session, we did break down below that opening range low, and you can see right here, clean tests of VWAP right here. It comes right back in. So it's like, all right, well, you saw that break happen. You saw that, you observed that VWAP held. There's definitely a little bit of selling happening at VWAP. When we come back in and break that uptrend into VWAP, guess what happens? We come right back in. Sellers kind of step back in at that VWAP, showing themselves once again. But yeah, Neil is definitely correct. It's holding prior day's levels right there on that pullback into 139. So current day low is 138.98. So holding that trend. But we know that that NVIDIA has been strong all of the end of last week as well. So a little bit of a pullback coming into the beginning of the week, shortened week as well. I'm curious to know whether or not we hold some of these prior day highs right here. We got that 36.50 from Thursday, and then just above that 39 level on Friday. So consolidation underneath VWAP. Market did kind of quadrunk right there, but NVIDIA did not break its low just yet. So holding up pretty well above that 139. I'm going to be continuing to watch that one going into the close.
Tough day today for Tesla, down, guys. It was an aggressive move down, but only down 1%. Could have been worse. A couple of headlines here. Tesla finalizes the locations in New Delhi and Mumbai for showrooms as it plans to start selling or start India sales. We'll have to see how that all works out. Elon Musk did meet with Prime Minister Modi last week. There's also this headline over here. So we had been hearing about Tesla rolling out full self-drive in China. It looks like that their ambitions may be at risk here, as China may use the rollout of FSD in its negotiations with Donald Trump for tariff. Guys, time will tell.
And look, Tesla, good rally to end the week last week. You know what? I'm just going to take a fill so you guys can. Position board's still not back yet, so if I get a fill, in theory, there he goes. Just to show you guys, I still have a bit of Rivian left. We took another leg out in front of 1420, and I'll get to that as we talk a little bit about EVs here. A great rally for Tesla to end the week, but on Friday, it wasn't a consolidation, it was a pullback day. And when you look at what happened today, we couldn't get past that 360, 363. So I kind of thought we'd be going breakout at 363, where we were gapped higher. It just never materialized. Tesla's been a sell ever since. Actually, when we were at 350, I turned to Obi and was like, yeah, 348's the level. That's where it held. Like 348, 348. 50 hadn't even mattered on Thursday or Friday. And of course, what does that mean? That means we bounce off 350 today. It's just sometimes that's how it goes. I was kind of looking for a reversion off to 48. If it's bouncing off 50 now, I want to be a little bit patient with this. Still feel like there's a couple of dollars that could go lower than this, and if the market's going to be relatively weak, give it another shot. But VWAP sits right at 355. I think that gives you an opportunity. If we're breaking out above there, great. That's great for Tesla. But ultimately, it feels like we had a couple of days worth of rally, then we're back to the weakness that we've been seeing recently in Tesla. So I don't want to call it a tank, because compared to what it was doing before, it's only about 1% to the downside. And we're going to have Randy on, so we got to talk about, well, at some point, got to talk a little bit about Rivian. Rivian,
oh boy,
this is the kind of, here, let me go to the daily chart. Daily chart matters way more here. Accumulation at the 200-period moving average. We can all see that. Breakout last week, the 50-period moving average. Today, it dipped at the open right into this prior wick, right into the 50-period on the daily, lit grab, and then breakout. Pulls right back into the close at 1403, pulls right back into VWAP at 14 and bounces. So if this holds 14, I want to be long this thing. If it doesn't hold 14, we get out. Pretty simple. The market's weak. I don't want to fight it too much, but generally speaking, like that kind of a liquidity grab reversal as a continuation play. And I shout out to the chat for yelling, well, not typing aggressively about Rivian to remind us what was actually happening in the stock.
Yeah, I think that one was pretty wild off of the open there. But yeah, Tesla, I like that 350. We kind of talked about it this morning as well. Bit of a downtrend break. You see that we've been aggressively selling off of this 420, 440 area prior to earnings, and then after earnings, 420 has been the high right there. 419.99 specifically intraday, and then at the end of the month in January, we get that aggressive selling into the close, and we've been getting selling all the way into prior Tuesday, and you can see that since or Tuesday a couple of weeks ago, and you can see that it's been broken the trend. It's broken the trend. We've reclaimed that 350, and then the hold of 350 currently. So that's what we're watching right now. 302 lows. Right there, 350.02 lows. That's interesting. I was talking to a couple guys about the interesting pivot that some of these tickers have. They can't even print the whole, right? People are just stepping in so aggressively in front that it prints like an 02 or like an 01. You can see prior day as well. We're making, technically, as of right now, we're still making a higher low relative to prior trading day on Friday. So could be interesting. Bit of a downtrend on the day. And we definitely have the market tailwind to give us that. Let's see if we can break this downtrend here as well. This is pretty clean to the downside. We're still holding 350. Let's see if we can bid back up. This week is going to be interesting, I think so, on Tesla, as we are technically breaking a higher time frame trend. So let's see if we can hold 350 over under.
Aggressive selling on Friday, guys, when it came to SoundHound. It lost the bid there. Today, tried to bounce back a little bit, but well off the highs, only about 2 1/3%. This is the headline that we got on Friday. NVIDIA, which was a well-noted investor in SoundHound, dissolved its entire stake, guys, after it filed its 13F. So NVIDIA no longer invested in SoundHound.
So this is the example of, okay, so how did the lack of sleep or different preparation manifest itself this morning? It's in preparation and not getting to SoundHound. So like, you know, if you watch the open, I'd say trading was fine. Like the market was going down and pretty much every long had worked. So, okay, we're in the right stocks. That being said, as much as SMCI did have a good day, look, you can't complain. You should have been looking for longs in Intel. NVIDIA got away with it, but it wasn't an overly strong stock. SOUN was short sell restricted after that after the divesting, and it held the low. We saw the bounce at the open on Friday, right off of $10.50. It bounced off that area again at the end of the day, even if barely. So what does it proceed to do? Day 2, short sell restricted. That means that you can only hit the bid to enter a short position aggressively if the last print is an uptick. Doesn't mean the stock's going up, but it usually means if it gets a relief rally, it's just got a little more juice to it. So that's exactly what happened. Wick did at the open, trended up, held VWAP. Textbook SSR bounce play. So it was a failed opportunity. Anytime you see stocks like this with that big hammer down over 10%, and that's a stock you trade, that next day, I'm not saying it's going to go up, but if it put in any kind of a structured low like this double bottom, and it doesn't break that long at the open, that's a good shot play for the long. It's just a risk-reward play. It goes from bottom right into the prior resistance, so you know the range. It essentially just worked that range for you, and that was the missed opportunity this morning. I think that's one I probably already slapped a fail, but should have been long this. We like the SSR bounce. That's the textbook example of a continuation play on a short sell restricted stock.
Yeah, I think that's a miss on my part as well. Again, yeah, day two of the catalyst, and it's still doing a little bit of volume here, coming back, as Neil pointed out. Yeah, it gives us that whole range. That's absolutely beautiful here. Day 2 on the SSR, and the hold of VWAP as well. The pullback can't really pull back as much, and it holds a higher low, giving us that pushback up into that range high from prior day, that opening range high. You can see how well it was held. The first 15-minute candle, and later on as well, bit of a double top resistance at that 1190 area. Today's high, 1190. So we've come right back into that VWAP. Let's see if this prior low holds, or do we just continue the trend, right? This was a prior support and resistance, you can call it. It acted as resistance on day one of the catalyst. Day two coming in, we're acting as a little bit of resistance there once again at that 1190. So now, is it washed enough to continue that into that low? That's the question I'm asking. Day low currently at that 1050 mark, prior day low 1040. So maybe let's see, it's holding below VWAP right now, and yeah, getting sold by Intel, definitely a strong catalyst to say the least. We know that it ticked up on this catalyst just a few months ago, right? So it's like, all right, we knew that this was one of the subsidiaries of NVIDIA, and you can see the run that it's had just on that association with NVIDIA. So now kind of giving the move back and confirmation with that news. We broke trend much before this news came out. This news came out last week. So interesting price action nonetheless here on SoundHound. But yeah, let's wait and see if we can get back to these consolidation lows down at $5, Neil. So if this reversion goes 100%, there's a bit of a shelf here at $4 to $5 on SoundHound. So could be interesting.
Trading at the highs and above 5% now is Nike. This morning in the pre-market, we got word that they were joining, Nike that is, joining forces with Kim Kardashian's Skims for fitness fashion. The stock has obviously gained. Now I know exactly what trade I missed in the day. Kim Kardashian did post this on her Instagram page, kind of verifying the headline there. Should also know Bill Ackman added into his Nike position as well. We got that filing last week, boys.
Rocket today. Just so what we said about almost said Nikola. Nike. I mean Nikola. That's why I'm thinking about Nikola. When we think about Nike, today, great day. What I would caution when you zoom out the chart was simply look at the 200 period moving average on Nike. When we talk about indicators, you want to know that a stock is respecting it. This one to the downside has been respecting the 200 period moving average. So if we press into this at 80, that's where a big test comes in. It has been wholeheartedly rejecting the 200 period since the breakdown in December of 2023. It's been a brick wall. That does mean a breakout technically could happen if it closes above this sucker. But until that does, I think you've got a definite area where these 70 longs are giving you a profit target to take. I don't know that I want to trade this afternoon. Maybe there's a reversion in there. The volume's not great. It's a strong stock. I just don't know where we're getting in or have an execution plan for Nike. I think maybe even like a reversion as it's getting close to that 80 resistance is going to be a play at some point for myself. Like I could see that tomorrow, or I guess tomorrow is midweek. I was going to say tomorrow or Wednesday, but tomorrow is Wednesday. I can see that Wednesday or Thursday where we're pulling into that 80 level on the daily and just going to look for a reversion short for the day trade. Just very quickly, because I mentioned Nikola, and this is why it was on the brain. It just broke back underneath VWAP, so I took the trend break. It didn't break out the prior high. If I get another shot to reload this, here, my price is actually 78.5. If I get a chance to reload this 79 or so, I probably would do that and then continue to work this range short on Nikola. It's up 38%, but I like the trend reversal there. Yeah, Nike, I can see myself shorting around that 80 level possibly tomorrow. I don't think it can get there today.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nike was a good one. We talked about it this morning, and look at the air that it's caught all day here on Nike. 74, 75, 76 with a consolidation low right here on Nike. But yeah, we kind of observed that, or in the morning, I was just like, yeah, this is broken trend, and it's been trending up for about what's the date today? Today is the 18th. All right, so about roughly 8 days, give or take a few for the weekends. But yeah, a little bit of a push up, and today we get that acceleration through that 75 mark. You can see again, we talked about where potential places we can look for sellers, and if they're there, and they definitely were not. At 75 is something that we pointed out in the morning session there, and then this prior high as well, 76 is and change. Let's see if we can get up to the 78.86 prior high, a bit of a double top there from the end of January, and it seems like we're headed right up there. So very, very strong trend on Nike today. I don't know. I think I'm a little late for it today, Neil, but let's see if it gives us a continuation tomorrow.
Oh man, Intel, the best week in 20 years it had last week. What a fantastic look. We started off this week, the shortened week, with an even better look. It looks like as if Taiwan Semi and Broadcom both being discussed right now as possible Intel being discussed as possible acquisition targets for both Broadcom and TSMC. Broadcom specifically looking for their chip design business and their marketing team there, while TSMC looking at picking up some of their foundries. It should be noted the two companies, TSMC and Broadcom, are not talking. They're both speaking individually and independently to Intel. Broadcom is only interested in picking up their chip design and marketing business if another company can pick up the foundry. So you feel like it's just a matter of time until these boys start talking. Neil was involved in it, guys. It's trading at the high, up over 11.9%. Jeez.
Well, everybody was trading today was probably, I shouldn't say everybody. I misspoke. Thank you to Carl for pointing this out. I misspoke when I said, I was kind of saying this morning when the market going down, like every long I was in just kind of worked out. But again, it depends on what you were in. Obviously, the market wasn't strong off the open. It just depended what you happened to be in. But almost every day trader I know, certainly around here, the ones from other offices that we sometimes talk to, was looking at Intel today. And as Shreve said, the best week it's had in 20 years, I would posit to you, if this is the best week that you've had in 20 years, that's pretty pathetic. It's just true, but it's still a very strong stock. Every single day for the last week, it has been a trading vehicle. We're talking over 100 million shares in volume. You can see the relative volume has been through the roof. It's been trending up. It broke and held above the 200-period moving average. Oh yeah, Joe, have a great trip, man. Safe flight. Safe flight.
Love everybody here.
Joe's heading off. He's going to be going to Jamaica.
Let's go.
Okay, so here's the thing, man. I'm being straight up. Like Intel, great. Just for a quick second, there's so much snow around here. It's like minus 20. It's freezing every single day. Like it's just Randy's going to be able to talk about the amount of snow that he has. So I love Joe, but I'm getting a little FOMO, the fact that he's going to be on a plane in Jamaica and we're going to tough it out here. So we're all happy for him, but we got a little bit of that jealousy that kicks in because I want to be somewhere warm. Man, I can't wait to go to Florida for spring training, even though the Jays suck. So yeah, Intel still should be long. Let's just get that out of the way. I said this morning, we're going to go long off of VWAP, and then I just stopped. So with prior high, it's a simple trade. Prior high break, hold VWAP. So why not long there? Why not long there? It's just a missed opportunity. You are now at this high, going back to November's high. There it is. November's high, which on a closing basis is already broken at 26.40, and on a wick basis is like 26.70 or so. So if there's going to be a reversion, I would suspect it's going to be there. Intel, for whatever it's worth, is a rocket ship. The structure of how this would play out with Broadcom and TSM is a little complicated because you're not talking about all aspects of the business that would get broken up here. It's the foundry and the chip design that still leaves quite a bit, and there'd be a lot to hash out. But I still think you're unlocking value, and this is good in the short term for the stock. Even if each day that we don't get any potential details of something happening, you run the risk of some profit taking coming into Intel. So I do think volatility is going to be here to stay for Intel, but it's kind of a long till it isn't, man, when you look at that trend. We had our pullback day, and we just gapped it and broke back out. As I said, should still be long. And at this point, now we're 20 cents away from that high on the daily. So it's hard to hit that button right now when we're looking at a reversion level.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, I'm just kind of swatching this, being like, how can I do a little bit better next time? Definitely had a bit of a long thesis, or eventually built into a long thesis later on. I did try the reversion on the first pullback. We can kind of go through this chart here. This is Intel currently printing 26 halves. Oh boy. Neil, I have my first long was at on the false break of that 25.10s. We're about a point and a half higher now. But yeah, it gave a lot of opportunity. And again, we talk about being patient, and I think I still was not patient enough. I was a little too aggressive on this one. Again, it gives you that VWAP pullback. It gives you the VWAP pullback for the continuation trade. Right here, I think I did really well recognizing that, okay, I should not be shorting this. This is going to push up past that 25. We are aggressively strong. We're gapping up above prior days, end of day catalyst kind of highs there as well that we got. This is what I mean when I say that. Let me pull up the chart so I can show you guys at the same time. So this was that catalyst high around 130 that we got. We got a push up to 24.20s. And look at that. We're gapping up above today in the pre-market, holding that level and then pushing off, breaking pre-market highs, pushing off even higher, and then pulling back into VWAP. So I do like that. And coming back into VWAP, I want to see if there were buyers off of the open, I want to see if they show up again. And in my opinion, I think they did. And later on in the day, it confirmed that they did. But I was a little too aggressive for this move that's happening right now. I was looking for that prior high at that 2640, and currently we did consolidate there. 2640s a little bit, and pushing even higher right now at 230 in the afternoon session. But here I get a little too aggressive. Give it back right here. Try again. Don't really have as much conviction in it because I'm like, all right, we got to wait for VWAP to come back in. That's where real risk kind of is. It comes into VWAP. Not really there. I do try a little bit of a reversion here. I try a short and I went for a bit of a walk there, came back, and it was pretty much trading here. I didn't expect it to come back here. So I was like, all right, well, if this happened, then this trade is off, and good reason too, because now we're making higher lows and reclaiming that 26, holding on to that 2640 prior weekly high. This is what I mean when I say that. Just pull up Intel on a weekly chart, take off the VWAP so you can see it cleaner. Right here, this consolidation high. This was the earnings in July of 2024 where we quadrupled from 30 all the way down to 19s. So all the way down to 19s, that's where that's where demand has been for a little bit, and now we're taking that trend right back up to the consolidation highs. So it should be interesting. But next stop, Neil, 2970s, I don't know.
So before we go up to the desk, AMD just did this. I'm going to get to the super chat. So I did not there we go. AMD just broke that prior high. So I'm out. Trending back into the upside. We're holding it from this VWAP test all the way at like 1130. So no reload for me. We just broke it back out when it got through our resistance spot. But shout out to JCB Sports Cards. What up? What kind of sports cards are you into? I used to collect baseball cards. I mean, technically I still have them, so I guess that means I do collect them. Not that I do much with them anyways. Thoughts on STAI, hold through end of day or sell and take the Robinhood day trade nasty email? Thanks. I don't know what to tell you about any Robinhood emails that you might get. I understand you want to watch out for that pattern day trading rule or whatever it might be. I have a general rule of thumb when it comes to trading small caps. Whenever I've swung them or owned them in the past, I always try to keep it very simple and make sure that I bank profits. I don't know where you're in or what your risk tolerance is. But generally speaking, anytime I ever had any one of these runners, it would usually be something along the lines of I've taken this local breakout, let's call it 270, or I've bought this dip in front of it. And when it goes 30, 40% of the money or a 50% move, whoop, that's not my chart. What chart is it? Can we come to my chart for a second? Oh. There we go. Yeah. So when it's made this break, I'm always banking profit. And to me, when you get something that looks like this, there's your trend break, you're catching it on a continuation play. I want to take profit in front of the high, and that way I can let it ride a little bit more confidently, understanding that at any day you can get things like offerings, you can get 100% retracements. We've just seen it happen time and time again. I don't know what your risk tolerance is. I don't know what your plan of action was going into it, but I always say no one ever went broke taking profit. And when you have one of these things on like a clean breakout trade for continuation, well, if this loses VWAP, we could be at 3 by 4 p.m. today, and we could be at $2 tomorrow. I don't know anything fundamentally about the stock, and usually when you play these small cappers, it's not as if we usually do. So a lot of times you just want to make sure that when you make a good decision or when you make a good trade, you want to reward yourself. And that's even more true when you're trading these small cappers. Great that it's holding VWAP, but I presume you're not talking about a day trade right now. You're talking about some kind of a swing. With that, we promised you a little bit of a segment today because Randy was at the auto show here locally and has something to dish on for you guys.
So the first thing to know is that it was better than last year.
Yes.
Definitely better than last year. Much better than 2 years ago. But as you were saying, the same weekend as Chicago for some reason.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't plan these things.
Scheduling,
It just seemed, yeah, I mean, it seemed like our show got a little more hype, a little more attention. I've been looking at the U.S. dailies to see, who was talking about what, and it's just a bunch of chatter, but I give it an 8 out of 10.
Oh, all right, that's not bad.
We've got more manufacturers than we had last year, 2 years ago. Of course, during COVID, nobody showed up. It was busy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was
Good.
busy.
All right, so we'll touch on a few things here. We're gonna focus it. Someone's throwing stuff. We're going to focus it on EVs, obviously, because that's mostly what everyone's talking about of late. We'll start with Rivian here. You took a bunch of pictures of the R2.
The R2.
Which was in attendance at the Canadian International Auto Show.
I was rather happy that Rivian Canada, as diminutive as they are, brought the pre-production or prototype R2. And I asked lots of questions, and I got very few answers. And I think that was probably on purpose. But there's a lot to like. Now, I'm a fan. Neil can, yes, he repeats it. But if you got close enough and took enough photos, it's a smaller version of the R1S.
Right.
But proportionally, as you said, it looks really tall. Not so much. It's really well done. Same technology, same battery pack, same skateboard chassis that Rivian's known for, same software. The newer hardware, less modules, there's zonal architecture, a lot less wiring, so it's lighter, better performance, better range. When? March of 2026.
For how much? Still remains to be seen.
Still remains to be seen. They wouldn't answer the question. Got $100.
Yeah.
My Fisker Ocean money. Put your name on the list, and they'll get you one a year from now, maybe.
Possibly.
Maybe.
I mean, the one thing that the CEO, really went out of his way to specify during that launch event of this vehicle was the luxury aspect was coming down, the materials were coming down, the technology involved was coming down, all in the name of being able to produce these at a rate at which they could actually get them out the door and get them into people's hands, because to date, they really haven't been able to do that.
Right.
I mean, it's getting better, but they really haven't been able to.
They've got to trim and streamline their supply chain costs. And he's really very focused on this. And I think he also wants to break the Elon Musk cycle of promising something and then it's 2 years out before we actually see it. I don't think he wants to follow in those footsteps. So I was really impressed with the R2. Again, it's a year away.
Yeah.
So
did they have the other vehicles?
They had them all there. Yeah. Except for the EDV, the electric delivery van, which I was very interested in. Order books are now open to the general public, not just Amazon. It's the same van. There's two wheelbases. One's called the 500, one's called the 700. About 160 miles of range. And people go, that's not very much. But they're meant for inner city urban delivery areas.
Right.
Amazon's had great success with the vans, great reliability. And honestly, these vans are probably not on the road at night. So longer charge times, lower charge rate, but the cost is right around $100,000.
Here is Rivian's chart for anyone who hasn't looked at it in the past little while here. This is a daily chart. So nice end to last week, going into, had nothing to do with Canadian International Auto Show. Let's be honest. But I think that headline, though, that was the big day, I believe, going back a couple of weeks here, the big day to the upside. That was that headline when they were going to open it up. The van. I mean, they still haven't, let's be honest, they still haven't got Amazon all of the vans that they promised.
They have not. And Amazon has, I believe, a 16% shareholder value in the company itself. More vans on the way. Yes, there was some production mayhem and supply chain problems, we'll call them, last fall, which I think they've largely sorted out. So now the foot's on the pedal. They can build as many as they can. And if you want one for your own company, maybe you're a contractor or a local courier, you can order one. The other one I looked at was the Bright Drop, which is the General Motors delivery van. It's an odd segment to look at when you go to an auto show because who's buying a delivery van? But there's contractors. Yeah. There's lots of utilities, lots of fleet vehicles that are buying these vans that are driving just around the city. They're not a long distance vehicle. 6,000 pounds gross vehicle weight rating. That's not bad. Again, 160, 180 miles of range. There's still $100,000, but there's a lot of demand, pent-up demand for these. The order books are open. They're very similar inside and out. Again, the EDV, I've not seen it in person, but I've got a lot of up-close pictures of it. The drivetrains are fairly similar. Front-wheel drive is base, all-wheel drive optional.
And
But they're tall. You could camp in this thing.
they're big.
They're huge.
Yeah, and I think that was designed for two things. One is the operator, whoever's running the actual van, to be able to walk through it standing up straight.
Yes.
Rivian, you can do that as well, and then have maximum capacity going up and down.
You could be an NBA player and walk through this thing. It's 7.5, 8 feet tall inside. So packages overhead, lots of racking, lots of safety features, cameras all around. So you're maneuvering in tight spaces in an inner city environment. You're inching your way through alleyways.
Yeah.
They got you covered. Really impressive.
Next on the list here, here's Polestar. If you haven't looked at that chart for quite some time, it's done absolutely nothing since the middle of last year. We're still hovering. This is $1 right here. So we're just hovering over top of $1. That's a controversial looking trunk.
Sharif and I had this conversation. I think a lot of people have. The first thing you notice is it has no back window. And there aren't many cars you can buy that do not have a back window. And I'm sure this, when it hit the design board, there was a lot of discussion. However, you sit inside, and no, I did not get a picture of it, but there is a fisheye camera. You can see it just at the top there. That gives you a much, much, much better view of what's behind you. And it's pretty much a fisheye, so you can see, almost like a surround view sort of camera.
Right.
Than you would ever see with the A-pillars, the way they're sloped. And blind spots galore. So I think it really made sense. They spent a lot of time with this design. The interior is absolutely gorgeous.
That gives you an idea of the massive size of that rear door.
It's huge. There are tons of cargo space. With the seats folded down, somebody was in it just before I took the photo. With the one seat folded down, you could put skis and a kayak in there maybe. It's huge. It's absolutely massive. Great little inner city utility vehicle. Relatively well priced. I think Polestar's underrated right now in terms of their stock price. There's a lot of great things coming. Very minimalist design, very well built. Lots of upside here. They don't seem to have the traction they need in North America. Lots of them on the road here.
Tons.
That's
what you and I were just saying that, and to see that stock at $1, and not being able to get away from that,
surprising.
What is the reason behind?
I don't know. I mean, again, I think they're looking for sales traction in other markets, and that adoption. A couple new models in the works. They're on their way. They're going to make one in the States, and the other one, I believe it was South Korea, to get around the tariffs.
Right.
And then that should help their bottom line, their profit margins on these cars. But they're really well done. Gorgeous interiors, really comfy. The ergonomics, if you like that sort of thing, and if you do a lot of driving, I think it's important. Really, really well done. I was impressed.
All right, let's go to the other end of the spectrum here. The entire other end of the spectrum here. I mean, I'll grab Lucid's chart here in a second, but Lucid, the Gravity was there in real life.
In real life.
Production model, or is this still
I was told, was a production model. How much truth there is to that, I don't know. The rest of the Lucid team was uninformative, maybe?
Right.
On purpose?
To say the least.
I asked a lot of questions, and there wasn't a lot of details. Unbelievably stunning car, inside and out. This has been long awaited. This should help Lucid's fortunes, I think. They've been a laggard in the EV space. I mean, they've had the Air out for a while, and it's incredibly expensive.
You see a few around, though. I mean, there's a couple that roam around the streets down here.
They are not like a Tesla, and they're not as popular, obviously. But the Gravity should improve their fortunes. It's really well done. 850 horsepower. Lots of toys. 146,000 Canadian, which is, if you're a high-end Model X would be the equivalent. It's a lot fresher than the Model X. But there's more on top of Lucid Gravity if you want to spend more money. So a great range, 550 kilometers, 385 miles. So it's not bad.
The luxury aspect of it.
Beautiful inside and out, recycled materials, gorgeous interiors. That upper couple levels over a Polestar, over something else, but beautiful car. And then on top of that, we had Cadillac. And Cadillac, GM, kudos to you. You guys pulled it out all the stops. It was the most impressive pavilion at the show. They've got 5 new electric platforms. The Mystique, the Lyric, and the Escalade IQ. This is the biggest SUV I've ever sat in. It would stretch from here to the other side of our stage. It seats a football team. There are screens everywhere, and I mean lots of screens. It's 750 horse, 750 kilometers.
All
range.
electric.
All electric. She's big. She's 8,000 pounds. As you said, you wouldn't want to get hit by this thing.
Yeah.
It's a big, beautiful, bold statement by Cadillac. Yes, they have a lot of other lower, smaller models in their lineup. GM's pulled out all the stops with Cadillac. I was very impressed overall at the show by their, not only the pavilion, but the breadth of their models. A lot of different selections to, cater to different price ranges. Really, really well done. Gordon.
The one person here that has said Escalade may need to do an upgrade once this thing gets out. Real quick, here's Lucid. I mean, a few days in a row here, straight higher. We're back above $3 for Lucid, testing multi-week highs here. So Lucid, outside of the Rivians and Polestars of the world, faring a little bit better.
I hope they can turn this around, and they need to, honestly. I mean, SUVs are outselling every other type of car, sedans and so forth. I don't see Lucid building a pickup truck. I don't. Let Rivian and Ford battle that market out. But they need the gravity, and I think it will sell. You've got to have a bit of cash in your wallet, but beautiful platform.
Yeah.
Is it reminiscent of the Model X when it first hit our shores? So be it. I mean, there's a budget, there's a time and a place for this, and a market for it.
Yeah.
If they can get this out the door without a whole lot of issues and a whole lot of hoopla, I think it'll sell. Will it outsell a Tesla? Probably not.
At the end of the day, they have the backing that I don't think
they've got lots of money in the
They
bank.
don't need to care.
No, well, I mean, they need to be productive.
Right.
Profitable.
But they're not going anywhere.
We'll see. They're not going anywhere.
Speaking of Tesla, quick recap. Was Tesla even there?
Tesla was there. I think I saw a Juniper, but do I care? No.
Not that impressive.
You know what? It's we talked about this at length. It's largely, from the outside anyway, a cosmetic upgrade. Yes, you get the flat bottom steering wheel, the yoke, a few other little things, the taillights. Again, they've just massaged. And every other car manufacturer does this every 4 years with a facelift every 2 years. It's not that groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Software updates. We've got a little bit more range, not really any more power. The underlying architecture hasn't really changed that much.
Seems his focus has shifted entirely to the
10,000
robots that he's planning on building this year.
So I didn't really purposely bypass it, but there wasn't a whole lot new there.
Right.
It's been covered, so.
Tesla's Tesla. Randy with his Canadian International Auto Show review. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Somebody clip that. Randy dropping science. I love the chat. All over it, although some people are like, what's a kilometer?
Yeah, we saw that, hold my beer.
Yeah, look, man, come on. We're
the CLO.
We're metric up
kilometer.
In here. But I gotta point something out on Lucid because it matters. It's a trading show, so it's a weekly chart of Lucid, and I'm gonna show you, this is January of 2022. And on a weekly chart, that was one of the last times that we've tested above the 50 period on a weekly. Now we zoom it in. Zoom, zoom, zoom. We're zooming it in. And we've been struggling above the 50 period on the weekly. What are we doing right now? We are breaking above the 50 period on the weekly. What it has not done, however, is sustain any of these breakouts. So it tried this before, test, break, test, break. But if we close above 365, this might be worth another shot. 21% short float, and clearly it's at a key level on that weekly chart. Now, obviously, if you're trading on a weekly basis, it's not like it breaks out 365 tomorrow and you go long. It needs to close above that by this Friday, and then you look for a trade next week. So on a daily chart, it kind of looks like an obvious level, but the weekly does look very interesting there on Lucid. And wow, Intel, what do we say about Intel at this point? Intel is just an absolute rocket ship. So we talk about that 2670 area on the daily chart. It just tagged it to the penny and then retested that high. So it hasn't really done any kind of a pullback off this. It's, as I said, it's a rocket. You want to be a little bit careful with this. Also keep in mind the market is doing a rebound as this is going on. So you're getting some strength coming back into the market. VWAP will sit at 22.2 on a NASDAQ. I think that's a good spot to look for some reversal trades in a general sense. My look right now is NVIDIA. not necessarily Intel. NVIDIA's been trending down. Ooh, this didn't stay. So since we broke VWAP here, it's been holding a general trend down. I guess it's not the best trend line in the world, but you get the idea. Been holding a general trend down that would need to curl underneath somewhere around the 140 level. So looking for that to find some resistance. If it never breaks this 13.9 and the NASDAQ gets to VWAP, I might just short this here. I'm going to give NVIDIA a chance to press a little higher before looking for the short trade. Chris Arns saying Palantir's now going. Had Palantir. Oh, I'm missing some data. Ignore my VWAP because that'll be wrong because that data's gone. If it fills back in, I'll let you know. Had a curl trade on Palantir that I got trailed out of at 120 when we had it at 119. Palantir well above VWAP, making fresh highs. Not 52-week highs because it got to 125 earlier and pulled back. But it's still a blue sky setup for Palantir. You're above last week's highs. I think any dip into either prior high or support, that means 122.70-ish, or into 122. I think dip and rip for Palantir, it's just a different beast, man. When it gets bought up like this after a failed break this morning, it just goes to show you how much money is chasing Palantir right now. Because a failed all-time high break that just trends down all morning into a weak market to go green and be up 3%, it's telling you something. And what it's telling you is anytime the shorts think they have a leg up, they just get smacked down. Now you could make a pun about getting smacked down like the opening seconds of the hockey fight, but just imagine I made a joke about that at the expense of us Canadians, but I'm not going to, even though I just kind of did.
Yeah, man. It's this. I think right now I'm just kind of looking at both the ES and the Nasdaq here. 15-minute charts, a bit of a double bottom wick here at 21,100 on the Nasdaq. So we did get down to the hole. They're catching a bit of a bid here, but Neil, have you seen Micron at all today? So when it comes to chips, again, I have a basket that I have open, just looking at some of the more interesting chip names and maybe some of the top constituents of SMH. And I guess we can go through some of those in a bit. But Micron, oh boy, what a trend to the upside. Absolutely wild. So just 100 hold in the pre-market. So we finally did get past that 100. I did get an alert on Friday for Micron crossing 100 in the morning session. And I looked away. I was like, okay, all right. Well, it didn't really get through that 100. Maybe we're poised for a little bit of a pullback because we have been kind of bidding up there, but absolutely strong on the day today, looking very distinctly different from some of these other chip names. If you look at NVIDIA here, you can see that, again, distinctly different. We were talking about that VWAP pullback as well. But before we continue this talk, let's go see what Adara has to say.
I just want to remind everyone, Micron actually did have a catalyst this morning. I mentioned it this morning pretty much off the open here as we got to those 105s. But what happened here with MU is they did launch a new solid state drive related product. So MU with a new SSD product, quite the strong look on the day here, guys. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Dara. Yeah, it did have a catalyst.
Yeah, it did have a catalyst. But so one thing to keep in mind with Micron, as we were sort of saying this with regards to some of these moving averages, okay, the 200 period has been respected, but it's not even, it's been respected 200 period, but that's not necessarily where I think you run into a little bit of concern. It's this 110 to 115. Just look at all of the rejections here going back into July of last year here. So you've got over a half a year of sellers in this range. Buyers at 85.2. It's a very distinct range for Micron. Clearly, I think if it can break it out, you've got a lot of room into the highs, but this is the idea of a barcode. Until it decides to trade outside of this range, do you make the assumption it's going to break it? I don't know that you do if you're day trading or swing trading. I think you start with the assumption that it just continues to do what it does, and if we break out above 115, then go for it on that bad boy. Intel's on one right now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just, what are you going to do? It just continues to fly higher. There has not been any trend break. It just continues to go. I keep thinking we're going to get a reload on Rivian. I'm going to offer the high of the day, but there was a point when we were talking to Randy, or when Brendan was talking to Randy, it looked like we were going to get a reload off the 14 on Rivian. I've since canceled that bid. We'll just hang on. Play the next dip, maybe a higher low in here, like 14, 9s, 10s, 11s, something in this range if we're able to get it, and see if we can't ride that into the high. So it's looking pretty strong, but Intel will not stop. Anthony G, I'm with you, man. It just won't stop going. It's just going and going and going. Hood is apparently curling according to Elizabeth Stott, as crypto was under a lot of pressure. Oh, we just had some acceleration again. Adara?
Keep an eye here on INTC. I'm seeing a catalyst here from Bloomberg's reporting that Silver Lake, which is a private equity firm, apparently said to be near a deal for a stake in Altera, which is associated with Intel. So Intel acquired Altera back in 2015. Altera is independent as of 2024, but Intel does have a stake. Going back to November, we've heard rumors or whispers or reports that Silver Lake is looking for a multi-billion-dollar minority stake in Altera. Apparently, they're looking to combine with Bain, another buyout firm, for this. So keep an eye on INTC. Apparently, Silver Lake looking for a stake in their Altera. So keep an eye on INTC. Back to you.
There you go. More and more. Everyone's chomping at the bit here, and oh boy, keep getting that back.
I mean, I'm watching this tape. Like, this is absolutely beautiful, absolutely crazy kind of tape, and I'm just watching it. How much further can it go? I mean, much further, I guess, because the market's kind of strong as well, and this thing continues. Again, we talked about what kind of breakout this is. This is not only a daily breakout. It's not only a weekly breakout. We're talking about a monthly breakout above the 2640s, and let's see how much further the bid can go on the intraday. We kind of talk about it being up over multiple ATRs here. In the morning, we identified the ATR as $1.18 in and around there. I know different sources could have different kind of numbers. We're give or take, it's about a point and 20 pennies there on Intel, and off of the opening price. The opening price on Intel today was $24.60. Currently, we're trading at 26.80s. So almost a two ATR move there to the upside on Intel. So again, very, very strong going into the last hour of the day. Let's see what Power Hour has in store for us. And you guys already know how I'm looking at this. I know what you're trying to do. I mean, I know what I'm trying to do, but the question really becomes, is that trade on the table? Let me take off Micron and pull up Intel here so we can kind of take a look at it together. So yeah, absolutely aggressive there, holding that VWAP, holds the trend, and pushing up into more and more fresh highs right there. So close to that 27 mark, and we kind of talk about that prior consolidation low on the higher time frame being at the 29s. That's where we kind of left off at the end of the rundown there. So I do want to go back to that and take a look at some of those prices and what those prices are specifically. So yeah, some of these prior bars coming in here. This is a weekly chart. So this low right here from the week of the 22nd of May in 2023, the low is 26.32. So, but since then we've been doing a lot more action. We bid all the way up to $50.60. But this consolidation is what's interesting to me, because right here we sell off aggressively from 45s all the way down to 30. So 30, bit of a hold on the bid on 30 for over 10 weeks. These are 10 trading weeks. So we hold 30 on the bid on Intel. So definitely an interesting area. Question becomes, if we're breaking out of this level, do we magnet back up into this? Is this a classic case of support and resistance? And maybe there's just air on Intel, cannot compute all the way until $30 off of this breakout. So I have no idea if that's going to happen. Boom.
I think you ring the register when we get to 30.
Yeah.
I think if you haven't, like if you've been in Intel or you just got into it, 18. It just bounced off the 18 level, whether you're a buyer in that low 20s, when it gets to that 30, it's just a great place technically to take profits. I'm going to throw another one out there. And I know this, it's weird. Like some of these things, the confluence gets a little bit out of hand. And how many charts have I pulled up saying, hey, look at this thing trending back up, getting into the 200-period moving average that's resisted it for a very long time that could be threatening a big breakout. Yeah. Mobileye. Guess who has a big stake in Mobileye?
Ooh.
Guess what is 27% short? Guess what's almost... Okay, so all of this... See, what I should have done here, and this is the problem when you get 3.5 hours sleep, what I should have done is set all of that and then not be showing you a Mobileye chart, and then I would...
Yeah.
Just imagine I was being more dramatic about this and you didn't already see the chart in front of you. Yada, yada, yada. Look at Mobileye, everybody. This breaks $20 or closes above the 200 period on the daily, and we get spicy. 27% short float. Intel's always said they're not divesting this, but hey, man, if you're selling off everything else, why not unlock some... unlock some profit here as well. So I think this is a name to watch. They already reported. They reported like a month ago. Okay, maybe not a month ago, a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I think a few weeks ago they reported. So this one is past earnings. I think the catalyst would be people suspecting that Intel might sell their stake, or just some sympathy, some short squeezers, some shorts maybe getting out of this if it breaks the 200 period moving average. But this is a name that while Intel is in play, this should be on some watch lists for sure. So strong day, only 5%, which seems like nothing when Intel's up 13% and Micron's up a bajillion percent, 7%. But yeah, this one needs to be watched, I think. And TX Trader saying there's no real levels on Intel. Yep. There aren't.
No.
There really aren't. It's just 25. There's here, there's where we're at. There was 25, and there is 30.
Yep.
So why wouldn't we fill in this gap? And as far as I'm concerned, we just look at the trend. It's so gentle, this trend. There's no parabolic. There's no parabolic move to short. There's no shakeout to try to go into a long. It's just a little bit intense for Intel. Like I said, I don't like chasing up here, so I really don't plan on doing it. I still have the eyeballs on NVIDIA because, as I said, NASDAQ pulling into VWAP, NVIDIA giving you that classic rejection. As a matter of fact, we got close to VWAP there. We just wicked the 140. So I want to take a shot into NVIDIA. Just a little scalp trade, right? It's 3 o'clock right now, so I don't want to force anything. Just try and short this in here at the 140. The higher low is about 140.20. So it's a decent risk to reward opportunity in a stock that is, while up 0.8%, it's clearly relatively weak. If I can pick this one up at 140, did I offer exactly 140? I actually did. Usually I'll go to like 90, yeah, whatever, it doesn't really matter. So if we break that local high, break the quarters, I can jump out and wait for VWAP, but I just want to stick with the trend here. It was getting away from long and going short that worked, obviously, earlier here in NVIDIA. As long as the NASDAQ is underneath VWAP, I want to give it a chance to work again. Bonkzilla saying SMCI won't quit, and Chef Joe as well. Yeah, SMCI, that's another one. Super strong name today. Don't forget, everybody, in 1 week today is the deadline for SMCI.
Yeah.
They need those earnings. I understand how strong it is right now, but there's a lot of risk every day that we get closer to the deadline. If we don't actually see the earnings, it's just a little bit more risk in this rally.
Yeah, I'm curious to know why they're really kind of holding back on that. It's a little interesting. To say the least, but what do I know? What do I care? I just want to see what the price action does going into that date. Because if we can anticipate an event, I really like to observe, or I'm curious to observe what might be going on there. But another name I want to talk about while Intel continues to push highs and I wait for the bidders to step off is Procter & Gamble. We talked about this earlier in the morning as well. Another one of my tickers from this morning's watch list. I honestly was looking for a continuation, right? So we saw that aggressive kind of selling coming in on Friday morning, right off of the open. Again, this is P&G. This is a ticker that normally doesn't really experience this kind of volatility, and definitely showed up on a few of my scans here, giving us about almost 4%. Well, 3 to 4% drop on that initial opening drive from the open right into about 950. So within about 20 minutes of the open, we dropped down about 4%, bid back up into what seems like VWAP here. Yeah, right here. So VWAP right there, a bit of a failure to follow through, head and shoulders, whatever you want to call it right here. 165s can't really get through, closes at the day lows, showing us that, yes, sellers might be in charge on the day. So coming in today, I'm looking for the short. I'm looking for the short to see if sellers continue this back up. Where? Maybe through prior day low, maybe at VWAP, but take a look at what it does. It reclaims that VWAP. It actually lick grabs prior day low. Well, maybe not lick grabs. Prior day low is 62.30. We hit a low of 62.20. So, yeah, so we kind of, we're 10 pennies a little bit higher than that, but we reclaimed that VWAP, and we've been trending up, pretty much reverting all the way back. So this kind of reminds me of the ticker you were looking at earlier, SoundHound, because we had a strong flush, It made a range high, and then it flushed off later. What did it do the next day? It came back, it revisited that range. Sure, this is happening on a different time frame, but technically, we kind of grab a piece of the lows, and then we come in to retest those range highs. I'm curious to know, if we start to get below VWAP, does this ticker continue to the downside? But again, that's why I was looking at the bigger picture. So once I have that question in mind, I kind of want to go to the weekly and be like, all right, well, what is realistically the probability of us kind of really dumping on that? Is it realistic? Maybe not, because take a look at this. This trend has been holding since 2022, October of 2022 on Procter & Gamble. Yeah, sure, we kind of are pretty choppy and it's very slow, maybe moves like molasses on the weekly chart, but has a gradual uptrend. Not only since then, this trend has been kind of strong since almost forever. Sure, in the past we've had some aggressive over 50% drops on this name. Yeah, that is adjusted prices. But yeah, nice little trend here on P&G. Didn't really work out. So again, today, I was talking to Wayne about this in the back earlier as well. I was just like, yeah, maybe today's a day to kind of, be observant. If you don't have the trade, you don't have good prices, maybe just, chill out. Next week is NVIDIA earnings.
Which is huge.
That is huge.
I forgot to show something.
Yes, what's up?
I promised I would show this. So for anyone that, if you weren't here in the morning and I was waxing poetically about my trip to Montreal this weekend, where my 5.5-hour train ride resulted in sitting in a train for 5.5 hours in the Montreal station, and then sitting in the train for another 6.5 hours for 12 hours the entire day yesterday. And a big shout out to Nintendo. Why? Because this was my daughter when we boarded the train, and she's all happy. And this was about at 10, we're supposed to leave at 10:49. It's about 10:40 a.m. And we're supposed to get back to Toronto at 4:20 when we're supposed to get back to Toronto. Whoops, oh no, it didn't reload. I have to find that picture again. I'm gonna find I'll get it for you guys in a quick second. So you guys already saw it before. I am going to quickly do some magic where I load up the after again, and here is said picture. This is my daughter when we finally start. You see how it's dark outside? We've now been sitting in the train for 5.5 hours, and we are barely outside of Montreal, and she's happy because she did like a big score. Like that's her. The rest of us are just like, you've got to be kidding me. I'm so tired. I'm like, we're gonna get in at midnight. I'm gonna get no sleep. And she was so happy because she was crushing it on her Nintendo Switch. She's like, I'm so good, I'm gonna start beating you, Daddy. I was like, I love you, sweetheart, but you're absolutely not gonna beat me in Mario Kart. That's just, not there yet. Let's be real. She ain't beat me no Mario Kart. Like, yeah.
So what you're telling me is that you need to get yourself a Switch as well.
I don't know, I just play her Switch, man.
But like for 5 hours, I mean.
No, I looked at some charts, I read some stuff.
Nintendo, right?
It was complete and it was intense. Let's just say it was definitely intense. But let's go to the desk with Adair. We've got some breaking news.
What we have here is another very long Bill Ackman tweet, but it actually has moved a stock today. The stock that has moved is Howard Hughes. Now, why is Howard Hughes moving after this Bill Ackman tweet? For context, Bill Ackman has mentioned trying to buy or get involved with here Howard Hughes, HHH. And then about 8 minutes ago, he posts this. If you know Bill Ackman, it's a pretty long post here on X saying that he wants Pershing Square to be equivalent to Berkshire Hathaway. And all of that is to say that he says at 4 p.m. today, he is going to announce, quote, a potential transaction which, if completed, will provide me and my firm the opportunity to create our own, you might say, modern day version of Berkshire. So Bill Ackman here teasing a transaction that will bring himself and Pershing Square to Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway status. That's coming at 4 p.m. Again, a lot of people expecting that this will be Howard Hughes. It's worth noting Howard Hughes getting volume here, but not a ton of volume. Only about 500,000 shares traded on the day. But also here, he said there's also going to be a presentation on X at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and then also a formal part of the presentation on X Spaces. So we'll have to wait and see what transaction Bill Ackman thinks will bring him and Pershing Square to the level of Berkshire Hathaway. But for now, HH moving with volume. Back to you.
first thing, we're almost at 27 here on Intel, so I'm going to try a reversion on Intel through this level if we can get it. And I'll get to NVIDIA in a second, but I promised I would show another one.
Talking my language.
One more. For all of you guys that want us to be hey, look at that. Trade Ideas, President's Day sale, which is perfect because I was about to make a comment about the 51st state. If Canada, which is not going to become the 51st state, if we do, one of the best things you guys would get is poutine. And one of the best places to get poutine is in Montreal. And if you don't know what poutine is, it's great. It's just fries, gravy, and cheese. This is my daughter eating poutine for the very first time in her life in Montreal. Shout out to Biovac. They were absolutely amazing. This poutine was I'm not a big poutine person. Okay, Daddy had some of her poutine. She didn't finish all of that. But she was in her zone. And the crazy thing about it, and this is what I told her, she wanted to get their burger on their kids' meal. And she'd never had poutine before. They were literally out of beef, which I'm not sure how you were out of beef. But anyways, they didn't have the burger. Said, would you like to try the poutine? I explained it to her. She's like, I'll try it, Daddy. She was so happy. And this just goes to, let your kids try new things. Sometimes force them to try new things. You've never been so happy in your life. And I'm telling you right now, that poutine was fire. Absolute fire. Shout out to Biovac. You guys were amazing. Great restaurant. One more thing before we go back to Obi. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm going to segue into, in a quick second, if you give me the opportunity to remain, to the Trade Ideas President's Day sale, everybody. That's right. Everybody wants to get 25% off. Of course you do. And then buy some poutine with your savings because the savings are real here. Get 22% off all new subscriptions with code TraderTV22. But wait, Obi, there's more. Ooh. Upgrade to premium annual and snag a massive 28% off with code TraderTV28. That's how simple they make it for you, everybody. That's right, huge savings for everyone out there, and they're happening now. Head to the 2025 President's Day sale landing page, link below, before February 19th. Do not miss out. Take your trading, we always say to another level, but those savings will allow you to, like I said, to buy some extra poutine, have a lot of fun there. But shout out to Trade Ideas, scan the QR, check the link in the video, and check out Trade Ideas while that sale lasts. Traded TV 28, easy to remember, everybody. And yes, everyone does have to try poutine if you've never had it.
Where was that again?
Biovac.
Biovac. Okay.
I forget the name of the hotel that they were in. Oh, we just wicked the 28 level. Okay,
I saw that. 27.
Yeah,
I'm watching it.
27 level. I meant 27.
It's slowing down, but here's the thing. This is what happened on that 26 push as well. So because we're so strong on the day, I don't know. I really do want the reversion, but
yes, you do.
I don't know. I want to be a little bit more patient. Just sure, we grab the level, but the thing is, we're still holding within 90s. The risk is beautiful because if you're risking today high 2703s, you're punching in 98s. There's enough liquidity to get some decent size in, and I see the block boys hitting the bid like that. But the thing is, 03s that can come in pretty easily. There it is right there. 03s once again at 05. So you're getting stopped out on that push. And again, there's no real trend break. I'm looking for a reason to sell because I know the long is so good. And I'm like, if I was in this long, that's the mental I'm trying to assume. It's like if I did this really well and if I was patient earlier on in the day and I waited, if I wanted the continuation, okay, sure, maybe don't sell anything, but wait for the VWAP to come in. And when it shows you, then you can get really aggressive for the push, and it shows you, it gives it to you. And now, am I selling that position just yet? Maybe, but as of right now, this is an aggressive trend off of a breakout through 2620s, 2630s, 2640s, prior daily highs as well. So I'm going to be a little bit more patient. Let's see how we wash this 27 level if we do, and if we start to break trend. Again, it's 313 right now, Neil. So with only just over 45 minutes left, how much of a pullback can we really have? Are we going to get down to VWAP? That's all the way down here at 2580s. Where's my VWAP on here? 2584. So that's literally over about an ATR lower. So I don't think that's It could happen, but I don't know if I want to give that a high probability as of right now with the limited information that's given to us on the chart. But like we said, there's pretty much no levels all the way up until 30. You can go back and look at some prior levels as well, but 3 points on Intel, I don't know if it's going to be able to do that currently. Right now, I have the relative volume on a 3-minute on Intel clocking in at roughly around 1.5, 1.6, and that's a 5-period RVol indicator for anybody who's wondering what the settings for that indicator is. But yeah, no, let's see what we do with that 27. Absolutely crazy. Definitely was my number one idea on the table for today. And a little bit of a fumble, Neil, but you know what? It is what it is. Beautiful learning experience nonetheless. I think that I definitely didn't, I was pretty good with my risk. Maybe I wasn't good with my position management as much today, but I think that there was a lot of lessons here on Intel today, which I do think are very valuable, regardless of whether I'm red or green on the day. I think this knowledge definitely means a lot more to me. And again, beautiful continuation.
Yeah,
we saw that gap up above prior days. We see the VWAP hold. We see the aggressive pullback of the morning session, failure to follow through of 26, come back into VWAP and shows us, like, I don't know, I felt pretty confident punching in when the tape turned right here on top of that VWAP, going back in above that $25 level. So I think that this was definitely a textbook continuation. Did I perform as well as I could have? Definitely not. But did I learn some strong lessons? Absolutely. So I think that there's a held offer there, some size at 26.90s. Let's see what this level has in store for us after we get back from Madeira.
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. With an FDA-cleared proprietary database of over 77,000 brain images, Firefly is transforming healthcare with AI-driven diagnostics, providing a clear, data-backed understanding of brain health. After more than a decade and over $60 million in investment, Firefly is advancing the commercialization of its Brain Network Analytics, or BNA, platform, bringing the technology to clinicians and pharmaceutical partners. Firefly is enhancing the diagnosis and treatment of conditions such as depression, dementia, anxiety disorders, concussions, and ADHD, while also accelerating drug discovery and early screening for conditions like Alzheimer's. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. So look, Intel, it's trying to actually, all right, I'm going to get to, all right, so this is Rivian off trend. If this breaks the trend up, it's near the high of the day. If we break this trend up, I'm going to get out. My trail is moving to 25s. And I don't know if we're going to get another shot at VWAP here on Rivian. We're running out of time to do so. But as Obi mentioned, I don't know if you drew, but like this is a pretty distinct trend line since the test of the high. So there's your test of the high. There's your trend line. It's curling right now. It just wicked the 27 level. This is, I think, the one shot at the reversion. So we close underneath that trend line, which I'm drawing from this candle here at 209, connecting to the one here at 239. It's kind of easy to follow on a 3-minute, just in case you're curious. We break under that. I'm looking for the short. NVIDIA is slowly, this. It's not falling like a rock, but rolling over from that 140. I'm looking at 139. Look, it's a double bottom at 139 on NVIDIA, and it is the high. Like Friday's high. I almost keep want to say yesterday. Not even close. Friday's high 139. You've already supported it twice. I see every reason why you support it again. So the short is until that 139 level. With only 30 minutes till the imbalances come in here, I think our shot is going to be, well, as quickly as I said that, through the order, put our trail in Rivian, put our order for take profit after scalping some out of NVIDIA, getting ready for Intel to break trend, only to have Intel once again bounce off the trend line and go higher.
It never broke trend.
It did. No, it
never,
did.
I'm looking at it on multiple different frames right now. There's no trend that's been broken.
Intel.
And currently, we're printing fresh.
Okay, so you think we open at? Okay, so high. What do you?
Who had the Intel?
26 or 28 tomorrow?
Tomorrow,
which
I say
one's
30.
Well, I'm not okay, but okay, fine.
That's because I just wanted to get there faster. So I can
do you really think it gets 30 tomorrow? I think that's a bit rich.
I mean, 3 ATR overnight. It depends. Maybe catalyst driven.
Unless there's another news story.
Is accelerating, right? We're breaking out on expanding volume, and we're pushing up on lighter volume, which I kind of like that.
This stock is on.
And yeah. We talked about this before. When a breakout happens, some volume is done, and then the price continues to trend above that like volume chunk. I like that might be a little bullish. Maybe you can give that higher probability for continuation if you see that piece of price action. But that's what it's showing us right now. And the next level is 30. So I don't know. We'll see. I have no idea.
I think 30.
I'm gonna stay patient. I'm gonna try to stick to my guns and.
The close above the 200 period tells me it's heading to 30. I'm skeptical for tomorrow. It's up 15% today, so really you're not talking about an outlandish move. It's been doing this every day, and then look at the volume. It's on volume. It's been doing this every single day. I just don't wonder if there isn't a consolidation day in there somewhere for Intel. What an absolute beast! Like I want to be, candidly speaking, I've been long this stock for a while, so like since it dumped. You've been either, I wish I could tell you I had like 19s or something like Katina does, but the last time I had bought this thing was off the 50 period hold, so that's more like a 22. And I had some from way back when at 25, which for me was all about the foundry play. And if they're going to spin that off, that's why it's a ring the register at these levels for me, because if the spin off is happening and all of a sudden that's going to roll somewhere else, then there's no reason to hold on past that. Yeah, no reversion yet for Intel. NVIDIA working, Rivian still working. Before we go back over to Adara, just going to quickly point out, yeah, Nikola, okay, so basically where we're short, Nikola, it keeps on bouncing and holding this 75, so it's like 79 to 75 every single time. It's going to be able to get out of this. Doesn't seem like it wants to break any lower, so I should cover 39% up and it's holding higher lows. This is one I should probably be getting out of. Let's go over to Adara.
You have Occidental earnings tonight, and one notable holder of Occidental is a man by the name of Warren Buffett, or rather his company, Berkshire Hathaway. So Occidental was one of 5 major positions that Warren Buffett did add to. These percentages show the quarter-over-quarter increases in their positions. So between Q3 and Q4, they added 86.5% to their Domino's Pizza position. So they almost doubled their stake. They added about 1.5 times here for their Pool Corp position, Sirius XM, they added about 11%, VRSN, and Occidental, both about 3.5% quarter-over-quarter increases when it comes to their share size for these positions. So Occidental earnings tonight, check those out. You can check out this graphic on X at TTV Research. And I also think it's interesting to talk about Buffett now, because we know Bill Ackman just shared a post where he said that the potential deal that they're teasing at 4 p.m. Eastern on X is apparently gives him the potential to become the next Warren Buffett. So keep an eye on that graphic with regards to Bill Ackman and his potential acquisition. A lot of people are expecting it will be Howard Hughes. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on that for you guys. Back to you. Mr.
Ackman, so for anyone if you've been around the markets but not long enough to have seen the back and forth between Carl Icahn and Bill Ackman, it was.
I think I recently watched a video on that. Yeah,
it was good. It was. Yeah. It was one of those kind of moments where. Yeah. I don't know. I guess you really got to be in the market to see a couple of millionaires or billionaires go at it like they did. It got very personal. Yeah, they did. It got very, very personal.
This was on that CNBC interview?
Yeah, it was on CNBC. Yeah, there was. It's interesting to see.
I never called you my friend.
Yeah, it's weird to see stuff like that. I feel like there's like a mini version of that happening with Elon and Sam Altman maybe, but maybe not to the same extent. Both obviously juggernauts in their day. Whatever happened to that? Remember that Icon Enterprises, IEP? Oh, anyway.
Icon, like the ticker icon?
No, IEP.
I remember the ticker.
I remember it kind of going. I remember this thing going nuts for a bit and then just getting rugged. Did that recover? Not really. Oh yeah, that Icon Enterprises, this thing got rugged. I never knew what the deal was with this. I feel it's like what was in it, and there's a lot of skepticism. When Perma Bull Jim Cramer was like, I don't know, what are you supposed to do with this? He's like, I don't trust it. Like, he didn't trust it either. But yeah, okay, never mind. This thing never got off the schneid again. So Uncle Carl did very well for himself and always has, but this IEP never did well. I did roll out of Rivian. It got to the high, broke that little trend underneath the 14 quarter, running out of time to get another dip into VWAP. But sometimes the easiest trade is strong stock. You want to do a trend reversion? Well, revert it when it pulls back and the trend is up. So you had, like Obi says, revert the reversion, VWAP, prior close, and trend break. 3 things we like. It gives you an easy structure for a trade. Once you break the trend, throw the stop at the prior low. It's a 04 entry with a 99 stop. It's like 5 cents worth of risk. The high of the day, we didn't get to the high of the day there, but sort of trend it out, get some 1-to-1, get some like 3-to-1, and then just hold the rest. Try to break that high. It never happened. NVIDIA's still looking okay. Nikola I'm working out of. And Intel, I suppose we're not breaking this trend. It just goes higher and higher and higher. Showtime won. That's what it was. You're right about this. IEP was a Hindenburg short report. I knew there was something about that I was forgetting. No, but you're right. IEP was a Hindenburg short report. Got absolutely smoked.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for that. I mean,
I think
hopefully no one got lucky in that.
I think I remember that was not part of our not on the system that day or something, or
it was possible we couldn't trade. There's something about it.
I think it was one of those tax law things. It's interesting that this is not the first time we weren't able to trade a Hindenburg hit because of tax laws, and that is been recurring a little bit. And I'm just like, what if that's something they might look at? What if that plays a factor? I don't know, but. Tinfoil hat, tinfoil suit, I have no idea, but an interesting pattern nonetheless.
It's funny how that works.
Yeah, like we're not allowed to touch it, and I'm like, this is some of the best catalysts. Very directional. People are only hitting the bid. Why can't I trade this? This is such a straightforward trade, a very defined risk.
It's like the other day.
It's just like, and I can't even touch it. I'm like, bruh.
Last week, we were talking in the kitchen. It was just a few traders, and I think it was Joe or Jose, even though his name is... This dude's name is Joe, and everyone on the floor called him Jose for a while.
Yes.
To the point where, I didn't...
He is Jose.
To the point where I used to call him Jose. I had no idea because everyone on the floor would just call him Jose, and he never corrected us.
Wayne came up with this.
Yeah, so Wayne just made this up, and so now in my head I'm trying to remember his name is really Joe, and it's not Joe on the show. It's another guy in the algo room. And he asked me, what's the biggest trading opportunity you've ever seen as a day trader? And I was like, oh, that's easy. There was a closing trade on a Brazilian stock that had turned from one of the biggest names in Brazil to a penny stock. And I'll never forget the opportunity. It was the biggest one I've ever seen. I was ready to max my entire BP on it. And the reason why no one got to take it is because they closed that stock 5 minutes early. The Bovespa closed the stock that was the biggest shorting opportunity I've ever seen at a close 5 minutes early. And did we know about it? Nope. And to this day, I'm just like, yeah, sometimes that's how it is. We talk about the market being rigged, but sometimes it really is what it is. So SMCI is approaching high of the day. There's no reversion on Intel. You've got to be kidding me. It just goes higher and higher. Like the trend continues. It just broke another high of the day. SMCI is also going for the high. It just broke 55. This might be a little bit more interesting. Oh, never mind. No, it didn't break the high of the day. So SMCI is at the high of the day for a 55.30 break. The second that trend breaks, I am taking a shot at a reversion, even if it's just a quick scalp trade on Intel. But here comes the high on SMCI. I'll look for it to do a false break because I don't want to take a breakout at 330. And if it does a false break, pull back into this top, 54.80 to 55. Look to buy that dip. NVIDIA is still working. Although I might need to move my trail on NVIDIA in just a little bit as that's starting to work to the downside. Nikola, remember I tell you that's not really moving. So let's see if it does a false break here. 55.3, the prior high here on SMCI. Intel, the second it breaks that trend, I'll go short, but we've been saying that for a while. And Intel now 16%.
Yeah, I mean, it just keeps going. It's just, we talk about a buyer on the stock, whatever it is, algos, participant, whatever you want to call it. If you've been watching the tape on Intel, every drop of 5 to 10 pennies continues to get bid up. Now again, you can look at it on a shorter time frame. You can look at it on the minute chart as well. You can see that it just incrementally just bids up, bids up, bids up. Drops on the bid, holds, and then pushes back up as well. If you're looking at my screen here, a lot of the prints that you're going to see are straight up midpoints, the yellows, and then greens with a little sprinkle of red. Maybe you get waves of red in the middle. That's when you get that 5 to 10 penny drop. And then picks right back up mid, and then continues the green bid. And it's like, all right, well, it's grinding to the upside here on Intel. So yeah, I definitely don't want to short this kind of action. It's beautiful. Like, funny enough, if it sometime last year, if I saw this action, I probably would have shorted it so many times by now, Neil. And I think that's definitely something I've improved on is grinding action.
Yes.
I do not want to initiate positions necessarily, at least the reversions. Sure, continuation, maybe there's something there, but I definitely don't want to initiate a fade on grinding action. I don't want to fade grinding action. That's definitely one of my rules now, for sure. And if it's going to break, you're going to see that grinding action kind of cut off and start to behave differently. And I'm just watching, honestly, I'm watching this into the close. We got about 30 minutes left, and I don't really have any more trades on the table for me just yet, but we'll see. You know, I got to stay patient. I got to see if anything falls into my lap. I'm more than willing to grab it and maybe take that opportunity there. Applied Materials, day 2 earnings today, and continuing to slowly grind up as well. So that's another ticker here. Wow, are we going to hit 2750s? This is starting to accelerate, Neil.
It's insane.
Absolutely beautiful. If you guys have level 2 or tape right now,
you're watching levitation.
Yeah, you're just. I think this is a good watch here. You know, I feel like I'm watching. Is this how people feel when they're watching sports?
Yes.
This is really exciting. I'm just like, you know, buyers, sellers, supply.
This is
demand,
why
prior
people
levels,
talk about
moving average.
This is what people talk
anchored
about
VWAP.
sports being like.
Let's go.
This is sport.
Probabilities.
This is as close to sports as you get because
Go
the market is the exact same rules every single day. It's like it's like in basketball, right? Like rim same height, court same distance. All the teams are the same. The stocks you trade are the same stocks.
Except in the market, the lines on the 3-point might change. The net might warp shape.
But in
the middle.
But in a general sense, the gateways you trade on are still the same. Like it's the principle that
the mechanics are
the market opens the same time. The mechanics are the same. The participants, in a general sense, are about the same. But then every single day, it plays out a little bit differently. Just because it's a good stock doesn't mean it goes up. Just because MJ was great doesn't mean he's going to win. Yeah, I'm set MJ, not LeBron, because that's how I roll. But Intel, this is the power of having execution rules. And I'm telling you, man, like only taking trades when they do a reversion when it's like this, give yourself an entry point. Like either it breaks this trend underneath and you short it, break this trend underneath and you short it. At least that way, if you're looking for a short and screaming stock, you're only taking the shot where there's some kind of reasonable expectation that it might work. Otherwise, it's just nonsense. SMCI, you got to be kidding me. It tried to dip. So it tried to dip. I was sitting at 54. Now I'm just going to pull down my black chart there. I was sitting right in there at like 54.95, try to get into this prior high, and then it just pressed the highs again. What this move is doing, however, is making me. All right, I'm just going to. Yeah, let me just. Well, I was about to move my. I was going to move my trail on NVIDIA. I'm just punching out. Why? Because if we're going to take this into the 140, then I can already see what happened when it kind of trended down, when the market just bounced, when everything is flying. This closed above the trend line, and I hadn't moved my trail, so I'm just punching out of the trade. Is what it is. It's a green stock in that it's up on the day, but NVIDIA has been relatively weak. And this just comes down to I was looking longs on NVIDIA today. I am up on NVIDIA because I eventually went short. It's that simple. It just started, it was weak. I didn't even start shorting it until it did the big flush through the low and then gave you the VWAP retracements. Even when it doesn't work, it's still giving you something, not a lot. And SPF, that's also true, I said MJ, because I'm old. That's fine too. But I think the analogy to sports, that's one that always made a lot of sense to me. And now Intel does it. All right, there it is. Intel is now going to, I don't know why I keep having to redraw this. It broke the steep trend line, but it has yet to break the trend since 2 o'clock. So if you're looking for the steep trend break, which is just this high on a 3-minute, it already did that. I wanted to break the actual trend tear that we've been on for the entirety of this afternoon. And if anything, it just bounced off it again. I think if it can hold underneath there, I think that's where it makes a little bit of a turn. And then, like we said, give yourself a reason. If you shorted it here, you could have shorted it from that high into the other trend line, which I think is the deeper trend. If it breaks that bottom, it looks like we could have a reversion. I don't know about VWAP That's a long way away. Certainly down into like 26.7, thinking aloud, like that consolidation area there. Don't want to draw another line. That's what I would look for. So we're going to be watching Intel very, very closely. I think that's the next opportunity with only about 27 minutes to go. And I see you in the chat, a few people mentioning my Palantir chart's still not working. Missing some data there. But 123.5 for a potential break on Palantir. But you see Palantir going sideways. It's a strong stock. I just feel like Intel's the more obvious one. It makes so much more sense here. If you're going to take a shot at something, I think there's going to be a trade here that gives you a breakdown. If it breaks this trend line, somewhere around 27.10, the prior bar high, relative risk to reward because of how much it's moved, I think makes a lot of sense here. As that high there at 27.50 was it. Yeah, we got up for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, I got up for 2 seconds there. I was just like, all right. Well, yeah, no, a bit of a trend break here, but you know what?
Bit.
It is what it is right here. But yeah, potentially where could you have gotten in? I don't know. I think that even in this consolidation, maybe 30s. So we're almost, we're still kind of close to there. But yeah, last 30 minutes of the day, and this is the first. Currently, this is with about 25 minutes left. This is the first red 30-minute candle since 12:30, since we held that VWAP here on Intel. Let me pull this up here on Intel. Take off some of these lines so we can see it a little bit better. Taking a look at the 30-minute chart. Put it on full screen right here so you can see. Throw VWAP back up on there. So this right here. 12:30, green off of the first strong pullback off of the acceleration off the open, that morning drive, absolutely beautiful through that 25, pre-market highs at 25.25s, prior day highs in and around there as well. Prior day's pre-market highs, just 10 pennies away from that. You take out all of those levels, pull back into VWAP, don't even get back down there. But since then, we've been catching a nice, slow and grindy bid. And you're talking, NVIDIA's coming in as well?
Everything's coming in.
So, okay, we're selling a little bit there, going to the close. So 50 pennies lower there on Intel. And it's, you know what? It's okay. I got up because I, had to... nature called for about 2-3 minutes, and we got the reversion. So the timing on that is absolutely, how would they say, classic. So where's the next trade? That's the question now.
It's still not over.
It's still not over. Well, now technically I want to look for a bid to make a lower high to get in, right? So we'll see. Still about 25 minutes left. Like I said, not really looking at too much else as of right now to really take into the close. Maybe we get some strong imbalances. Maybe there's some trades in and around there. But as of right now, I'm sitting here just being patient. Honestly, just watching this price action on Intel, and Intel has been. I've been kind of taking some, I think, some good notes over the past couple of days for continuation, like building on the continuation playbook, building on reversion playbooks, using Intel as a bit of a guide to kind of show me that. And yeah, no, it's been a good ticker for trading, I think. It's been a good ticker for opportunity. But how long will that last? I have no idea. It's almost at that $30 level here. Again, closing strong. Even if we close up here in and around 27s, that's still a very strong close, even though we pull back 50 pennies and then bid back up another 20 there on Intel. Bit of a hold of that 27. You can see that 27 definitely held a little bit on the bid there for quite longer than some of the sell-off was hitting into the bid. So let's see if that continues going into the close. Again, getting really close to those imbalances, Neil, and I see that you took a little bit of a scalp.
Well, I think it's not the top because obviously you had to get that like wick up there at 27.50. But we did break the the long trend was broken on the way down. Good luck. When it closes that bar at like 27 even, so I let it press back into the prior high. Because it's so tight to the end of the day, this is not a give it to the high situation. I think that's a little reckless. With only about 12 minutes to go to the imbalances, I fully expect Intel to have an imbalance over 1 million shares. Probably, it's done 235 million. I expect it to be a rather large imbalance, maybe a few million shares. And whichever direction it goes, I want to make sure I have a tight stop. So I'm giving it to just above the quarter, about 15 pennies worth of risk. We're sitting at just underneath that 1-to-1 at 27, and then going to get some 26.80s and then let it fly, see where it can go from there. I said 26.70 to 26.60 would be a good range. But if we are locked and loaded and ready to go,
yes,
then traders, Listen up, everybody. Why? Because the first month is free over at eSignal. They are waiving fees. So trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. The platform's got everything, everybody. When we talk about the infinite data, we talk about the reliable data. Talk about all the back testing available to you for every indicator you might want. You're able to customize your charts the way you want them to work. With the tick replay, you have the ability to go back, see how you could have executed your trades in real time, maybe a little bit better, so you can make fast, lightning, quick decisions and insights you're able to gather there. Like I said, the back testing is a big deal. There's an API you can connect so that you can automate trading strategies. You're able to connect to multiple brokers as well, so you can automate your trading or make your trading very simple. So a big shout out to eSignal. That is not it. So scan the QR code that was there, but it's not there anymore, or check the link in the description. Big shout out to eSignal. I know my trade rate right now on eSignal. Any guesses what symbol's been popping off? I'll give you no guesses. Top is Intel. It's that simple. On my hot list, it's Intel, NVIDIA, and SMCI. IQ apparently moving as well. But what do you think's flying around? SMCI just made a fresh high at 56, so that's flying. Intel, which we just took the reversion, it just got to 27. Now it's threatening that high again. You know what? I'm not at the point of moving this stop at 25, but if we bounce off 27 again, I'm going to tighten that stop up again. Another 5 pennies or so. So with 10 minutes to go, Nikola, what in the heck is, this stock's not doing anything. Yeah, Nikola, again, there's a good reversion, but look at it hold. Someone's holding 75 on Nikola, so I'm just gonna get out 76s if we can. So just one note on Nikola here. I don't know if this stock's making a bottom, but it looks like it might be. And the fact it's holding a higher low, gonna be on the watch tomorrow for potential breakout here on Nikola, but yeah, the reversion underneath 80 cents really doesn't, it gave the first move was good, but it held on to the prior highs. So watch out for this day 2 play, maybe taking out that top and making a run at $1 tomorrow. I think it's worth watching. So many names, I know we pulled up so many charts today of stocks that look like they're getting off some lows.
Yeah. Challenging
200 period moving averages. It just feels like we're having that kind of a rally. And Nikola, I'm not here to tell you anything positive about the long term, like the stock company, they're a going concern. Like, are they going to be able to continue is a legitimate question, but it doesn't mean there aren't relief rallies. For it to break out and make a run at $1 is not impossible, even though I was looking short today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see if that one keeps rolling down the hill, but it makes sense. You like that one?
I like that. Of course I like
it makes sense that Intel's at the top of that list. I just did a bit of a calculation here real quick. Just dollar volume that has pushed through Intel on the day, because I took a look at the volume traded. We're currently trading 236.7, 0.8. It's starting to grow. There it is, blasting to the upside. So almost 237 million shares traded. So that's over $6 billion of traded volume if you take it off the off of VWAP there. But yeah, a lot of volume getting pushed around on Intel as it breaks through those highs. So we kind of talked about that multi-day breakout, higher time frame breakout, and we're seeing the confirmation of volume, expanding volume coming into the ticker through some of those breaks. So yeah, it definitely makes that $30 level very, very interesting here. Again, about 9 minutes left until some of these imbalances come out, and Intel is pretty much holding that $27 level, man. Like I said, I think there's a lot of value in maybe watching this close on Intel here. There goes my alarm for imbalances. So nice.
Nice.
Yeah, no, I remember there was a couple times where I think I was in the kitchen, or I wasn't really watching, I wasn't paying attention, and I missed the imbalances. I'm like, that cannot happen ever again. So it's easy fix, throw up an alarm so you know when imbalances are coming near. So solve that issue right there. But now we're watching these imbalances coming in. Nothing too crazy as of right now on the early look here. But yeah, let's see how it comes in. We were talking about Meta potentially being an interesting ticker going into the close today. Let's take a look at what Meta has been doing.
Yeah, but it broke the trend. I feel it was disappointing.
But here's the thing, Neil. That's this is on a 30-minute chart. That trend is more than intact on Meta there. 15-minute. Yeah, it's starting to slow down. It's starting to slow down. Yeah, we have a bit of a held level here, 706s, but could be interesting. I don't know, up or down. both ways, I think that some of these levels have been marked pretty cleanly here. We got 715s here. We got the day lows at 706s. Maybe that will give us something going up into the close here. But yeah, you can see it's still doing some relative volume. This is the first day that that Meta has actually caught an aggressive sell. We were talking about how it was like always, it was on the news for multiple days. You could see it on all over social media. Oh, Meta has a 10-day green streak. Meta has a 15-day green streak. Absolutely wild. Wow. And first day that it kind of starts to sell off aggressively. Look at how aggressively we've sold off. Currently, off of those pre-market highs that we made, to the day lows, we pulled back about 4.4%. So about 33, almost 33 points from that high to that low, 32.70 to 72 to be exact. But yeah, given around the rough ballpark figure of that 4.5% pullback there on the break of a short-term trend. But take a look at this, Neil. On a higher time frame, let's go, you know what, let's not do that. Let's go to a 3-hour chart and take a look at this. Still, yeah, we accelerated on that trend, but you can see strong pullbacks in the past have been bought up over the past couple of months. So let's see if that continues to be the case here on Meta as the futures continue to print fresh highs. So this thing had been running, and yeah, we're taking a little bit of a relief here, bit of a pullback off of that high of 340.91, currently trading, 740.91, currently trading at 710s here on Meta. So yeah, with only about 6 minutes left to go, I'm going to be curious as to how the imbalance on Meta comes out as well. So going to have an eye on that one.
I'm thinking it's going to be NVIDIA and Intel lead the imbalances.
Yeah.
I think
it's going to be one of the top.
I think it's the lowest hanging fruit. We took our one shot on the reversion on Intel, but it's as quick as you like. It gave us one out on a third. I'm going to stick whether we got wicked out, even if it pulls back from here, I'm not breaking rule. We get our in. There's my out. We wicked it by exactly 1 cent. There's only 4 minutes to go to imbalances. I'm not re-entering that trade. It's a very specific setup. It either works or it doesn't. And we got one out only. Again, I still think it might go, but it's not one where I'm going to take it out in front of the imbalances. Because if it comes out of buy imbalances, it runs the high. If it comes out of sell, well, we would have been fortunate if we were sitting in that short trade. But again, take your shot based on an execution strategy. I was waiting for a very specific thing to happen. At least it did. I do want to go back over to Gaurav just mentioned Nike, and I know we didn't really trade Nike today, but this was one of the names on our watch list and rundown talking about this morning. Another 6% up. I will point this out. This was one of the names I was mentioning about that 200-period moving average and trying to find a bottom on Nike. It's not there yet, but if you look at this stock, from about last year, beginning of 2024, beginning of last year, it's been riding the downside of the 200-period moving average, and you're basically one good day away from testing that at $81. So I think that's a short in that level until proven otherwise. If it ever closes above that 80, then I think you got some opportunity. So I think there's an opportunity there. Upcoming on Nike for sure. What's that?
I didn't even notice Nike was that strong. Like that is a clean trend all day long.
When Intel's up 17, whatever the heck it is, SMCI is up 16%. Intel's up a bajillion percent. Yeah. It's hard for Nike to stand out, but it's a very good looking.
I mean, it definitely got some footing there off the open.
And look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA just went red on the session. Yuck, NVIDIA. Here it goes. Low of the day just broke on NVIDIA. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Obviously no good. We flipped the short but didn't hold on to it, so that sort of is what it is. Showtime says easy $80 on Nike tomorrow. I think it's got a shot, but look at that daily chart, man. If it doesn't break that 200 period, I think you're running into trouble. 2 minutes to go. In terms of the imbalances, the early looks got FXI. We've seen this before. It's just an ETF. It did not move the market when it had a 4 million buy imbalance last week. I suspect it will not today. That's Archers from the morning, so no worries there. Nike, 1.2 million to the buy side, early look. And TSM, 1 million to the sell side, early look. Those are the two that would stand out for me. Nike, buy, TSM, early look, sell. Just because the early look imbalances are one way doesn't mean it will come out that way. But it does give you an idea. Like if you happen to be long Nike, maybe you'd want to hold some into the imbalance in case it comes out of buy, and then conversely with TSM. I'm going to have the eyes on NVIDIA. I'm going to have the eyes on Intel, just simply because those are the two most active names. But if you're looking at the numbers right now, I'd say Nike and TSM are going to stand out. So right at the same level where I got out on Intel, I'm not taking a trade unless it's after 350. And even then, the algos might get the best of it. When you try to punch in on an imbalance, understand that the algos have pretty much capitalized that trade. Yep. And oftentimes, your best opportunity might be it comes out big one way, look for it to flip or pair down at 355, and then take a reversion at that particular time. It's a little more viable than trying to get in at 350 if you happen to see a big number.
Yeah, I think, again, that's what we're waiting for right now here on some of those bigger names. Intel, sorry, not Intel. Wow, Intel's the only thing on my mind today. But NVIDIA, quadrupling to the downside as of right now. Nice little trend. Again, I have this 30-minute chart up, but yeah, absolutely beautiful here. Even on, you go down to a lower time frame, we kind of broke this day low. And I was looking at, I think it was earlier, I'm like, okay, well, some of these tickers start breaking their range lows, and I was like, oh, maybe Microsoft is going to be the last one to kind of come in. And that one did eventually kind of break its day low, but catching a bid right back up into VWAP, towards VWAP at least, only about 60 pennies away, and only about 30 seconds left for some of these imbalances to come out, Neil. So yeah, let's see what happens. I'm waiting for anything significant, anything too crazy that stands out. We'll be more than willing to kind of let you guys know here. But WBA held that VWAP. Again, we had that bit of a catalyst, bit of a bid coming in the morning session right here. I've had it on watch pretty much all day to see whether or not this bid is going to be real, because if the deal is back on, maybe we do catch a multi-day move on this ticker. But VWAP has held quite well in and around that 1060 mark here on WBA. All right.
NVIDIA sell 2.4 million, Intel sell 1.5 million. So I'd say small imbalance for Intel, relatively speaking. NVIDIA, that's on the cusp. But here's the key why NVIDIA doesn't matter to me. 2.3 million to sell, almost 8 million paired off. So that paired number is rather big. It's not a huge chunk of the actual imbalance. So the interest is about 10 million on the close, and it's 2.3 million to the sell side. That's not gigantic, but it was already trending down. I think that's the key thing. If NVIDIA wasn't at the low of the day, maybe you look short, but it's already at the low, pressing lower, not punching the bottom of the day on an imbalance. And Intel 1.5 million sell. Like I said, that's not big. When it's done 240 million. That's not enough to look for a short in Intel. But as far as NVIDIA goes, it's, oops, I literally just said NVIDIA and typed Intel. That's how much Intel's on.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy, right?
Already at the low of the day. Yeah. Ooh, NVIDIA.
It's
you trailed me out, and that was the spot. But that imbalance, not big enough. I think, if anything, at 355, if NVIDIA pairs off, you could get a nice little bounce trade. Where it'll be in 4 minutes, hard to predict. But I'm pretty much never punching a low of the day. If it was a much larger imbalance, I think that would be a different story. But again, most of it paired off here for NVIDIA. We'll keep an eye on that to see if it does change for us. Oh, by the way, SMCI, while you're sort of sleeping a little bit, SMCI, 17% up. 17% for SMCI. My goodness, if they don't report next week. I'm just saying, like, if they don't report, then there's a lot of people that have bought recently. I think most of it's probably a lot of short covering on SMCI, so it might not be that bad, but there's a lot of buying exuberance going on in SMCI, and the deadline is 1 week today. So it's put up or shut up time for them every single day until we get a report. Yikes.
Yeah, I think, again,
that's a scary one, man. It's a scary one.
Yeah,
it's great for anybody that's been long. It's been a double up recently, but I think, you ring the register in situations like this so that you can let a piece of it ride in case the worst happens.
Yeah, I think that again, the question becomes, I don't know much about this, but if they don't report, what happens to the ticker? Do they get halted? Do they stop trading? Do they are they up for delisting? I have no idea, but again, should be interesting to see what SMCI kind of does coming into next week. And again, I think going into NVIDIA earnings and again at the end of the month as well, a little bit of a rebalancing act happening on at the end of the month. They're definitely. I think it's for me at least. I think it's a good idea to kind of manage risk, maybe not put on too much risk unless that A+ trade, or maybe even a B+, kind of just falls into my lap and is like, all right, well, this is what it is. You're going to take it or not. And Intel was definitely one of those trades this morning. But I was, again, we talk about being a little too aggressive. I was definitely a little too aggressive with that one there. But I think this market definitely has a lot of opportunity for those who are willing to wait and wait for their playbook setups to kind of come to them. And I think that's almost always the case, right, Neil? So it's like building, I'm getting better at building that skill, trying to be more patient. And I think I did well being patient today, because normally, like I said, last year's OB would have definitely shorted this into oblivion and maybe even shut down because I missed the long. And, you know,
that's key.
This is some improvement. What's up, Adara?
We are expecting a major announcement from Bill Ackman at 4 p.m. today. How do we know this? Because he told us himself in a very long X post saying that he's going to tease a quote potential acquisition that, if it is successful, could make him the next Warren Buffett and make his company, Pershing Square, the next Berkshire Hathaway. Well, people are expecting that this announcement is going to have something to do with Howard Hughes. Earlier this year, Ackman did basically make an unsolicited offer for Howard Hughes, but what you might not realize is he has a much longer history with this company. He actually led the company's spinoff from General Growth Properties back in 2010, and he was its chairman up until 2024. So you can check out this graphic on X as you prepare for Bill Ackman's big announcement, which will also be on X. Check this out at TTV Research. Back to you.
NVIDIA flipped. So forget about 350. That's so dirty. Usually you're waiting for 355. NVIDIA flipped to a buy of 1.4, now 2.2 million. So it happened well before 355. That catches you off guard. This is the reversion we're looking for at 55. This is why I didn't want to look short on that imbalance, but that trade, you know, sometimes it could just be as simple as it's getting too obvious at 355, so these reversions are happening a little bit before. So I think that's simply the case. Like, everyone's looking for this to turn because it's going to pair off the imbalance. It's exactly what happens, but it doesn't happen at the time that we're used to expecting it. So I think an adjustment of this might be start looking for it a minute to a minute and a half early, like it did here. And if you're able to catch it, you had ample time to get in. This goes 138. Like, you could have had it at like 30s or 40s, but I was waiting for 55. And unfortunately, that's going to be a missed opportunity. That kind of stinks. That's just how it is. Like, you're used to that 55 happen. But there's Intel trying to go back up into the top. I just heard there was a halt late, but not sure what name that is. So Intel, 16%, continues to go higher. This is why you get out. Could have still worked, obviously, but I'm not going to hold that into the high of the day. It's not the time to do it in that particular sense. I don't know that you get to 30 tomorrow, but I do feel like this gap is going to give us that opportunity. Just got to, when we get that VWAP trade, you got to stick with it. Like, Rivian worked, but Intel, I gave it to you twice, and you got to be able to have it. So we started only going long Intel, then got away from it. Is what it is. Yeah. The VWAP trade was great earlier. Like, you're getting a couple of bucks off that pretty easily early in the morning. But what's crazy is the VWAP trade was even better.
Oh, yeah.
Because instead of getting a buck twice, like, you essentially got like a very clean $1.50 move on it.
Over an ATR.
Over an ATR, buying it at VWAP in the middle of the day. That's nonsensical.
Talk about continuation.
That's continuation.
Right? It's like beautiful price action. You get a leg, consolidation above VWAP. Oh boy, next leg up. So one ATR, consolidation, another ATR. Absolutely beautiful. And again, bigger picture and then the expanding volume as well, a little bit of relative volume as well, and you have maybe some multi-time frame participants on Amazon. The ticker as well. Definitely get a bit of an extended move.
Before I get to the desk, I didn't see Amazon on here. I know Apple flipped to a small buy of 900,000. I did not see Amazon. For everyone that's looking, Amazon caught a bid right in here. So it didn't have
Softy.
It didn't have a large imbalance. We showed you guys the imbalance locator, but whatever reason, there's some buyers coming into Amazon late in the day. As you saw it go about like $1.50. Microsoft is picking up on volume as that also spiked. Again, none of these had massive imbalances, but there could have been like small imbalances that flipped. You saw NVIDIA flip and caught a bid, so it looks like Amazon did it. And Microsoft did it, probably Meta as well, though I guarantee you Meta is not going to be big enough to break the trend or break the streak. Not break the streak. It'll end at 20 days for Meta. I got to get up to the desk because we have the Aftermarket show as usual in a couple of minutes. So I'll be joined by Adara. We're going to have some ANET earnings. Should be a fun one as well. And maybe we'll get an announcement from our good friend, Bill Ackman. Not that he's our friend, but he's a friend of the markets because he provides provides lots of content. So great day today, Obi.
Thank you, Neil.
We'll head on to the desk and see you in a couple of minutes with the market recap.
Yeah, no, shout out to, thank you, Neil. Shout out to Neil for, again, a great trading day here. And yeah, always good conversation up here at the desk, whether it's a Neil or Sean. I'm always learning multiple different lessons every day here. And yeah, this market is absolutely crazy. Currently just bidding up here. Yeah, some people were talking about, is Bill Ackman buying up SMCI? It seems like Bill Ackman might be buying up the whole market right now with this kind of bid, but I have no idea. Aggressive buying on Amazon. Softy just literally wicked its, did it wick day high? I think it wicked day high from those lows. That's absolutely wild. So yeah, any shorts that were holding this, they're like, all right, well, I mean, whatever, you get stuffed out, but absolutely wild, bit of a rip through that VWAP. Look at that grab of highs. Sure, we didn't get all the way to the highs, but definitely comes right back into the zone that it showed us supply, where it showed supply is at, both in the pre-market and off of the open. Yeah, Amazon as well. Take a look at this one here. Absolutely crazy. Currently just bidding right back up into the close here. Again, looking very similar to the market again. So this is not necessarily just a move on Amazon or Softy or Apple. This is a market-wide move. A bit of a bid coming in into the close here. Paco saying Intel with 3 drops of blood. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, but it's still holding that trend very nicely here on the day. You can take a look at a 15-minute chart, so absolutely wild there. So you can see, even on the 15-minute, we've held trend quite well. And 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara. Almost missed that timing once again, but thank you all for joining us. Intel closing near high a day. We talk about the potential for this ticker to close very strong, and yeah, continuation for tomorrow. Definitely Intel will be on watch. One of the top volume leaders on the day here. We closed trading at almost, well, it's trading a little bit more now. Let's just round it up and call it 269 million shares traded on the day on Intel. So absolutely wild. Pretty much opening near day low and closing near day highs. So absolutely aggressive. And again, you see that the market was distinctly different today. The market sold off aggressively in the morning session. What did Intel do? Intel held the bid, held the pullbacks into VWAP, held any sort of pullback and grinded up into the close while the market kind of faded off. The market sure gives us a little bit of a bid into the close as well. That's an interesting look. I have no idea why, but again, nor do I really care, but let's see what tomorrow brings us, and a lot of opportunity in this market, I do want to reiterate. So I think for me, being patient is probably the best way to do this. Spider coming right back up towards its day highs. 611.40s currently trading. Pre-market highs were 612.30s, but I won't keep you guys any longer. They're waiting for us at the big desk. Adara and Neil for the market recap. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a good one.
Is she there? I don't know. Well, thank you so much, Obi, for filling in for Sean today. Adara will be back in a quick little second here. It's been one of those days. We got the energies. I have no idea how. I'm on like 3.5 hours of sleep. My back hurts after sitting in that train. I should have said this, and I didn't say this earlier. I got to give a shout out to the staff at Via Rail, because when you have a bunch of people that are on a 5.5 hour train ride that ends up being 12 hours inside of the train and you're not allowed to get off, they did a fantastic job. They were really patient. They were really kind. They were great with my daughter. So a big shout out to them, because when you're in a situation like that, as bad as it is for you, imagine if you're up and down walking around and working as opposed to just sitting in a chair relaxing. And I was able to look at charts. I was able to read some fun stuff. And we got some earnings. We don't have a lot of earnings tonight. We do have DVN, we've got Bumble, we've got CDNS, we've got ANET, we've got Occidental as well. Although I've been told just now by Fabian that Bumble is trash and nobody uses what? That's literally what you said. Basically, you said that. Yeah, I mean, Fabian was, I wouldn't know. I'm married. I'm not in the game. All right, so I don't know anything about this and from that kind of a sense. What I can tell you, it's been having a rough day today, down 4%. They are expected at 405. They do have a 14% short float. I feel like the bigger names would be Oxy. We know Mr. Buffett's been buying them. They're expected at 415. On Oxy, we're expecting Actually not a very large move. Well, last time, but we are expecting implied move of 9.5%. It only moved 2% last time, so that's kind of a big move relative to the last time here on Oxy, up a couple of points here today. And I think the other one, Arista, that's a big stock. Not a big short flow type name, but this one can move for sure. Pop it on the daily. It's been an absolute, it did a split, but it's been an absolute rocket. And Arista closing up 4 points today. Everything sort of began and ended, not ended, but began with the strength that you saw in a few names today. Intel, rocket ship. Are they going to break it up and divest multiple parts of their business? Is it going to be Broadcom and TSM? Is it going to be one or the other? A lot remains to be seen, but it's undeniable that we found a bottom here in Intel. I know we've talked about this bottom over and over again, but hold the low, break the 50 period, now break the 200 on the daily. This is a trending stock. Any way you cut it, it's the same percentage, but it's a very different idea with what's going on with SMCI. It was up like 17 points today as well. The only difference in this bottom breakout is that we still have to wait the earnings to come out. There's a lot of buying going into it. Okay, so the deadline is approaching. I think there will be some profit taking probably on some of these longs going into it. But man, there's so much room on this stock. It's just insane how much, again, got given up here, and it still feels like we're in the third inning when it comes to this. There's a bunch of movers on the ETFs. You had strength in energy, you had strength in solar today was actually pretty good, and gold had a fantastic day. I also want to shout out materials. We had a few people talk about those. XLB at ye old 200 period and trying to break out. Boring, yet somehow looking good if this can start to break a little bit higher. I don't know if we got any of the earnings out yet. I feel like we're supposed to have had CDNS already, but they're a small one. And Bumble's supposed to be, it's supposed to be out, and it just quadoomed. Well, Fabian told you they weren't good and Bumble to the downside. So there it is. Goes all the way down to $7.50 from $8. 40% short floated. Dara has the numbers on Bumble as already to the low. I'm sorry, I just saw in the chat. You're killing me here, Airy Pages. You can't do that while I'm live. I'm not even going to read that out loud. Let's get the numbers to Dara.
So apparently they did have quarterly declines here, so sequential decline here for their Q4 revenue, but it actually did apparently, that was for their paying users. I'm trying to find their fiscal Q4 revenue. There we go. Okay, so it actually decreased 4% year over year, $261.6 million. That looks like a slight beat compared to the estimates I'm seeing of $260 million, but again, that is a year over year decline. They also said they were unfavorably impacted by $2.7 million from foreign currency movements. Their Bumble app revenue dropped 3.8% year over year. Their other app revenue dropped by 6.8%, though total paying users actually rose by 5.3%. So some metrics were higher, most of them lower on a quarterly basis. Let's see if we have ANET.
Yeah,
we do have ANET. Okay, revenue up 19.5%. So year over year revenue for ANET up 19.5%. Let me see what we're doing for the quarter. So Q4 revenue up 6.6% here. For Arista, it's coming in at $1.93 billion. That looks like a beat because I was seeing estimates of $1.89 billion. They also said that was up actually 25. Yes, it was 25% year over year, 6.6% quarterly increase. Their GAAP margin a little bit lower here than Q3 and also lower on a year over year basis. So GAAP margin not great. Non-GAAP margin also lower than previous. So not a great look, though their non-GAAP EPS actually up apparently on a year over year basis.
Yeah, well, ANET might be a textbook example of the dangers of trading in the aftermarket on earnings because you did have an initial move to the downside on what seemingly was a couple of misses there. You got down to 105, broke back out, go to 115. Ultimately, you're inside the expected range and just shaking everybody out. So the options makers, the option sellers seemingly right now are winning again. Implied move was 10%, and you're going to stay inside of that with a rinse in both directions. That's about as nasty as you're usually going to see. Now, Oxy's not for another 8 minutes or so. That's what's going to, we'll see what happens with Oxy. I feel like that's going to be the other mover. We do have some other smaller names that have reported. So the nasty one, obviously, is going to be Bumble, which is not bouncing that much. We're now down 12%. And holding lows. I didn't pull up the daily chart on this. Yeah, this is flat bottom break underneath 720 here on Bumble. And you think somebody liked selling this every time? Look at this sucker try to get the 200 period moving average. and someone's leaning on it. This is what short sell firms do. This is what hedge funds do. And this is why they make so much money, because it's been free money to short this at the 200-period moving average. It would be more fun for traders if it broke out, but it didn't. So a Bumble down 12% and getting nastier and nastier here. I guess flat bottom break at 720 might be an SSR play tomorrow, although not usually the kind of name that I look for an SSR bounce in. Typically, you want those in stocks that there's people that want to buy, generally speaking. Like there's no good way to point that out, but you're usually looking for a stock is down 10%. I'm looking for a relief rally. It tends to be in something that you think as if people want to take some shots in. I'm not sure that this one qualifies, to be honest with you, for Bumble. Down 15%, and ANET still plugging along here as it tries to hold green. So it's still inside the range. It feels like it just rinsed people in either direction, but it is holding higher despite some of those, like the margin miss that you mentioned there, Adara. Doesn't seem to be weighing too much on Arista yet.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting here, Howard Hughes, not an earnings name, but we know we were expecting Bill Ackman to announce an acquisition. As he said, he teased this acquisition as basically making him the next Warren Buffett should it go through. And then, of course, Pershing Square, his company, would be the next Berkshire Hathaway. So their plan, apparently, they submitted a proposal to acquire 10 million newly issued shares of Howard Hughes. So if that goes through, combined with their existing shares, they will have a total of 48% of the company. So if that transaction goes forward, he will become the chairman and CEO of the company, which is pretty funny because if you saw the infographic I just posted, he actually stepped down as chairman last year. But apparently, if this acquisition goes through, then he will be the new chairman of the company and they will own 48% of the company. And also the new Howard Hughes Holdings will be acquiring controlling interest in private and public companies that, quote, meet Pershing Square's criteria for business quality. So this is pretty much a takeover they're attempting. They did basically submit an unsolicited bid going back to last month, their January 13th, 25. But keep an eye on this for HH8s. Also, Charmaine Khan was asking about Shift 4 payments. I put the number in the chat, but I'll go over it here too. They beat on EPS for Q4, $1.35 versus $1.14 expected. But sales were a miss, 887 million versus 1.01 billion expected. They did also announce they're going to be acquiring Global Blue for $7.50 per share, which is roughly 2.5 billion in enterprise value. So lots of tickers there. Also, I like this pun from Polo in the chat. They hating it because they ain't it for ANET.
That's a great one. That is a great one in there. I want to address something in the chat because I see in the chat here, and you know I don't like seeing it, obviously, and shout out to you, Jessica, for being brave enough to post this. I lost all my savings in 3 years. I want to learn reliable trading. Trading is hard, and anybody that tells you otherwise is lying to you or selling something. And I've been doing this for a while. Sean and I have been doing this for over 20 years. And what I can tell you is you see a lot of traders that come through, and most traders fail. Whether it's 90% or 90%, it doesn't matter what the number is. You see all these, it's over 90%. And the truth is, the ones that do succeed, you have to be disciplined and patient and willing to walk, willing to run when you find something that's working for you. But if you don't have that ability to A, weather storms, B, sit down and learn and wait until you find something that works for you to put capital towards it, understand there will be ups and downs. All of that is going to be par for the course. So for most people, you're mostly looking for an opportunity to supplement income. Sometimes you sit on a prop desk and you're fortunate enough to make a living from it. That is obviously going to be rare. What I can tell you is you're in the right place. We have a fantastic community. We're here every single day, and we're all just trying to learn together and get better together. The market is constantly changing. You will always have to adapt to it. You have never figured it all out when you were a trader. So you are not alone, Jessica. We're all in this journey together, regardless of how long you've been doing it. And you know what, actually, Dara's dancing it there, but you know, we recently celebrated, Dara recently, her first positive month as a new trader. She's learning the markets and the journey. Obi just recently graduated. We're actually going to be celebrating that.
Well, that's going to be fun.
It was a while ago, actually. We just haven't done the graduation celebration, and we're going to be doing that. Is it next week?
It's next Friday.
Next Friday, we're all going out. It's months overdue to celebrate Obi's graduation, and he's turned into a fantastic trader himself in his own right. So Jessica, you're in the right spot. But understand this is a marathon. It's not a sprint in trading. And if you're not willing to learn, I think you it's going to be difficult if you're not willing to be humble and learn, which I think obviously you are. And the fact that you're already willing to say that is a great step. And just sort of understand that when you are a trader, you've got to be, if you're a retail trader, I should say, what you put into retail trading, you should be willing to lose, right? Like, if it's all of your savings, I think that's a tough spot to be in. You do need that bankroll. Some people are fortunate enough, maybe when you started, the timing of it, if you don't have responsibilities. I'll tell you right now that when I happened to start trading and start having some success, I was living at home. I had no bills to pay. Okay, I paid some rent and I had to eat and that kind of stuff, but I didn't have any responsibilities. So when I started to have some success, I was able to save. That's just some of it blind luck about when I started, so I could build a bankroll and get with the ups and downs. Not everybody starts from that kind of a standpoint, but if you don't, you do want to make sure that you can save up, because you've got to be willing to learn at any point and lose whatever it is that you're trading in retail. So I just wanted to point out, Devon Energy is also out. It's not doing much. Oxy is out in 1 minute. Devon's up only a couple of points here.
Apparently Oxy's out, but I'm not.
Okay, maybe Oxy is out.
I'm not seeing it.
I haven't seen Oxy's numbers yet. Devon's only up 2%. Occidental, it did move. It's flat-ish. Like, it's moving a little bit. I would suggest it's not. This doesn't look like it's already out, because it's kind of an inside move here, up a couple of points, but it was already up on the day here. So we're supposed to get them at about 415 for sure. And I just wanted to throw this in there. Stanley, or become an investor. Yes, this should go without saying. And I should have led with that. And Oxy should be out any second now. Investing is something that if you are thinking about your future, that's the basics where you should start from. They don't teach it enough in schools, but understand compounding, B, understand the power of buying good companies and holding for a long time, or buying the index and holding it for a long time. Because for a lot of people, that's the way to generate wealth. It's hard to get into housing these days, whether you're north of the border or whether you're down south, it doesn't matter. So the ability to buy and hold things, I think, is paramount for sure. So you always start from there. It's a good base to have, man. Like, I'll tell you, when I started trading and started making commission, the first things I bought weren't the right things, and that didn't last very long. I went from trying to take shots in penny stocks to let's just buy and hold the indexes and buy and hold some mutual funds, and then from there worry about buying individual stocks. I think that's a long, powerful tool that you should have. So Oxy not doing any movement. We'll just have to wait around here. I'm not seeing it do anything. Devon, as I said, was moving around a bit. It's still really the two big ones are going to be Arista and Bumble, although there's a lot of puns I could say with Bumble. You can just imagine them here, bumbling around, fumble. Yeah, whatever. There's a few that you can throw in there. Arista just lost a bid. So Arista just lost a bid. It's now underneath the 110. And all of a sudden, the second I flip away from Occidental, the numbers are now out. Dara.
So Occidental here. Oh, and it's just a link. Okay. Give me a second here. I have to access their page. But Occidental, the expected move for Oxy was 9.6%, apparently. Let me see. Earnings released. Oh, and now the page isn't found, so I cannot access these earnings, unfortunately. Thanks, Oxy, for making that easy. But we'll have to wait and see if Benzinga pops up the numbers for us. I'm unable to access the report. Also, they apparently announced further progress on their debt reduction. So Occidental earnings out and further debt reduction progress. So that's so much for OXY. So Rohit Sharma, I believe, in the chat asking about EQT. Someone else might have asked as well. I'm not seeing these earnings until 4:30 p.m. I don't have the expected moves in my notes, unfortunately, but if you look at Market Chameleon under earnings, you will definitely be able to find it there. They're pretty reliable. Donald Trump signing right now. He praised the work done by Doge, so keep an eye on Tesla. And also basically apparently signed, I guess, some memorandums to impose transparency in government departments. That's basically what Doge is trying to do. So good luck for Doge. Sometimes Doge-related announcements can have a little bit of an impact on TSLA, especially due to some concerns that he's spending too much time on Doge and not enough time on Tesla. And by he, I mean Mr. Musk.
Well, one of the big trades that I think is happening now when you consider Doge is this, it's the defense names under pressure in the Palantir long. Like, everyone seems to think it's hard to cut expenses in the US. You can't touch entitlements and you got to pay the interest on the debt. Well, then are you going to cut defense spending? So if the war is going to end in Ukraine, all the money that's going out there, start to see these defense contractors go down, and where does that money go to? All of this, it's Palantir and the AI trade. You're seeing lots of, not insiders, that's the wrong word, you're seeing more congressional buyers of the stock. It made another all-time high in here today. It's not moving right now, but you guys get what I'm saying here with this trade. Like, it's been this up, Now, I'm not picking on Lockheed Martin. It's just that this is the one I've been looking around for it to make the curl. It has not done so just yet. It's still trending down. Look at Lockheed. Lockheed Martin is from $600 to almost $400 now. These are monster levels that are starting to come back into this. It hasn't done any kind of reversion since earnings. It's only been falling and falling and falling. But that's been part of the trade. So understand, defense names under pressure and Palantir to the moon. I feel like if you get a reversion in these, that could signal a little bit of a top there for Palantir. Hasn't happened just yet.
Trump
but
news.
More Trump news here. What do we have?
Yeah, keep an eye out here for chips. Keep it out for cars. Donald Trump said that apparently he's been contacted by companies because of the tariffs. Said he will be announcing chips and car companies coming back to the U.S. and said, quote, we'll see announcements over the next couple weeks. He said car plants are going to be built in the United States and the auto tariff rate will be about 25%. So 25% auto tariff rate, but he's teasing out more announcements. He said pharmaceutical tariffs will be, quote, probably 25% or higher. So lots of vague tariff-related guidelines here from Donald Trump. A lot of these tariff announcements have kind of been more guidance than actual hard numbers as of late, including the big one that we got last week. So keep an eye on that. Occidental, apparently, I'm seeing their numbers. I'm seeing how they compare to estimates. Their Q4 revenue, $6.84 billion. They're expecting 1.39 to 1.45 million BOET for production for the fiscal year. So we're going to take a look here at OXY.
Yep.
So 6.84 billion in revenue.
Still not moving.
That is not comparing to the number I'm seeing, so I need to check that. But yeah, OXY here not moving too much on earnings.
No, it's kind of a nothing burger for Oxy. Maybe we're just going back to, hey, the numbers don't matter. All we need to know is how much is Warren buying. Maybe that's going to be the catalyst for Occidental. But I would posit it hasn't had the support on Occidental at the mid-50s where Buffett was buying before, and you still haven't broken the downward trend that it's been sitting in. So kind of a nothing burger here. Maybe it's a start of something. We could maybe close above the 50 period, but that hasn't really mattered. I'd like to see us get back above that 55 buy zone that Buffett used to have in there. That's going to be the 200 period moving average. So I think that's going to be a little bit more interesting. ANET still humming around here.
Bumble too.
As that one, it's basically back to flat. As I said before with this, if you're trading this on earnings, this is exactly how people get rinsed. You make the gamble, it stays inside the range despite looking like it could go, washes people in either direction, and the options market makers are winning on this one. The sellers are going to win here. And unfortunately for Bumble, still stumbling, although it just held $7, so it's only down 17% Bumble here.
Oh,
only 17% on Bumble. So there's a chance that it's found a low, although, well, you know what? The good news on Bumble is you're ways away from the 52-week low. It's still kind of in the pocket here. It's kind of flat bottom broken already. I said 720. I'm trying to be nice about this, but it is under that 720 level pretty decently. So it's still, underneath that, I'm probably looking shorts, 7 to 720, unless proven otherwise. And maybe thered be some kind of an SSR bounce at 570, 580 or so on this chart.
Yeah, I want to say with Bumble, I have guidance, and it's not great. So Q1 revenue guidance, they're guiding between $242 to $248 million. That is well below estimates of $256.9 million. They also said their Q4 paying users actually rose by 5.3% yearly, but they did drop as well on a quarterly basis. Their ARPU, so their average revenue per paying user, dropped to $20.58, and they said they're going to be discontinuing some of their apps in the first half of 2025. Also, if you missed it, Whitney is actually going to be returning to the company. Whitney Wolf Herd, who was its founder, is returning as CEO. That was announced a while ago. So BMBL, with its new/old CEO set to return, again, weaker than expected Q1 revenue guide. They did beat for Q4 sales, and again, increase in paying users on a year-over-year basis, but a decline quarterly for BMBL. Any other earnings people want to know? I mean, CDNS, I don't know if we really went that over Cadence, so we can do that as well. They dropped. The guidance on Cadence was pretty gross. So they guided, so not gross, but it was not great. Adjusted earnings between $6.65 and $6.75 per share versus $6.83 expected. That's a miss across the board. The revenue guide also missed across the board. $5.14 bill to $5.22 bill versus $5.25 bill expected, though Cadence did beat, it must be said, on EPS and sales for the current fiscal quarter.
Yeah, that's one that just lost a decent support level on cadence. And technically, it's a bad one because it was pretty clearly defined, this 285 level. Resistance to support to potentially breaking. It's at 86. It hasn't broken it yet, but down with a chance that it could get a little bit nasty for cadence. Just Oxy just finally moved a little bit here as it just lost a bid. Not down a ton, but Oxy losing that 48.80, now tracking a little bit lower. Still no bottom made, unfortunately, in this name. Retu stocks, is it Redo stocks? Redo stocks. Devon now back into the green. So it did pull back. It's been up and down, but still a bit of a nothing burger for Devon Energy. We always talk about, when I say nothing burger, the implied move was 5%, and we're inside that. So it wasn't a big mover. Last earnings, I think it moved about 1 to just under 2%, 1.7% last earnings. The expected move was just under 5. You've got a nothing burger on Devon. Like Oxy, in a downward trend that it's trying to break, this doesn't necessarily move the needle for Devon Energy either. So I think patience is required. It hasn't been good for these energy names. You try to get out in front of this. I find I'd rather participate in a bounce trade than try to pick a bottom like, ooh, this is going to be the low. Let it show you it's made a bit of a bottom and break that trend. Devon hasn't shown you that. This earnings has shown you nothing to, I guess, get you away from that, or get me away from that, at least in the short run here. So unfortunately, Devon, not much. Oxy to the downside. Bumble, what can we say about that other than it is nasty, nasty, nasty. There was one thing that we didn't mention. Well, I feel like we didn't mention it enough today, and I told myself I wanted to reiterate this. Lost in the SMCI today and lost in the Intel move today was the good day that Nike had with the strong run higher. And I just want to point out it held at 6% to the upside move, higher lows all the way, great looking trend. I feel like you got a little bit more room for this to get to $80 tomorrow. So I know we only have a few minutes to go. This one got lost in the wave of a couple of 100 million shares of Intel and trend higher and so many other things moving. Nike could be a good one. Maybe one more day before you get into that selling opportunity in the $80 level. I just feel like sometimes as traders, if tomorrow Intel doesn't set up for a long, maybe there's no SMCI continuation, maybe you don't like Palantir, which has been flying around there, you might want to look at a day two runner like a Nike, which has been relatively strong. Let's Go, I was green today, but I like to grade myself on, Let's Go just asked if I was green today. I was, but I even turned to Obi, I go, I don't deserve it today. Why? Because, and it's nothing to do with, look, Intel was the easiest trade off of VWAP in the middle of the day. Twice it bounced off VWAP. I even said in my note, and even said this morning, at the middle of the day, we got to look for the longs on Intel in the middle of the day off of VWAP. And, you know, Intel ends up closing, $27.5 we're at?
Oh my gosh.
It gives you multiple bounces in the middle of the day here. I don't have VWAP on this chart, but it's right in here. It just gives you all that support, and then it just trends higher. And I didn't have any longs in the second half of the day. Now, so there's a good book written by Annie Duke. She's a poker player, and I've referenced it before. It's called Thinking in Bets. And basically, without going over the whole book, it's a great book. Everyone should read it. I think traders should read it as well. It's about basing or judging or measuring yourself based on decisions and not outcomes. Why? Because you can play deuce 7 like a tool against aces and make some kind of move and then win because you hit something, but it doesn't make it a good decision just because you happen to win. So whether or not just because I happened to be up today doesn't mean I was making good decisions today. I stopped going long Intel and missed the majority of the move. Does it matter that I was up on it? Or should I be grading myself poorly for not having it be my best stock today? It wasn't. Palantir was. It should have been Intel. So that's the way I like to judge myself, and everyone's going to be different. And that's the way I like to look at things. I try to evaluate the decisions that I make as opposed to the outcome, because the market is more than willing to punish you for doing the right thing or reward you for doing the wrong. And if you only listen to the result as opposed to what you should do on a percentage basis, you can get yourself into a world of hurt every now and then. So 1312 Wolf, you should wear your red shades I don't have red shades. They're orange, actually. My blue light glasses are orange. They're not really red there. And Palantir, yes, at 124.44, Paco. I kind of threw in there that Palantir was one of the three names. Like if the longs don't work tomorrow in Palantir, SMCI, and Intel, then maybe look at like a Nike. And why I say that is, why should we look anywhere first thing in the morning other than what have been the strongest plays? Palantir, another dip and rip. Intel, another continuation. SMCI, another continuation. So why shouldn't we start there as traders and then kind of work backwards? Yeah, Nike was good, but it's not doing the volume that these names did. I think always try to keep it simple. And on that note, it'll probably be, nothing good on Rumble. Because, or Bumble, I should say, not Rumble. My bad. Bumble, as it's still holding underneath $7. I feel like that might be an opportunity, but just not in the way that most people would want when we like betting long.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and find out what happens there with BMBL. But I want to remind everyone with regards to, also, I just want to let you guys know, ADI, someone was asking about in the chat. Don't forget, I know you already saw the message, but in case anyone else is wondering, ADI reports tomorrow morning. So Analog Devices, I'm happy that you got to see it, to the person who was asking, because I know you did. But ADI is reporting tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. But I want to talk about HHH here one more time, in case you missed it. Howard Hughes popped up here in the afternoon around here when Bill Ackman made a tweet implying he's going to make an announcement about a, quote, potential acquisition. Then at 4 p.m., he announces that he and his fund, Pershing Square, have filed to acquire 10 million shares of Howard Hughes. They already own 19 million shares. So if they get that 10 mil, that would give them a 48% stake in the company, at which point we see Ackman wanting to be CEO of Howard Hughes. He also wants to be their chairman, even though he stepped down as chairman last year. So interesting stuff there. That is the deal with our friend Ackman and HHH. Question about Rum here from Ostentatious Productions. Rumble is always making some announcement or another. I have noticed I'm not seeing any announcements from this week or even late last week, but I'll take a look. I'll message you in the chat if I see anything.
Yeah, so
I can't believe Rumble's already done.
It's already 4:30, so there's a couple of things I wanted to answer. One, someone asked me in the chat, how do you exit a long-term position? There's only reasons I get out of long-term positions: fundamental change in the company, loss of the 200 period moving average, or a loss of a major support area on a weekly chart. I always look at weekly time frame. Swoldemort, it's a dumb and just take profits whenever I happen to. Oh, I'm a dumb and just take profits whenever I happen to get lucky for investing. It's nothing wrong with ringing the register, but I think you should always have a plan of action. And when you're buying and holding, sometimes you have to do that hold part as well. There's nothing wrong with paying yourself out a little bit, especially when you get a good runner. Like imagine Palantir. Like if you didn't take 10% out, or 15%. It's not that crazy. I think if you've got a long in Intel, maybe you take some out. But you know what time it is, everybody? It's roll call time. It's 4:30. Big shout out, first of all, to Fabian and Ramin, making us look and sound good every single day. And got to remind everybody, if you want to be part of roll call, you got to be in the chat. And to be in the chat, you got to be subscribers. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, more importantly, so you can join our great community. And shout out to everyone in our community. You're the absolute best. I want to give a big thank you to not just the Midday boys, kicking it, but also wish Joe a great vacation as he's headed off to Jamaica. So Sharif and Joe kicking butt. Thank you so much to Obi for filling in for Sean today. He's feeling under the weather. Hopefully Sean will feel better and come back in tomorrow. My main man over there as well. Shout out to Brennan and of course Adara as always. We got a great team around here, and that couldn't be any more important than to acknowledge our moderator, Bears versus Bulls. Best moderator in the business. We can't do it without you. Thank you so much for everything that you do. So you know what time it is. It's roll call time. Get your name in the chat. I'm going to give a big thank you to Intel stock for providing so many opportunities here and there.
Yeah, shout out to Fernando Val before I forget, because Fernando Val is specifically asking you to shout him out. Shout out to ATL. I mean, Atlanta's home of like literally so many dope rappers. So shout out to you, Fernando. Shout out to Neil. Shout out to Sean.
True that.
Shout out, who's not even here today. Shout out to Sharif and Joe. Shout out to Obi. Oh boy. Shout out to Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Brendan, Randy with his awesome auto segment, and Bears vs. Bulls, thank you for everything you do every single day. Paco OR, Pelican, TS Booker, John Manzoni, Don Haben. We've got Down to Sky. We have Randall. We have Daryl Flinch, Loss Hansen. We have Stevenson. We've got Crypto FOMO, Benton C, Celery 2. We have 100 miles per hour, Chancellor Palms, 1320 Wolf. We have Sir MM, SH Ting, Jesse, Bob S. We have On to Blockchains. We've got Gaurav. We've got Pelican again. We have Haroon. We have Andrew Chow, RN Day Trader, life too short to miss. I love that one. I'm going to end with that one. And you know what? Just make sure you're making good choices every day. Follow the rules, make rules, follow them, and just keep on going. And every day is a new day.
That is so true, and tomorrow will be a new day. It is hump day tomorrow. It's a holiday shortened week, so don't forget, everybody, it is going to be Wednesday tomorrow. I have already forgotten that because that's how I roll. I promise to get more than 3.5 hours sleep tonight because, quite frankly, it's hard not to. But thank you guys so much. You guys are a great community. The best part about all of this, we've got big-time movers still happening. We've got the reaction to earnings tomorrow and more to come. So you know the drill. Get some rest. I know I will. We'll be back 8:30 in the morning. Why? Because we're Trader TV Live. We're here every day the market is open for you. See you tomorrow.